This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 5. Calf Love. One day, for some reason or other, Mr. Gibson came home unexpectedly. He was crossing the hall, having come in by the garden door (the garden communicated with the stable yard, where he had left his horse), when the kitchen door opened, and the girl who was underling in the establishment came quickly into the hall with a note in her hand, and made as if she was taking it upstairs, but on seeing her master she gave a little start, and turned back as if to hide herself in the kitchen. If she had not made this movement, so conscious of guilt, Mr. Gibson, who was anything but suspicious, would never have taken any notice of her. As it was, he stepped quickly forwards, opened the kitchen door, and called out "Bethia!" so sharply that she could not delay coming forwards. "Give me that note," he said. She hesitated a little. "It's for Miss Molly," she stammered out. "Give it to me," he repeated more quietly than before. She looked as if she would cry, but still she kept the note tight held behind her back. "He said as I was to give it into her own hands, and I promised as I would, faithful. Cook, go and find Miss Molly. Tell her to come here at once." He fixed Bethia with his eyes. It was of no use trying to escape. She might have thrown it into the fire, but she had not presence of mind enough. She stood immovable, only her eyes looked any way rather than encounter her master's steady gaze. "Molly, my dear." "Papa, I did not know you were at home," said innocent, wondering Molly. "Bethia, keep your word. Here is Miss Molly. Give her the note." "Indeed, miss, I couldn't help it." Molly took the note, but before she could open it, her father said, "That's all, my dear. You need not read it. Give it to me. Tell those who sent you, Bethia, that all letters for Miss Molly must pass through my hands. Now be off with you, goosey, and go back to where you came from." "Papa, I shall make you tell me who my correspondent is." "We'll see about that by and by." She went a little reluctantly, with ungratified curiosity, upstairs to Miss Eyre, who was still her daily companion, if not her governess. He turned into the empty dining room, shut the door, broke the seal of the note, and began to read it. It was a flaming love letter from Mr. Coxe, who professed himself unable to go on seeing her day after day without speaking to her of the passion she had inspired. An eternal passion, he called it, on reading which Mr. Gibson laughed a little. Would she not look kindly at him? Would she not think of him whose only thought was of her? And so on, with a very proper admixture of violent compliments to her beauty. She was fair, not pale; her eyes were lodestars, her dimples marks of Cupid's finger, etc. Mr. Gibson finished reading it, and began to think about it in his own mind. Who would have thought the lad had been so poetical? But, to be sure, there's a Shakespeare in the surgery library. I'll take it away, and put Johnson's dictionary instead. One comfort is the conviction of her perfect innocence ignorance, I should rather say, for it is easy to see that it's the first confession of his love, as he calls it. But it's an awful worry, to begin with lovers so early. Why, she's only just 17. Not 17 indeed, till July. Not for 6 weeks yet. 16 3/4. Why, she's quite a baby. To be sure, poor Jeanie was not so old, and how I did love her. Mrs. Gibson's name was Mary, so he must have been referring to some one else. Then his thoughts wandered back to other days, though he still held the open note in his hand. By and by his eyes fell upon it, and his mind came back to bear upon the present time. I'll not be hard upon him. I'll give him a hint. He is quite sharp enough to take it. Poor laddie! If I send him away, which would be the wisest course, I do believe he's got no home to go to. After a little more consideration in the same strain, Mr. Gibson went and sat down at the writing table, and wrote the following formula: "Master Coxe." "That master will touch him to the quick," said Mr. Gibson to himself as he wrote the word. "RX. Verecundiae, ounce 1. Fidelitatis domesticae, ounce 1. Reticentiae, grams 11J. M. capiat hanc dosum turdae in aqua pura. R. Gibson, C.H." Mr. Gibson smiled a little sadly as he reread his words. "Poor Jeanie," he said aloud. And then he chose out an envelope, enclosed the fervid love letter and the above prescription, sealed it with his own sharply cut seal ring, R.G., in old English letters, and then paused over the address. "He'll not like Master Coxe outside. No need to put him to unnecessary shame." So the direction on the envelope was Edward Coxe, Esquire. Then Mr. Gibson applied himself to the professional business which had brought him home so opportunely and unexpectedly, and afterwards he went back through the garden to the stables, and just as he had mounted his horse, he said to the stableman, "Oh, by the way, here's a letter for Mr. Coxe. Don't send it through the women. Take it round yourself to the surgery door, and do it at once." The slight smile upon his face, as he rode out of the gates, died away as soon as he found himself in the solitude of the lanes. He slackened his speed, and began to think. It was very awkward, he considered, to have a motherless girl growing up into womanhood in the same house with two young men, even if she only met them at meal times, and all the intercourse they had with each other was merely the utterance of such words as, "May I help you to potatoes?" or, as Mr. Wynne would persevere in saying, "May I assist you to potatoes?" a form of speech which grated daily more and more upon Mr. Gibson's ears. Yet Mr. Coxe, the offender in this affair which had just occurred, had to remain for 3 years more as a pupil in Mr. Gibson's family. He should be the very last of the race. Still, there were 3 years to be got over, and if this stupid, passionate calf love of his lasted, what was to be done? Sooner or later Molly would become aware of it. The contingencies of the affair were so excessively disagreeable to contemplate, that Mr. Gibson determined to dismiss the subject from his mind by a good strong effort. He put his horse to a gallop, and found that the violent shaking over the lanes, paved as they were with round stones which had been dislocated by the wear and tear of 100 years, was the very best thing for the spirits, if not for the bones. He made a long round that afternoon, and came back to his home imagining that the worst was over, and that Mr. Coxe would have taken the hint conveyed in the prescription. All that would be needed was to find a safe place for the unfortunate Bethia, who had displayed such a daring aptitude for intrigue. But Mr. Gibson reckoned without his host. It was the habit of the young men to come in to tea with the family in the dining room, to swallow 2 cups, munch their bread or toast, and then disappear. This night Mr. Gibson watched their countenances furtively from under his long eyelashes, while he tried, against his wont, to keep up a dégagé manner and a brisk conversation on general subjects. He saw that Mr. Wynne was on the point of breaking out into laughter, and that red-haired, red-faced Mr. Coxe was redder and fiercer than ever, while his whole aspect and ways betrayed indignation and anger. "He will have it, will he?" thought Mr. Gibson to himself, and he girded up his loins for the battle. He did not follow Molly and Miss Eyre into the drawing-room, as he usually did. He remained where he was, pretending to read the newspaper, while Bethia, her face swelled up with crying, and an aggrieved and offended aspect, removed the tea things. Not 5 minutes after the room was cleared came the expected tap at the door. "May I speak to you, sir?" said the invisible Mr. Coxe from outside. "To be sure. Come in, Mr. Coxe. I was rather wanting to talk to you about that bill of Corbyn's. Pray sit down." "It's about nothing of that kind, sir, and I wished no, thank you, I would rather not sit down." He accordingly stood in offended dignity. "It is about that letter, sir. That letter with the insulting prescription, sir." "Insulting prescription! I'm surprised at such a word being applied to any prescription of mine, though to be sure patients are sometimes offended at being told the nature of their illnesses, and I dare say they may take offence at the medicines which their cases require." "I did not ask you to prescribe for me." "Oho! Then you were the Master Coxe who sent the note through Bethia. Let me tell you, it has cost her her place, and was a very silly letter into the bargain. It was not the conduct of a gentleman, sir, to intercept it, and to open it, and to read words never addressed to you, sir." "No," said Mr. Gibson, with a slight twinkle in his eye and a curl on his lips, not unnoticed by the indignant Mr. Coxe. "I believe I was once considered tolerably good-looking, and I dare say I was as great a coxcomb as anyone at 20. But I don't think that even then I should quite have believed that all those pretty compliments were addressed to myself." "It was not the conduct of a gentleman, sir," repeated Mr. Coxe, stammering over his words. He was going on to say something more, when Mr. Gibson broke in. "And let me tell you, young man," replied Mr. Gibson, with a sudden sternness in his voice, "that what you have done is only excusable in consideration of your youth and extreme ignorance of what are considered the laws of domestic honour. I received you into my house as a member of my family; you induced one of my servants, corrupting her with a bribe, I have no doubt." "Indeed, sir, I never gave her a penny." "Then you ought to have done. You should always pay those who do your dirty work." "Just now, sir, you called it corrupting with a bribe," muttered Mr. Coxe. Mr. Gibson took no notice of this speech, but went on. "Inducing one of my servants to risk her place without offering her the slightest equivalent, by begging her to convey a letter clandestinely to my daughter, a mere child." "Miss Gibson, sir, is nearly 17. I heard you say so only the other day," said Mr. Coxe, aged 20. Again Mr. Gibson ignored the remark. "A letter which you were unwilling to have seen by her father, who had tacitly trusted to your honour, by receiving as you an inmate of his house. Your father's son I know Major Coxe well ought to have come to me and said out openly, 'Mr. Gibson, I love, or I fancy that I love, your daughter. I do not think it right to conceal this from you, although unable to earn a penny, and with no prospect of an unassisted livelihood, even for myself, for several years, I shall not say a word about my feelings, or fancied feelings, to the very young lady herself.' That is what your father's son ought to have said, if, indeed, a couple of grains of reticent silence would not have been better still." "And if I had said it, sir, perhaps I ought to have said it," said poor Mr. Coxe, in a hurry of anxiety. "What would have been your answer? Would you have sanctioned my passion, sir?" "I would have said, most probably I will not be certain of my exact words in a supposititious case that you are a young fool, but not a dishonourable young fool; and I should have told you not to let your thoughts run upon a calf love until you had magnified it into a passion. And I dare say, to make up for the mortification I should have given you, I should have prescribed your joining the Hollingford Cricket Club, and set you at liberty as often as I could on the Saturday afternoons. As it is, I must write to your father's agent in London, and ask him to remove you out of my household, repaying the premium, of course, which will enable you to start afresh in some other doctor's surgery." "It will so grieve my father," said Mr. Coxe, startling into dismay, if not repentance. "I see no other course open. It will give Major Coxe some trouble. I shall take care that he is at no extra expense. But what I think will grieve him the most is the betrayal of confidence, for I trusted you, Edward, like a son of my own." There was something in Mr. Gibson's voice when he spoke seriously, especially when he referred to any feeling of his own, he who so rarely betrayed what was passing in his heart, that was irresistible to most people, the change from joking and sarcasm to tender gravity. Mr. Coxe hung his head a little, and meditated. "I do love Miss Gibson," he said at length. "Who could help it?" "Mr. Wynne, I hope," said Mr. Gibson. "His heart is pre-engaged," replied Mr. Coxe. "Mine was free as air till I saw her. Would it tend to cure your passion, we'll say, if she wore blue spectacles at meal times? I observe you dwell much on the beauty of her eyes." "You are ridiculing my feelings, Mr. Gibson. Do you forget that you yourself were once young?" Poor Jeanie rose before Mr. Gibson's eyes, and he felt a little rebuked. "Come, Mr. Coxe, let us see if we can't make a bargain," he said, after a minute or so of silence. "You have done a really wrong thing, and I hope you are convinced of it in your heart, or that you will be when the heat of this discussion is over, and you will come to think a little about it. But I won't lose all respect for your father's son. If you will give me your word that, as long as you remain a member of my family, pupil, apprentice, what you will, you won't again try to disclose your passion. You see, I am careful to take your view of what I should call a mere fancy, by word or writing, looks or acts, in any manner whatever, to my daughter, or to talk about your feelings to any one else, you shall remain here. If you cannot give me your word, I must follow out the course I named, and write to your father's agent." Mr. Coxe stood irresolute. "Mr. Wynne knows all I feel for Miss Gibson, sir. He and I have no secrets from each other." "Well, I suppose he must represent the Reeds. You know the story of King Midas's barber, who found out that his royal master had the ears of an ass beneath his hyacinthine curls. So the barber, in default of a Mr. Wynne, went to the reeds that grew on the shores of a neighbouring lake, and whispered to them, 'King Midas has the ears of an ass.' But he repeated it so often that the reeds learnt the words, and kept on saying them all the day long, till at last the secret was no secret at all. If you keep on telling your tale to Mr. Wynne, are you sure he won't repeat it in his turn? If I pledge my word as a gentleman, I pledge it for Mr. Wynne as well." I suppose I must run the risk. But remember how soon a young girl's name may be breathed upon and sullied. Molly has no mother, and for that very reason she ought to move among you all as unharmed as Una herself." "Mr. Gibson, if you wish it, I'll swear it on the Bible," cried the excitable young man. "Nonsense! As if your word, if it's worth anything, was not enough. We'll shake hands upon it, if you like." Mr. Coxe came forward eagerly, and almost squeezed Mr. Gibson's ring into his finger. As he was leaving the room, he said, a little uneasily, "May I give Bethia a crown piece?" "No, indeed. Leave Bethia to me. I hope you won't say another word to her while she is here. I shall see that she gets a respectable place when she goes away." Then Mr. Gibson rang for his horse, and went out on the last visits of the day. He used to reckon that he rode the world around in the course of the year. There were not many surgeons in the county who had so wide a range of practice as he. He went to lonely cottages on the borders of great commons, to farmhouses at the end of narrow country lanes that led to nowhere else, and were overshadowed by the elms and beeches overhead. He attended all the gentry within a circle of 15 miles round Hollingford, and was the appointed doctor to the still greater families who went up to London every February, as the fashion then was, and returned to their acres in the early weeks of July. He was, of necessity, a great deal from home, and on this soft and pleasant summer evening he felt the absence as a great evil. He was startled into discovering that his little one was growing fast into a woman, and already the passive object of some of the strong interests that affect a woman's life, and he, her mother as well as her father, so much away that he could not guard her as he would have wished. The end of his cogitations was that ride to Hamley the next morning, when he proposed to allow his daughter to accept Mrs. Hamley's last invitation, an invitation that had been declined at the time. "You may quote me against the proverb, 'He that will not when he may, when he will he shall have nay,' and I shall have no reason to complain," he had said. But Mrs. Hamley was only too much charmed with the prospect of having a young girl for a visitor, one whom it would not be a trouble to entertain, who might be sent out to ramble in the gardens, or told to read when the invalid was too much fatigued for conversation, and yet one whose youth and freshness would bring a charm, like a waft of sweet summer air, into her lonely shut-up life. Nothing could be pleasanter, and so Molly's visit to Hamley was easily settled. "I only wish Osborne and Roger had been at home," said Mrs. Hamley in her slow voice. "She may find it dull being with old people, like the Squire and me, from morning till night. When can she come? The darling! I'm beginning to love her already." Mr. Gibson was very glad in his heart that the young men of the house were out of the way. He did not want his little Molly to be passing from Scylla to Charybdis; and as he afterwards scoffed at himself for thinking he had got an idea that all young men were wolves in chase of his one ewe lamb. "She knows nothing of the pleasure in store for her," he replied, "and I'm sure I don't know what feminine preparations she may think necessary, or how long they may take. You'll remember she's a little ignoramus, and has no training in etiquette. Our ways at home are rather rough for a girl, I'm afraid. But I know I could not send her into a kinder atmosphere than this." When the Squire heard from his wife of Mr. Gibson's proposal, he was as much pleased as she at the prospect of their youthful visitor, for he was a man of a hearty hospitality when his pride did not interfere with its gratification, and he was delighted to think of his sick wife's having such an agreeable companion in her hours of loneliness. After a while he said, "It's as well the lads are at Cambridge. We might have been having a love affair if they had been at home." "Well, and what if we had?" asked his more romantic wife. "It would not have done," said the Squire decidedly. "Osborne will have had a first-rate education, as good as any man in the county, and he'll have this property, and he's a Hamley of Hamley, not a family in the shire as old as we are, or settled on their ground so well. Osborne may marry where he likes. If Lord Hollingford had a daughter, Osborne would have been as good a match as she could have required. It would never do for him to fall in love with Gibson's daughter. I should not allow it. So it's as well he's out of the way." "Well, perhaps Osborne had better look higher." "Perhaps! I say he must." The Squire brought his hand down with a thump on the table near him, which made his wife's heart beat hard for some minutes. "And as for Roger," he continued, unconscious of the flutter he had put her into, "he'll have to make his own way, and earn his own bread. And I'm afraid he's not getting on very brilliantly at Cambridge. He must not think of falling in love for these 10 years." "Unless he marries a fortune. said Mrs. Hamley, more by way of concealing her palpitation than anything else, for she was unworldly and romantic to a fault. "No son of mine shall ever marry a wife who is richer than himself, with my good will," said the Squire again, with emphasis, but without a thump. "I don't say but what if Roger is gaining 500 a year by the time he's 30, he shall not choose a wife with 10,000 pounds down; but I do say, if a boy of mine with only 200 a year, which is all Roger will have from us, and that not for a long time, goes and marries a woman with 50,000 to her portion, I will disown him. It would be just disgusting." "Not if they loved each other, and their whole happiness depended upon their marrying each other," put in Mrs. Hamley, mildly. "Pooh! Away with love! Nay, my dear, we loved each other so dearly we should never have been happy with any one else. But that's a different thing. People are not like what they were when we were young. All the love nowadays is just silly fancy and sentimental romance, as far as I can see." Mr. Gibson thought that he had settled everything about Molly's going to Hamley before he spoke to her about it, which he did not do until the morning of the day on which Mrs. Hamley expected her. Then he said, "By the way, Molly, you are to go to Hamley this afternoon. Mrs. Hamley wants you to go to her for a week or two, and it suits me capitally that you should accept her invitation just now." "Go to Hamley! This afternoon! Papa, you've got some odd reasons at the back of your head, some mystery or something. Please tell me what it is. Go to Hamley for a week or two! Why, I never was from home before this without you in all my life." "Perhaps not. I don't think you ever walked before you put your feet to the ground. Everything must have a beginning." "It has something to do with that letter that was directed to me, but that you took out of my hands before I could even see the writing of the direction." She fixed her grey eyes on her father's face, as if she meant to pluck out his secret. He only smiled, and said, "You're a witch, goosey." "Then it had! But if it was a note from Mrs. Hamley, why might I not see it? I have been wondering if you had some plan in your head ever since that day Thursday, was it not? You've gone about in a kind of thoughtful, perplexed way, just like a conspirator. Tell me, papa," coming up to him, and putting on a beseeching manner, "why might I not see that note? And why am I to go to Hamley, all on a sudden? Don't you like to go? Would you rather not?" If she had said that she did not want to go, he would have been rather pleased than otherwise, although it would have put him into a great perplexity; but he was beginning to dread the parting from her even for so short a time. However, she replied directly, "I don't know. I daresay I shall like it when I have thought a little more about it. Just now I am so startled by the suddenness of the affair I have not considered whether I shall like it or not. I shan't like going away from you, I know. Why am I to go, papa?" "There are 3 old ladies sitting somewhere, and thinking about you just at this very minute. One has a distaff in her hands, and is spinning a thread. She has come to a knot in it, and is puzzled what to do with it. Her sister has a great pair of scissors in her hands, and wants, as she always does when any difficulty arises in the smoothness of the thread, to cut it off short. But the third, who has the most head of the 3, plans how to undo the knot, and she it is who has decided that you are to go to Hamley. The others are quite convinced by her arguments, so, as the fates have decreed that this visit is to be paid, there is nothing left for you and me but to submit." "That is all nonsense, papa, and you are only making me more curious to find out this hidden reason." Mr. Gibson changed his tone, and spoke gravely now. "There is a reason, Molly, and one which I do not wish to give. When I tell you this much, I expect you to be an honourable girl, and to try and not even conjecture what the reason may be, much less endeavour to put little discoveries together till very likely you may find out what I want to conceal. Papa, I won't even think about your reason again. But then I shall have to plague you with another question. I have had no new gowns this year, and I have outgrown all my last summer frocks. I have only 3 that I can wear at all. Betty was saying only yesterday that I ought to have some more. That will do that you've got on, won't it? It is a very pretty colour." "Yes, but, papa," holding out as if she was going to dance, "it's made of woollen, and so hot and heavy, and every day it will be getting warmer." "I wish girls could dress like boys," said Mr. Gibson, with a little impatience. "How is a man to know when his daughter wants clothes? And how is he to rig her out when he finds it out just when she needs them most and has not got them?" "Ah, that's the question," said Molly in some despair. "Can't you go to Miss Rose's? Does she not keep ready-made frocks for girls of your age?" "Miss Rose! I never had anything from her in my life," replied Molly in some surprise, for Miss Rose was the great dressmaker and milliner of the little town, and hitherto Betty had made the girls' frocks. "Well, but it seems people consider you as a young woman now, And so I suppose you must run up milliners' bills like the rest of your kind. Not that you are to get anything anywhere that you can't pay for down in ready money. Here's a £10 note. Go to Miss Rose's or Miss Anybody's and get what you want at once. The Hamley carriage is to come for you at 2, and anything that is not quite ready can easily be sent by their cart on Saturday, when some of their people always come to market. Nay, don't thank me. I don't want to have the money spent, and I don't want you to go and leave me. I shall miss you, I know. It's only hard necessity that drives me to send you a visiting, and to throw away £10 on your clothes. There, go away. You're a plague, and I mean to leave off loving you as fast as I can. Papa," holding up her finger as in warning, "you are getting mysterious again, and though my honourableness is very strong, I won't promise you that it shall not yield to my curiosity if you go on hinting at untold secrets. Go away and spend your £10. What did I give it you for but to keep you quiet?" Miss Rose's ready-made resources and Molly's taste combined did not arrive at a very great success. She bought a lilac print because it would wash, and would be cool and pleasant for the mornings, and this Betty could make at home before Saturday; and for high-end days and holidays, by which was understood afternoons and Sundays, Miss Rose persuaded her to order a gay-coloured, flimsy plaid silk, which she assured her was quite the latest fashion in London, and which Molly thought would please her father's Scotch blood. But when he saw the scrap which she had brought home as a pattern, he cried out that the plaid belonged to no clan in existence, and that Molly ought to have known this by instinct. It was too late to change it, however, for Miss Rose had promised to cut the dress out as soon as Molly had left her shop. Mr. Gibson hung around the town all the morning instead of going away on his usual distant rides. He passed his daughter once or twice in the street, but he did not cross over the way when he was on the opposite side, only gave her a look or a nod, and went on his way, scolding himself for his weakness in feeling so much pain at the thought of her absence for a fortnight or so. And after all, thought he, I am only where I was when she comes back, at least if that foolish fellow goes on with his imaginary fancy. She'll have to come back some time, and if he chooses to imagine himself constant, there's still the devil to pay. Presently he began to hum the air out of the Beggar's Opera. I wonder any man alive should ever rear a daughter. End of chapter 5.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Liz Thompson. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 32. Coming Events. Roger had turned over many plans in his mind, by which he thought that he could obtain sufficient money for the purpose he desired to accomplish. His careful grandfather, who had been a merchant in the city, had so tied up the few thousands he had left to his daughter, that although, in case of her death before her husband's, the latter might enjoy the life interest thereof, yet in case of both their deaths, their second son did not succeed to the property until he was 25, and if he died before that age, the money that would then have been his went to one of his cousins on the maternal side. In short, the old merchant had taken as many precautions about his legacy as if it had been for tens instead of units of thousands. Of course, Roger might have slipped through all these meshes by insuring his life until the specified age, and probably, if he had consulted any lawyer, this course would have been suggested to him. But he disliked taking any one into his confidence on the subject of his father's want of ready money. He had obtained a copy of his grandfather's will at Doctors' Commons, and he imagined that all the contingencies involved in it would be patent to the light of nature and common sense. He was a little mistaken in this, but not the less resolved that money in some way he would have, in order to fulfil his promise to his father, and for the ulterior purpose of giving the squire some daily interest to distract his thoughts from the regrets and cares that were almost weakening his mind. It was Roger Hamley, senior wrangler and fellow of Trinity, to the highest bidder, no matter what honest employment, and presently it came down to any bidder at all. Another perplexity and distress at this time weighed upon Roger. Osborne, heir to the estate, was going to have a child. The Hamley property was entailed on heirs male born in lawful wedlock. Was the wedlock lawful? Osborne never seemed to doubt that it was, never seemed, in fact, to think twice about it. and if he, the husband, did not, how much less did Amy, the trustful wife? Yet who could tell how much misery any shadows of illegality might cast into the future? One evening, Roger, sitting by the languid, careless, dilettante Osborne, began to question him as to the details of the marriage. Osborne knew instinctively at what Roger was aiming. It was not that he did not desire perfect legality in justice to his wife. It was that he was so indisposed at the time that he hated to be bothered. It was something like the refrain of Gray's Scandinavian prophetess, leave me to repose. But do try and tell me how you managed it." "How tiresome you are, Roger," put in Osborne. "Well, I dare say I am. Go on." "I've told you. Morrison married us. You remember old Morrison at Trinity?" "Yes, as good and blunder-headed a fellow as ever lived." "Well, he's taken orders, and the examination for priest's orders fatigued him so much that he got his father to give him 100 or 2 for a tour on the continent. He meant to get to Rome, because he heard that there were such pleasant winters there, so he turned up at Metz in August. I don't see why. No more did he. He never was great in geography, you know, and somehow he thought that Metz, pronounced French fashion, must be on the road to Rome. Some one had told him so in fun. However, it was very well for me that I met with him there, for I was determined to be married, and that without loss of time." "But Amy is a Catholic." "That's true, but you see I am not." "You don't suppose I would do her any wrong, Roger?" asked Osborne, sitting up in his lounging chair, and speaking rather indignantly to Roger, his face suddenly flushing red. "No, I'm sure you would not mean it. But you see there's a child coming, and this estate is entailed on heirs male. Now I want to know if the marriage is legal or not, and it seems to me it's a ticklish question." "Oh," said Osborne, falling back into repose, "if that's all, I suppose you're next heir male, and I can trust you as I can myself. You know my marriage is bona fide in intention, and I believe it to be legal in fact." "We went over to Strasbourg. Amy picked up a friend, a good middle-aged Frenchwoman, who served half as bridesmaid, half as chaperone, and then we went before the mayor, préfet, what do you call them? I think Morrison rather enjoyed the spree. I signed all manner of papers in the prefecture. I did not read them over, for fear lest I could not sign them conscientiously. It was the safest plan. Amy kept trembling, so I thought she would faint. And then we went off to the nearest English chaplaincy, Karlsruhe, and the chaplain was away, so Morrison easily got the loan of the chapel, and we were married the next day." "But surely some registration or certificate was necessary?" "Morrison said he would undertake all those forms, and he ought to know his own business. I know I tipped him pretty well for the job." "You must be married again," said Roger after a pause, "and that before the child is born. Have you got a certificate of the marriage?" "I dare say Morrison has got it somewhere. But I believe I'm legally married, according to the laws both of England and France. I really do, old fellow. I've got the préfet's papers somewhere." "Never mind. You shall be married again in England. Amy goes to the Roman Catholic chapel at Preston, does not she?" "Yes. She is so good. I would not disturb her in her religion for the world." "Then you shall be married both there and at the church of the parish in which she lives as well," said Roger decidedly. "It's a great deal of trouble, unnecessary trouble, and unnecessary expense, I should say," said Osborne. "Why can't you leave well alone? Neither Amy nor I are of the sort of stuff to turn scoundrels and deny the legality of our marriage, and if the child is a boy and my father dies, and I die, why, I'm sure you'll do him justice, as sure as I am of myself, old fellow. But if I die into the bargain, make a hecatomb of the present Hamleys all at once while you're about it. Who succeeds as heir male?" Osborne thought for a moment. "One of the Irish Hamleys, I suppose. I fancy they are needy chaps. Perhaps you're right. But what need to have such gloomy forebodings?" "The law makes one have foresight in such affairs," said Roger. "So I'll go down to Amy next week when I'm in town, and I'll make all necessary arrangements before you come. I think you'll be happier if it is all done." "I shall be happier if I've a chance of seeing the little woman, that I grant you. But what is taking you up to town? I wish I'd money to run about like you, instead of being shut up for ever in this dull old house." Osborne was apt occasionally to contrast his position with Roger's in a tone of complaint, forgetting that both were the results of character, and also that out of his income Roger gave up so large a portion for the maintenance of his brother's wife. But if this ungenerous thought of Osborne's had been set clearly before his conscience, he would have smote his breast and cried mea culpa with the best of them. It was only that he was too indolent to keep an unassisted conscience. "I should not have thought of going up," said Roger, reddening as if he had been accused of spending another's money instead of his own, "if I had not had to go up on business. Lord Hollingford has written for me. He knows my great wish for employment, and has heard of something which he considers suitable. There's his letter, if you care to read it, but it does not tell anything definitely." Osborne read the letter and returned it to Roger. After a moment or two of silence he said, "Why do you want money? Are we taking too much from you? It's a great shame of me, but what can I do? Only suggest a career for me, and I'll follow it tomorrow." He spoke as if Roger had been reproaching him. "My dear fellow, don't get those notions into your head. I must do something for myself sometimes, and I have been on the look-out. Besides, I want my father to go on with his drainage. It would do good both to his health and his spirits. If I can advance any part of the money requisite, he and you shall pay me interest until you can return the capital." "Roger, you're the providence of the family!" exclaimed Osborne, suddenly struck by admiration at his brother's conduct, and forgetting to contrast it with his own. So Roger went up to London, and Osborne followed him, and for 2 or 3 weeks the Gibsons saw nothing of the brothers. But as wave succeeds to wave, so interest succeeds to interest. The family, as they were called, came down for their autumn sojourn at the Towers, and again the house was full of visitors, and the Towers' servants and carriages and liveries were seen in the 2 streets of Hollingford, just as they might have been seen for scores of autumns past. So runs the round of life from day to day. Mrs. Gibson found the chances of intercourse with the Towers rather more personally exciting than Roger's visits, or the rarer calls of Osborne Hamley. Cynthia had an old antipathy to the great family, who had made so much of her mother, and so little of her, and whom she considered as in some measure the cause why she had seen so little of her mother in the days when the little girl had craved for love and found none. Moreover, Cynthia missed her slave. Although she did not care for Roger 1,000th part of what he did for her, yet she had found it not unpleasant to have a man whom she thoroughly respected, and whom men in general respected, the subject of her eye, the glad ministrant to each scarce spoken wish, a person in whose sight all her words were pearls or diamonds, all her actions heavenly graciousness, and in whose thoughts she reigned supreme. She had no modest unconsciousness about her, and yet she was not vain. She knew of all this worship, and when from circumstances she no longer received it, she missed it. The Earl and the Countess, Lord Hollingford and Lady Harriet, lords and ladies in general, liveries, dresses, bags of game, and rumours of riding parties, were as nothing to her as compared to Roger's absence. And yet she did not love him. No, she did not love him. Molly knew that Cynthia did not love him. Molly grew angry with her many and many a time as the conviction of this fact was forced upon her. Molly did not know her own feelings. Roger had no overwhelming interest in what they might be, while his very life-breath seemed to depend on what Cynthia felt and thought. Therefore Molly had keen insight into her sister's heart, and she knew that Cynthia did not love Roger. Molly could have cried with passionate regret at the thought of the unvalued treasure lying at Cynthia's feet, and it would have been a merely unselfish regret. It was the old fervid tenderness. "Do not wish for the moon, O my darling, for I cannot give it thee." Cynthia's love was the moon Roger yearned for, and Molly saw that it was far away and out of reach, else would she have strained her heart cords to give it to Roger. "I am his sister," she would say to herself. "That old bond is not done away with, though he is too much absorbed by Cynthia to speak about it just now. His mother called me Fanny. It was almost like an adoption. I must wait and watch, and see if I can do anything for my brother." One day Lady Harriet came to call on the Gibsons, or rather on Mrs. Gibson, for the latter retained her old jealousy if any one else in Hollingford was supposed to be on intimate terms at the great house, or in the least acquainted with their plans. Mr. Gibson might possibly know as much, but then he was professionally bound to secrecy. Out of the house she considered Mr. Preston as her rival, and he was aware that she did so, and delighted in teasing her by affecting a knowledge of family plans and details of affairs of which she was not aware. Indoors she was jealous of the fancy Lady Harriet had evidently taken for her stepdaughter, and she contrived to place quiet obstacles in the way of a too frequent intercourse between the two. These obstacles were not unlike the shield of the knight in the old story, only, instead of the two sides presented to the two travellers approaching it from opposite quarters, one of which was silver and one of which was gold, Lady Harriet saw the smooth and shining yellow radiance, while poor Molly only perceived a dull and heavy lead. To Lady Harriet it was, "Molly is gone out. She will be so sorry to miss you, but she was obliged to go and see some old friends of her mother's, whom she ought not to neglect. As I said to her, constancy is everything. It is Sterne, I think, who says, 'Thine own and thy mother's friends forsake not.' But, dear Lady Harriet, you'll stop till she comes home, won't you? I know how fond you are of her. In fact," with a little surface playfulness, "I sometimes say you come more to see her than your poor old Clare." To Molly it had previously been, "Lady Harriet is coming here this morning. I can't have any one else coming in. Tell Maria to say I'm not at home. Lady Harriet has always so much to tell me. Dear Lady Harriet, I've known all her secrets since she was 12 years old. You two girls must keep out of the way. Of course she'll ask for you, out of common civility, but you would only interrupt us if you came in, as you did the other day," now addressing Molly. "I hardly like to say so, but I thought it was very forward." "Maria told me she had asked for me," put in Molly simply. "Very forward indeed," continued Mrs. Gibson, taking no further notice of the interruption, except to strengthen the words, to which Molly's little speech had been intended as a correction. "I think this time I must secure her ladyship from the chances of such an intrusion, by taking care that you are out of the house, Molly. You had better go to the Holly Farm, and speak about those damsons I ordered, and which have never been sent." "I'll go," said Cynthia. "It's far too long a walk for Molly. She's had a bad cold, and is not as strong as she was a fortnight ago. I delight in long walks. If you want Molly out of the way, mamma, send her to the Miss Brownings. They are always glad to see her." "I never said I wanted Molly out of the way, Cynthia," replied Mrs. Gibson. "You always put things in such an exaggerated, I should almost say so coarse a manner. I am sure, Molly, my love, you could never have so misunderstood me. It is only on Lady Harriet's account." "I don't think I can walk as far as the Holly Farm. Papa would take the message. Cynthia need not go." "Well, I'm the last person in the world to tax any one's strength. I'd sooner never see damson preserve again. Suppose you do go and see Miss Browning. You can pay her a nice long call, you know she likes that, and ask after Miss Phoebe's cold from me, you know. They were friends of your mother's, my dear, and I would not have you break off old friendships for the world. Constancy above everything is my motto, as you know, and the memory of the dead ought always to be cherished." "Now, mamma, where am I to go?" asked Cynthia. "Though Lady Harriet does not care for me as much as she does for Molly, indeed quite the contrary, I should say, yet she might ask after me, and I had better be safely out of the way." "True," said Mrs. Gibson, meditatively, yet unconscious of any satire in Cynthia's speech. "She is much less likely to ask for you, my dear. I almost think you might stay in the house. Or you might go to the Holly Farm. I really do want the damsons. Or you might stay here in the dining room, you know, so as to be ready to arrange lunch prettily if she does take a fancy to stay for it. She is very fanciful, is dear Lady Harriet. I would not like her to think we made any difference in our meals because she stayed. Simple elegance, as I tell her, always is what we aim at. But still you could put out the best service, and arrange some flowers, and ask cook what there is for dinner that she could send us for lunch, and make it all look pretty and impromptu and natural. I think you had better stay at home, Cynthia, and then you could fetch Molly from the Miss Brownings in the afternoon, you know, and you two could take a walk together, after Lady Harriet was fairly gone. I understand, mamma. Off with you, Molly, make haste, or Lady Harriet may come and ask for you as well as mamma. I'll take care and forget where you are going to, so that no one shall learn from me where you are, and I'll answer for mamma's loss of memory." "Child, what nonsense you talk! You quite confuse me with being so silly," said Mrs. Gibson, fluttered and annoyed, as she usually was with the Lilliputian darts Cynthia flung at her. She had recourse to her accustomed feckless piece of retaliation, bestowing some favour on Molly, and this did not hurt Cynthia one whit. "Molly, darling, there's a very cold wind, though it looks so fine. You had better put on my Indian shawl, and it would look so pretty too on your grey gown, scarlet and grey. It's not everybody I would lend it to, but you're so careful." "Thank you," said Molly, and she left Mrs. Gibson in careless uncertainty as to whether her offer would be accepted or not. Lady Harriet was sorry to miss Molly, as she was fond of the girl, but as she perfectly agreed with Mrs. Gibson's truisms about constancy and old friends, she saw no occasion for saying any more about the affair, but sat down in a little low chair with her feet on the fender. This said fender was made of bright steel, and was strictly taboo to all household and plebeian feet. Indeed, the position, if they assumed it, was considered low-bred and vulgar. "That's right, dear Lady Harriet. You can't think what a pleasure it is to me to welcome you at my own fireside into my humble home." "Humble? Now, Clare, that's a little bit of nonsense, begging your pardon. I don't call this pretty little drawing-room a bit of a humble home. It is as full of comforts, and of pretty things too, as any room of its size can be." "Ah, how small you must feel it! Even I had to reconcile myself to it at first." "Well, perhaps your schoolroom was larger, but remember how bare it was, how empty of anything but deal tables and forms and mats. Oh, indeed, Clare, I quite agree with mamma, who always says you have done very well for yourself. And Mr. Gibson too. What an agreeable, well-informed man." "Yes, he is," said his wife slowly, as if she did not like to relinquish her role of a victim to circumstances quite immediately. "He is very agreeable, very. Only we see so little of him, and of course he comes home tired and hungry, and not inclined to talk to his own family, and apt to go to sleep." "Come, come," said Lady Harriet, "I'm going to have my turn now. We've had the complaint of a doctor's wife, now hear the moans of a peer's daughter. Our house is so overrun with visitors, and literally to-day I've come to you for a little solitude." "Solitude!" exclaimed Mrs. Gibson. "Would you rather be alone?" Slightly aggrieved. "No, you dear silly woman. My solitude requires a listener, to whom I may say, 'How sweet is solitude!' But I am tired of the responsibility of entertaining. Papa is so open-hearted, he asks every friend he meets with to come and pay us a visit. Mamma is really a great invalid, but she does not choose to give up her reputation for good health, having always considered illness a want of self-control. So she gets wearied and worried by a crowd of people who are all of them open-mouthed for amusement of some kind, just like a brood of fledglings in a nest. So I have to be parent-bird, and pop morsels into their yellow leathery bills, to find them swallowed down before I can think of where to find the next. Oh, it's entertaining, in the largest, literalist, dreariest sense of the word. So I've told a few lies this morning, and come up here for quietness and the comfort of complaining." Lady Harriet threw herself back in her chair, and yawned. Mrs. Gibson took one of her ladyship's hands in a soft sympathizing manner, and murmured, "Poor Lady Harriet," and then she purred affectionately. After a pause, Lady Harriet started up, and said, "I used to take you as my arbiter of morals when I was a little girl. Tell me, do you think it wrong to tell lies?" "Oh, my dear, how can you ask such questions? Of course it is very wrong, very wicked indeed, I think I may say. But I know you were only joking when you said you had told lies." "No, indeed I was not. I told as plump fat lies as you would wish to hear. I said I was obliged to go into Hollingford on business, when the truth was there was no obligation in the matter, only an insupportable desire of being free from my visitors for an hour or two, and my only business was to come here and yawn and complain, and lounge at my leisure. I really think I'm unhappy at having told a story, as children express it. But, my dear Lady Harriet," said Mrs. Gibson, a little puzzled as the exact meaning of the words that were trembling on her tongue, "I am sure you thought that you meant what you said when you said it." "No, I didn't," put in Lady Harriet. "And besides, if you didn't, it was the fault of the tiresome people who drove you into such straits. Yes, it was certainly their fault, not yours. And then you know the conventions of society. Ah, what trammels they are." Lady Harriet was silent for a minute or two. Then she said, "Tell me, Clare, you've told lies sometimes, haven't you?" "Lady Harriet, I think you might have known me better, but I know you don't mean it, dear." "Yes, I do. You must have told white lies at any rate. How did you feel after them?" "I should have been miserable if I ever had. I should have died of self-reproach. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, has always seemed to me such a fine passage. But then I have so much that is unbending in my nature, and in our sphere of life there are so few temptations. If we are humble, we are also simple, and unshackled by etiquette." "Then you blame me very much? If somebody else will blame me, I shan't be so unhappy at what I said this morning." "I am sure I never blamed you. Not in my inmost heart, dear Lady Harriet. Blame you, indeed! That would be presumption in me. I think I shall set up a confessor, and it shan't be you, Clare, for you have always been only too indulgent to me." After a pause she said, "Can you give me some lunch, Clare? I don't mean to go home till 3. My business will take me till then, as the people at the Towers are duly informed." "Certainly, I shall be delighted. But you know we are very simple in our habits." "Oh, I only want a little bread and butter, and perhaps a slice of cold meat. You must not give yourself any trouble, Clare. Perhaps you dine now. Let me sit down just like one of your family." "Yes, you shall. I won't make any alteration. It will be so pleasant to have you sharing our family meal, dear Lady Harriet. But we dine late. We only lunch now. How low the fire is getting! I really am forgetting everything in the pleasure of this tete-a-tete." So she rang twice, with great distinctness, and with a long pause between the rings. Maria brought in coals, but the signal was as well understood by Cynthia as the hall of Apollo was by the servants of Lucullus. The brace of partridges that were to have been for the late dinner were instantly put down to the fire, and the prettiest china put out, and the table decked with flowers and fruit, arranged with all Cynthia's usual dexterity and taste, so that when the meal was announced, and Lady Harriet entered the room, she could not but think her hostess's apologies had been quite unnecessary, and be more and more convinced that Clare had done very well for herself. Cynthia now joined the party, pretty and elegant as she always was, but somehow she did not take Lady Harriet's fancy. She only noticed her on account of her being her mother's daughter. Her presence made the conversation more general, and Lady Harriet gave out several pieces of news, none of them of any great importance to her, but as what have been talked about by the circle of visitors assembled at the Towers. "Lord Hollingford ought to have been with us," she said amongst other things, "but he is obliged, or fancies himself obliged, which is all the same thing, to stay in town about this Crichton legacy." "A legacy to Lord Hollingford! I am so glad." "Don't be in a hurry to be glad. It's nothing for him but trouble. Did not you hear of that rich eccentric Mr. Crichton, who died some time ago, and, fired by the example of Lord Bridgewater, I suppose, left a sum of money in the hands of trustees, of whom my brother is one, to send out a man with 1,000 fine qualifications to make a scientific voyage, with a view to bringing back specimens of the fauna of distant lands, and so forming the nucleus of a museum, which is to be called the Crichton Museum, and so perpetuate the founder's name? Such various forms does man's vanity take. Sometimes it stimulates philanthropy, sometimes a love of science." "It seems to me a very laudable and useful object, I am sure," said Mrs. Gibson safely. "I dare say it is, taking it from the public good view. But it is rather tiresome to us privately, for it keeps Hollingford in town, or between it and Cambridge, and each place as dull and empty as can be, just when we want him down at the Towers. The thing ought to have been decided long ago, and there's some danger of the legacy lapsing. The 2 other trustees have run away to the Continent, feeling, as they say, the utmost confidence in him, but in reality shirking their responsibilities. However, I believe he likes it, so I ought not to grumble. He thinks he is going to be very successful in the choice of his man, and he belongs to this county too, young Hamley of Hamley, if he can only get his college to let him go, for he's a fellow of Trinity, senior wrangler or something, and they're not so foolish as to send their crack man to be eaten up by lions and tigers." "It must be Roger Hamley!" exclaimed Cynthia, her eyes brightening and her cheeks flushing. "He's not the eldest son. He can scarcely be called Hamley of Hamley," said Mrs. Gibson. "Hollingford's man is a fellow of Trinity, as I said before." "Then it is Mr. Roger Hamley," said Cynthia, "and he's up in London about some business. What news for Molly when she comes home?" "Why, what has Molly to do with it?" asked Lady Harriet. And she looked into Mrs. Gibson's face for an answer. Mrs. Gibson, in reply, gave an intelligent and very expressive glance at Cynthia, who, however, did not perceive it. "Oh no, not at all," and Mrs. Gibson nodded a little at her daughter, as much as to say, if any one, that. Lady Harriet began to look at the pretty Miss Kirkpatrick with fresh interest. Her brother had spoken in such a manner of this young Mr. Hamley, that every one connected with the Phoenix was worthy of observation. Then, as if the mention of Molly's name had brought her afresh into her mind, Lady Harriet said, "And where is Molly all this time? I should like to see my little mentor. I hear she is very much grown since those days." "Oh, when once she gets gossiping with the Miss Brownings, she never knows when to come home," said Mrs. Gibson. "The Miss Brownings? Oh, I am so glad you named them. I am very fond of them. Pecksy and Flapsy, I may call them so in Molly's absence. I'll go and see them before I go home, and then perhaps I shall see my dear little Molly too. Do you know, Clare, I've quite taken a fancy to that girl." So Mrs. Gibson, after all her precautions, had to submit to Lady Harriet's leaving her half an hour earlier than she otherwise would have done, in order to "make herself common," as Mrs. Gibson expressed it, by calling on the Miss Brownings. But Molly had left before Lady Harriet arrived. Molly went the long walk to the Holly Farm to order the damsons out of a kind of penitence. She had felt conscious of anger at being sent out of the house by such a palpable manoeuvre as that which her stepmother had employed. Of course she did not meet Cynthia, so she went alone, along the pretty lanes with grassy sides and high hedge banks, not at all in the style of modern agriculture. At first she made herself uncomfortable with questioning herself as to how far it was right to leave unnoticed the small domestic failings, the webs, the distortions of truth, which had prevailed in their household ever since her father's second marriage. She knew that very often she longed to protest, but she did not do it from the desire of sparing her father any discord, and she saw by his face that he too was occasionally aware of certain things that gave him pain, as showing that his wife's standards of conduct was not as high as he would have liked. It was a wonder to Molly if this silence was right or wrong. With a girl's want of toleration and want of experience to teach her the force of circumstances and of temptation, she had often been on the point of telling her stepmother some forcible home truths. But possibly her father's example of silence, and often some piece of kindness on Mrs. Gibson's part, for after her way, and when in a good temper, she was very kind to Molly, made her hold her tongue. That night at dinner, Mrs. Gibson recounted the conversation between herself and Lady Harriet, giving it a very strong individual colouring, as was her wont, and telling nearly the whole of what had passed, although implying that there was a great deal said that was so purely confidential that she was bound in honour not to repeat it. Her 3 auditors listened to her without interrupting her much, indeed without bestowing extreme attention on what she was saying, until she came to the fact of Lord Hollingford's absence in London, and the reason for it. "Roger Hamley going off on a scientific expedition!" exclaimed Mr. Gibson, suddenly awakened into vivacity. "Yes, at least it is not settled finally, but as Lord Hollingford is the only trustee who takes any interest, and being Lord Camner's son, it is next to certain." "I think I must have a voice in the matter," said Mr. Gibson, and he relapsed into silence, keeping his ears open, however, henceforward. "How long will he be away?" asked Cynthia. "We shall miss him sadly." Molly's lips formed an acquiescing yes to this remark, but no sound was heard. There was a buzzing in her ears, as if the others were going on with the conversation, but the words they uttered seemed indistinct and blurred. They were merely conjectures, and did not interfere with the one great piece of news. To the rest of the party she appeared to be eating her dinner as usual, and, if she were silent, there was one listener the more to Mrs. Gibson's stream of prattle, and Mr. Gibson's and Cynthia's remarks. End of chapter 32.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 45. Confidences. All the rest of that day Molly was depressed and not well. Having anything to conceal was so unusual, almost so unprecedented a circumstance with her, that it preyed upon her in every way. It was a nightmare that she could not shake off. She did so wish to forget it all, and yet every little occurrence seemed to remind her of it. The next morning's post brought several letters, one from Roger for Cynthia, and Molly, letterless herself, looked at Cynthia as she read it with wistful sadness. It appeared to Molly as though Cynthia should have no satisfaction in these letters until she had told him what was her exact position with Mr. Preston. Yet Cynthia was colouring and dimpling up as she always did at any pretty words of praise, or admiration, or love. But Molly's thoughts and Cynthia's reading were both interrupted by a little triumphant sound from Mrs. Gibson, as she pushed a letter she had just received to her husband with a "There! I must say I expected that." Then turning to Cynthia, she explained, "It is a letter from Uncle Kirkpatrick, love. So kind, wishing you to go and stay with them, and help them to cheer up Helen. Poor Helen! I am afraid she is far from well. But we could not have had her here without disturbing dear papa in his consulting room, and though I could have relinquished my dressing room, so I said in my letter how you were grieved, you above all of us, because you are such a friend of Helen's, you know, and how you long to be of use, as I am sure you do, and so now they want you to go up directly, for Helen has quite set her heart upon it." Cynthia's eyes sparkled. "I shall like going," said she. "All but leaving you, Molly," she added in a lower tone, as if suddenly smitten with some compunction. "Can you be ready to go up by the bang-up to-night?" said Mr. Gibson. "For curious enough, after more than 20 years of quiet practice at Hollingford, I am summoned up to-day for the first time to a consultation in London, to-morrow. I am afraid Mrs. Cumnor is worse, my dear." "You don't say so! Poor dear lady! What a shock it is to me! I'm so glad I've had some breakfast. I could not have eaten anything." "Nay, I only say she is worse. With her complaint, being worse may be only a preliminary to being better. Don't take my words for more than their literal meaning." "Thank you. How kind and reassuring dear papa always is. About your gowns, Cynthia?" "Oh, they are all right, mamma, thank you. I shall be quite ready by 4 o'clock. Molly, will you come with me and help me to pack? I wanted to speak to you, dear," said she, as soon as they had gone upstairs. "It is such a relief to get away from a place haunted by that man. But I'm afraid you thought I was glad to leave you, and indeed I am not." There was a little flavour of protesting too much about this, but Molly did not perceive it. She only said, "Indeed I did not. I know from my own feelings how you must dislike meeting a man in public in a different manner from what you have done in private. I shall try not to see Mr. Preston again for a long, long time, I'm sure. And Helen Kirkpatrick. But, Cynthia, you have not told me one word out of Roger's letter. Please, how is he? Has he quite got over his attack of fever?" "Yes, quite. He writes in such very good spirits. A great deal about birds and beasts as usual, and habits of natives, and things of that kind. You may read from there," indicating a place in the letter, "to there, if you can, and I tell you what, I'll trust you with it, Molly, while I pack, and that shows my sense of your honour, but not what you might read at all, only you'll find the love-making dull. But make a little account of where he is, and what he is doing, date, and that sort of thing, and send it to his father." Molly took the letter down without a word, and began to copy it at the writing-table, often reading over what she was allowed to read, often pausing, her cheek on her hand, her eyes on the letter, and letting her imagination rove to the writer, and all the scenes in which she had either seen him herself, or in which her fancy had painted him. She was startled from her meditations by Cynthia's sudden entrance into the drawing-room, looking the picture of glowing delight. "No one here! What a blessing! Ah, Miss Molly, you are more eloquent than you believe yourself. Look here!" holding up a large full envelope, and then quickly replacing it in her pocket, as if she was afraid of being seen. "What's the matter, sweet one?" coming up and caressing Molly. "Is it worrying itself over that letter? Why, don't you see that these are my very own horrible letters that I'm going to burn directly, that Mr. Preston has had the grace to send me, thanks to you, little Molly? Cuishe macri, pulse of my heart, the letters have been hanging over my head like somebody's sword for these 2 years." "Oh, I am so glad," said Molly, rousing up a little. "I never thought he would have sent them. He is better than I believed him. And now it is all over. I am so glad. You quite think he means to give up all claim over you by this, don't you, Cynthia?" "He may claim, but I won't be claimed. And he has no proofs now. It is the most charming relief, and I owe it all to you, you precious little lady. Now there is only one thing more to be done, and if you would but do it for me," coaxing and caressing while she asked the question. "Oh, Cynthia, don't ask me. I cannot do any more. You don't know how sick I go when I think of yesterday and Mr. Sheepshanks' look. It is only a very little thing. I won't burden your conscience with telling you how I get my letters, but it is not through a person I can trust with money, and I must force him to take back his 23 odd shillings. I have put it together at the rate of 5 per cent, and it's sealed up. Oh, Molly, I should go off with such a light heart if you would only try to get it safely to him. It's the last thing. There would be no immediate hurry, you know. You might meet him by chance in a shop, in the street, even at a party, and if you only had it with you in your pocket, there would be nothing so easy." Molly was silent. "Papa would give it to him. There would be no harm in that. I would tell him he must ask no questions as to what it was." "Very well," said Cynthia. "Have it your own way. I think my way is the best, for if any of this affair comes out but you've done a great deal for me already, and I won't blame you now for declining to do any more." "I do so dislike having these underhand dealings with him," pleaded Molly. "Underhand? Just simply giving him a letter from me? If I left a note for Miss Browning, should you dislike giving it to her?" "You know that's very different. I could do it openly." "And yet there might be writing in that, and there would not be a line with the money. It would only be the winding up, the honourable, honest winding up of an affair which has worried me for years. But do as you like." "Give it me," said Molly. "I will try." "There's a darling! You can but try, and if you can't give it to him in private without getting yourself into a scrape, why, keep it till I come back again. He shall have it then, whether he will or no." Molly looked forward to her tête-à-tête 2 days with Mrs. Gibson with very different anticipations to those with which she had welcomed the similar intercourse with her father. In the first place, there was no accompanying the travellers to the inn from which the coach started. Leave taking in the market place was quite out of the bounds of Mrs. Gibson's sense of propriety. Besides this, it was a gloomy, rainy evening, and candles had to be brought in at an unusually early hour. There would be no break for 6 hours, no music, no reading, but the two ladies would sit at their worsted work, pattering away at small talk, with not even the usual break of dinner, for, to suit the requirements of those who were leaving, they had already dined early. But Mrs. Gibson meant to make Molly happy, and tried to be an agreeable companion. Only Molly was not well, and uneasy about many apprehended cares and troubles, and at such hours of indisposition as she was then passing through, apprehensions take the shape of certainties, lying await in our paths. Molly would have given a good deal to have shaken off all these feelings, unusual enough to her, but the very house and furniture and rain-blurred outer landscape seemed steeped with unpleasant associations, most of them dating from the last few days. "You and I must go on the next journey, I think, my dear," said Mrs. Gibson, almost chiming in with Molly's wish that she could get away from Hollingford into some new air and life, for a week or two. "We have been stay-at-homes for a long time, and variety of scene is so desirable for the young. But I think the travellers will be wishing themselves at home by this nice bright fireside. There's no place like home, as the poet says. 'Mid pleasures and palaces although I may roam,' it begins, and it's both very pretty and very true. It's a great blessing to have such a dear little home as this, is it not, Molly?" "Yes," said Molly, rather drearily, having something of the toujours perdrix feeling of the moment. If she could have gone away with her father, just for 2 days, how pleasant it would have been! "To be sure, love, it would be very nice for you and me to go a little journey all by ourselves. You and I, no one else. If it were not such miserable weather, we would have gone off on a little impromptu tour. I've been longing for something of the kind for some weeks, but we live such a restricted kind of life here. I declare sometimes I get quite sick of the very sight of the chairs and tables that I know so well. And one misses the others too. It seems so flat and deserted without them." "Yes, we are very forlorn to-night, but I think it's partly owing to the weather." "Nonsense, dear. I can't have you giving in to the silly fancy of being affected by the weather. Poor dear Mr. Kirkpatrick used to say, 'A cheerful heart makes its own sunshine.' He would say it to me in his pretty way whenever I was a little low, for I am a complete barometer. You may really judge the state of the weather by my spirits. I have always been such a sensitive creature. It is well for Cynthia that she does not inherit it. I don't think her easily affected in any way, do you?" Molly thought for a moment or two, and then replied, "No, she is certainly not easily affected. Not deeply affected, perhaps I should say. Many girls, for instance, would have been touched by the admiration she excited, I may say the attentions she received while she was at her uncle's last summer." "At Mr. Kirkpatrick's?" "Yes. There was Mr. Henderson, that young lawyer. That's to say, he is studying law, but he has a good private fortune and is likely to have more, so he can only be what I call playing at law. Mr. Henderson was over head and ears in love with her. It is not my fancy, although I grant mothers are partial, and both Mr. and Mrs. Kirkpatrick noticed it, and in one of Mrs. Kirkpatrick's letters she said that poor Mr. Henderson was going into Switzerland for the long vacation, doubtless to try and forget Cynthia. But she really believed he would find it only dragging at each remove a lengthening chain. I thought it such a refined quotation, and altogether worded so prettily. You must know Aunt Kirkpatrick some day, Molly, my love. She is what I call a woman of a truly elegant mind. I can't help thinking it was a pity that Cynthia did not tell them of her engagement. It is not an engagement, my dear. How often must I tell you that? But what am I to call it? I don't see why you need to call it anything. Indeed, I don't understand what you mean by it. You should always try to express yourself intelligibly. It is really one of the first principles of the English language. In fact, philosophers might ask, what is language given us for at all, if it is not that we may make our meaning understood? But there is something between Cynthia and Roger. They are more to each other than I am to Osborne, for instance. What am I to call it? You should not couple your name with that of any unmarried young man. It is so difficult to teach you delicacy, child. Perhaps one may say there is a peculiar relation between dear Cynthia and Roger, but it is very difficult to characterize it. I have no doubt that is the reason she shrinks from speaking about it. For, between ourselves, Molly, I really sometimes think it will come to nothing. He is so long away, and, privately speaking, Cynthia is not very, very constant. I once knew her very much taken before. That little affair is quite gone by, and she was very civil to Mr. Henderson in her way. I fancy she inherits it, for when I was a girl I was beset by lovers, and could never find in my heart to shake them off. You have not heard dear papa say anything of the old squire, or dear Osborne, have you? It seems so long since we have heard or seen anything of Osborne. But he must be quite well, I think, or we should have heard of it. I believe he is quite well. Some one said the other day that they had met him riding. It was Mrs. Goodenough, now I remember, and that he was looking stronger than he had done for years. Indeed, I am truly glad to hear it. I was always fond of Osborne, and, do you know, I never really took to Roger. I respected him and all that, of course, but to compare him with Mr. Henderson is so handsome and well bred, and gets all his gloves from Houbigant. It was true that they had not seen anything of Osborne Hamley for a long time. But, as often happens, just after they had been speaking about him, he appeared. It was on the day following Mr. Gibson's departure that Mrs. Gibson had received one of the notes, not so common now as formerly, from the family in town, asking her to go over to the Towers and find a book or a manuscript or something or other that Lady Cumnor wanted with all an invalid's impatience. It was just the kind of employment she required for an amusement on a gloomy day, and it put her into a good humour immediately. There was a certain confidential importance about it, and it was a variety, and it gave her the pleasant drive in a fly up the noble avenue, and the sense of being the temporary mistress of all the grand rooms once so familiar to her. She asked Molly to accompany her, out of an access of kindness, but was not at all sorry when Molly excused herself and preferred stopping at home. At 11 o'clock Mrs. Gibson was off, all in her Sunday best, to use the servant's expression, which she herself would so have contemned, well dressed, in order to impose on the servants at the Towers, for there was no one else to be seen, or to be seen by. I shall not be at home until the afternoon, my dear, but I hope you will not find it dull. I don't think you will, for you are something like me, my love, never less alone than when alone, as one of the great authors has justly expressed it. Molly enjoyed her house to herself to the full as much as Mrs. Gibson would enjoy having the Towers to herself. She ventured on having her lunch brought up on a tray into the drawing-room, so that she might eat her sandwiches while she went on with her book. In the middle, Mr. Osborne Hamley was announced. He came in looking wretchedly ill in spite of the purblind Mrs. Goodenough's report of his healthy appearance. "This call is not on you, Molly," said he, after the first greetings were over. "I was in hopes I might have found your father at home. I thought lunch-time was the best hour." He had sate down, as if thoroughly glad of the rest, and fallen into a languid stooping position, as if it had become so natural to him that no sense of what were considered good manners sufficed to restrain him now. "I hope you did not want to see him professionally," said Molly, wondering if she was wise in alluding to his health, yet urged to it by her real anxiety. Yes, I did. I suppose I may help myself to a biscuit and a glass of wine? No, don't ring for more. I could not eat it if it was here. But I just want a mouthful. This is quite enough, thank you. When will your father be back? He was summoned to London. Lady Cumnor is worse. I fancy there is some operation going on, but I don't know. He will be back to-morrow night. Very well, then I must wait. Perhaps I shall be better by that time. I think it's half fancy, but I should like your father to tell me so. He will laugh at me, I dare say, but I don't think I shall mind that. He always is severe on fanciful patients, is he not, Molly? Molly thought that if he saw Osborne's looks just now, he would hardly think him fanciful, or be inclined to be severe. But she only said, "Papa enjoys a joke at everything, you know. It is a relief after all the sorrow he sees." Very true. There's a great deal of sorrow in the world. I don't think it's a very happy place after all. So Cynthia has gone to London, he added after a pause. I think I should like to have seen her again. Poor old Roger. He loves her very dearly, Molly, he said. Molly hardly knew how to answer him in all this, she was so struck by the change in both voice and manner. "Mamma has gone to the Towers," she began at length. "Lady Cumnor wanted several things that mamma only can find. She will be sorry to miss you. We were speaking of you only yesterday, and she said how long it was since we had seen you." "I think I have grown careless. I have often felt so weary and ill, that it was all I could do to keep up a brave face before my father." "Why did you not come and see papa?" said Molly, "or write to him?" "I cannot tell. I drifted on sometimes better and sometimes worse, till to-day I mustered up pluck and came to hear what your father has got to tell me, and all for no use it seems." "I am very sorry, but it is only for 2 days. He shall go and see you as soon as ever he returns." "He must not alarm my father, remember, Molly," said Osborne, lifting himself by the arms of his chair into an upright position, and speaking eagerly for a moment. "I wish to God Roger was at home," said he, falling back into the old posture. "I can't help understanding you," said Molly. "You think yourself very ill, but is not it that you are tired just now?" She was not sure if she ought to have understood what was passing in his mind, but as she did, she could not help speaking a true reply. "Well, sometimes I do think I'm very ill, and then again, I think it's only the moping life sets me fancying and exaggerating." He was silent for some time. Then, as if he had taken a sudden resolution, he spoke again. "You see, there are others depending upon me, upon my health. You have not forgotten what you heard that day in the library at home?" "No, I know you have not. I have seen the thought of it in your eyes often since then. I did not know you at that time. I think I do now." "Don't go on talking so fast," said Molly. "Rest. No one will interrupt us. I will go on with my sewing, and when you want to say anything more, I shall be listening." For she had been alarmed at the strange pallor that had come over his face. "Thank you." After a time he roused himself, and began to speak very quietly, as if on an indifferent matter of fact. "The name of my wife is Amy. Amy Hamley, of course. She lives at Bishopfield, a village near Winchester. Write it down, but keep it to yourself. She is a Frenchwoman, a Roman Catholic, and was a servant. She is a thoroughly good woman. I must not say how dear she is to me. I dare not. I meant once to have told Cynthia, but she did not seem quite to consider me as a brother. Perhaps she was shy of a new relation, but you'll give my love to her all the same. It is a relief to think that some one else has my secret, and that you are like one of us, Molly. I can trust you almost as I can trust Roger. I feel better already now I feel that some one else knows the whereabouts of my wife and child." "Child!" said Molly, surprised. But before he could reply, Maria had announced Miss Phoebe Browning. "Fold up that paper," said he quickly, putting something into her hands. "It is only for yourself." End of chapter 45. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 19. Cynthia's Arrival. Molly's father was not at home when she returned, and there was no one to give her a welcome. Mrs. Gibson was out paying calls, the servants told Molly. She went upstairs to her own room, meaning to unpack and arrange her borrowed books. Rather to her surprise, she saw the chamber corresponding to her own being dusted. Water and towels, too, were being carried in. "Is anyone coming?" she asked of the housemaid. "Mrs.'s daughter from France, Miss Kirkpatrick, is coming tomorrow." Was Cynthia coming at last? Oh, what a pleasure it would be to have a companion, a girl, a sister of her own age! Molly's depressed spirits sprang up again with bright elasticity. She longed for Mrs. Gibson's return, to ask her all about it. It must be very sudden, for Mr. Gibson had said nothing of it at the Hall the day before. No quiet reading now. The books were hardly put away with Molly's usual neatness. She went down into the drawing room, and could not settle to anything. At last Mrs. Gibson came home, tired out with her walk and her heavy velvet cloak. Until that was taken off, and she had rested herself for a few minutes, she seemed quite unable to attend to Molly's questions. "Oh yes, Cynthia's coming home to-morrow, by the Umpire, which passes through at 10 o'clock. What an oppressive day it is for the time of year! I really am almost ready to faint. Cynthia heard of some opportunity, I believe, and was only too glad to leave school a fortnight earlier than we planned. She never gave me the chance of writing to say I did or did not like her coming so much before the time, and I shall have to pay for her just the same as if she had stopped. I meant to have asked her to bring me a French bonnet, and then you could have had one made after mine. But I'm very glad she's coming, poor dear." "Is anything the matter with her?" asked Molly. "Oh no, why should there be?" "You called her poor dear, and it made me afraid lest she might be ill." "Oh no, it's only a way I got into when Mr. Kirkpatrick died. A fatherless girl, you know one always does call them poor dears. Oh no, Cynthia is never ill. She's as strong as a horse. She never would have felt to-day as I have done. Could you get me a glass of wine and a biscuit, my dear? I'm really quite faint." Mr. Gibson was much more excited about Cynthia's arrival than her own mother was. He anticipated her coming as a great pleasure to Molly, on whom, in spite of his recent marriage and his new wife, his interests principally centred. He even found time to run upstairs and see the bedrooms of the two girls, for the furniture of which he had paid a pretty round sum. "Well, I suppose young ladies like their bedrooms decked out in this way. It's very pretty, certainly, but—" "I liked my old room better, papa, but perhaps Cynthia is accustomed to such decking up." "Perhaps. At any rate, she'll see we've tried to make it pretty. Yours is like hers, that's right. It might have hurt her if hers had been smarter than yours. Now, good night in your fine flimsy bed." Molly was up betimes, almost before it was light, arranging her pretty Hamley flowers in Cynthia's room. She could hardly eat her breakfast that morning. She ran upstairs and put on her things, thinking that Mrs. Gibson was quite sure to go down to the George Inn, where the Umpire stopped, to meet her daughter after a 2 years' absence. But to her surprise, Mrs. Gibson had arranged herself at her great worsted work frame, just as usual, and she, in her turn, was astonished at Molly's bonnet and cloak. "Where are you going so early, child? The fog hasn't cleared away yet." "I thought you would go and meet Cynthia, and I wanted to go with you." "She will be here in half an hour, and dear papa has told the gardener to take the wheelbarrow down for her luggage. I'm not sure if he has not gone himself." "Then you are not going?" asked Molly, with a good deal of disappointment. "No, certainly not. She will be here almost directly. And besides, I don't like to expose my feelings to every passer-by in High Street. You forget I have not seen her for 2 years, and I hate scenes in Market-place." She settled herself to her work again, and Molly, after some consideration, gave up her own going, and employed herself in looking out of the downstairs window, which commanded the approach from the town. "Here she is! Here she is!" she cried out at last. Her father was walking by the side of a tall young lady. William the gardener was wheeling along a great cargo of luggage. Molly flew to the front door, and had it wide open to admit the newcomer some time before she arrived. "Well, here she is, Molly. This is Cynthia. Cynthia, Molly. You're to be sisters, you know." Molly saw the beautiful, tall, swaying figure against the light of the open door, but could not see any of the features that were, for the moment, in shadow. A sudden gush of shyness had come over her just at the instant, and quenched the embrace she would have given a moment before. But Cynthia took her in her arms and kissed her on both cheeks. "Here's mamma," she said, looking beyond Molly on to the stairs where Mrs. Gibson stood, wrapped up in a shawl, and shivering in the cold. She ran past Molly and Mr. Gibson, who rather averted their eyes from this first greeting between mother and child. Mrs. Gibson said, "Why, how you are grown, darling! You look quite a woman." "And so I am," said Cynthia. "I was before I went away. I've hardly grown since, except, it is always to be hoped, in wisdom." "Yes, that we will hope," said Mrs. Gibson, in rather a meaning way. Indeed, there were evidently hidden allusions in their seeming commonplace speeches. When they all came in the full light and repose of the drawing room, Molly was absorbed in the contemplation of Cynthia's beauty. Perhaps her features were not regular, but the changes in her expressive countenance gave one no time to think of that. Her smile was perfect, her pouting charming. The play of the face was in the mouth. Her eyes were beautifully shaped, but their expression hardly seemed to vary. In colouring, she was not unlike her mother, only she had not so much of the red-haired tints in her complexion, and her long-shaped, serious grey eyes were fringed with dark lashes, instead of her mother's insipid flaxen ones. Molly fell in love with her, so to speak, on the instant. She sate there warming her feet and hands as much at her ease as if she had been there all her life, not particularly attending to her mother, who, all the time, was studying either her or her dress, measuring Molly and Mr. Gibson with grave, observant looks, as if guessing how she should like them. "There's hot breakfast ready for you in the dining room when you are ready for it," said Mr. Gibson. "I'm sure you must want it after your night journey." He looked round at his wife, at Cynthia's mother, but she did not seem inclined to leave the warm room again. "Molly will take you to your room, darling," said she. "It is near hers, and she has got her things to take off. I'll come down and sit in the dining room while you are having your breakfast, but I really am afraid of the cold now." Cynthia rose and followed Molly upstairs. "I'm so sorry there isn't a fire for you," said Molly, "but I suppose it wasn't ordered, and of course I don't give any orders. Here is some hot water, though." "Stop a minute," said Cynthia, getting hold of both Molly's hands, and looking steadily into her face, but in such a manner that she did not dislike the inspection. "I think I shall like you. I am so glad. I was afraid I should not. We're all in a very awkward position together, aren't we? I like your father's looks, though." Molly could not help smiling at the way this was said. Cynthia replied to her smile. You may laugh, but I don't know that I am easy to get on with. Mamma and I didn't suit when we were last together, but perhaps we are each of us wiser now. Now please leave me for a quarter of an hour. I don't want anything more." Molly went into her own room, waiting to show Cynthia down to the dining room. Not that, in the moderate-sized house, there was any difficulty in finding the way. A very little trouble in conjecturing would enable a stranger to discover any room. But Cynthia had so captivated Molly that she wanted to devote herself to the newcomer's service. Ever since she had heard of the probability of her having a sister, she called her a sister, but whether it was a Scotch sister or a sister à la mode de Bretagne would have puzzled most people. Molly had allowed her fancy to dwell much on the idea of Cynthia's coming, and in the short time since they had met, Cynthia's unconscious power of fascination had been exercised upon her. Some people have this power. Of course, its effects are only manifested in the susceptible. A schoolgirl may be found in every school who attracts and influences all the others, not by her virtues, nor her beauty, nor her sweetness, nor her cleverness, but by something that can neither be described nor reasoned upon. It is the something alluded to in the old lines: "Love me not for comely grace, for my pleasing eye and face, no, nor for my constant heart, for these may change and turn to ill, and thus true love may sever. But love me on, and know not why, so hast thou this same reason still, to dote upon me ever." A woman will have this charm, not only over men, but over her own sex. It cannot be defined, or rather, it is so delicate a mixture of many gifts and qualities, that it is impossible to decide on the proportions of each. Perhaps it is incompatible with very high principle, as its essence seems to consist in the most exquisite power of adaptation to varying people and still more various moods, being all things to all men. At any rate, Molly might soon have been aware that Cynthia was not remarkable for unflinching morality, but the glamour thrown over her would have prevented Molly from any attempt at penetrating into and judging her companion's character, even had such processes been the least in accordance with her own disposition. Cynthia was very beautiful, and was so well aware of this fact that she had forgotten to care about it. No one with such loveliness ever appeared so little conscious of it. Molly would watch her perpetually as she moved about the room, with the free stately step of some wild animal in the forest, moving almost, as it were, to the continual sound of music. Her dress, too, though now to our ideas it would be considered ugly and disfiguring, was suited to her complexion and figure, and the fashion of it subdued within due bounds by her exquisite taste. It was inexpensive enough, and the changes in it were but few. Mrs. Gibson professed herself shocked to find that Cynthia had but 4 gowns, when she might have stocked herself so well, and brought over so many useful French patterns, if she had but patiently awaited her mother's answer to the letter which she had sent, announcing her return by the opportunity Madame had found for her. Molly was hurt for Cynthia at all these speeches. She thought they implied that the pleasure which her mother felt in seeing her a fortnight sooner after her 2 years' absence was inferior to that which she would have received from a bundle of silver paper patterns. But Cynthia took no apparent notice of the frequent recurrence of these small complaints. Indeed, she received much of what her mother said with a kind of complete indifference. That made Mrs. Gibson hold her rather in awe, and she was much more communicative to Molly than to her own child. With regard to dress, however, Cynthia soon showed that she was her mother's own daughter in the manner in which she could use her deft and nimble fingers. She was a capable workwoman, and unlike Molly, who excelled in plain sewing, but had no notion of dressmaking or millinery, she could repeat the fashions she had seen only in passing along the streets of Boulogne, with 1 or 2 pretty rapid movements of her hand, as she turned and twisted the ribbons and gauze her mother furnished her with. So she refurbished Mrs. Gibson's wardrobe, doing it all in a sort of contemptuous manner, the source of which Molly could not quite make out. Day after day the course of these small frivolities was broken in upon by the news Mr. Gibson brought of Mrs. Hamley's nearer approach to death. Molly, often sitting by Cynthia, and surrounded by ribbon and wire and net, heard the bulletins like the toll of a funeral bell at a marriage feast. Her father sympathized with her. It was the loss of a dear friend to him too, but he was so accustomed to death that it seemed to him but as it was, the natural end of all things human. To Molly, the death of someone she had known so well and loved so much was a sad and gloomy phenomenon. She loathed the small vanities with which she was surrounded, and would wander out in the frosty garden and pace the walk, which was both sheltered and concealed by evergreens. At length, and yet it was not so long, not a fortnight since Molly had left the Hall, the end came. Mrs. Hamley had sunk out of life as gradually as she had sunk out of consciousness and her place in this world. The quiet waves closed over her, and her place knew her no more. "They all sent their love to you, Molly," said her father. "Roger Hamley said he knew how you would feel." Mr. Gibson had come in very late, and was having a solitary dinner in the dining room. Molly was sitting near him to keep him company. Cynthia and her mother were upstairs. The latter was trying on a head dress which Cynthia had made for her. Molly remained downstairs after her father had gone out afresh on his final round among his town patients. The fire was growing very low, and the lights were waning. Cynthia came softly in, and taking Molly's listless hand that hung down by her side, sat at her feet on the rug, chafing her chilly fingers without speaking. The tender action thawed the tears that had been gathering heavily at Molly's heart, and they came dropping down her cheeks. "You loved her dearly, did you not, Molly?" "Yes," sobbed Molly, and then there was a silence. "Had you known her long?" "No, not a year, but I had seen a great deal of her. I was almost like a daughter to her, she said so. Yet I never bid her good-bye or anything. Her mind became weak and confused." "She had only sons, I think?" "No, only Mr. Osborne and Mr. Roger Hamley. She had a daughter once, Fanny. Sometimes, in her illness, she used to call me Fanny." The 2 girls were silent for some time, both gazing into the fire. Cynthia spoke first. "I wish I could love people as you do, Molly." "Don't you?" said the other in surprise. No. A good number of people love me, I believe, or at least think they do, but I never seem to care much for any one. I do believe I love you, little Molly, whom I have only known for 10 days, better than any one." "Not than your mother!" said Molly in grave astonishment. "Yes, than my mother," replied Cynthia, half smiling. "It's very shocking, I dare say, but it is so. Now, don't go and condemn me. I don't think love for one's mother quite comes by nature, and remember how much I have been separated from mine. I loved my father, if you will," she continued, with the force of truth in her tone, and then she stopped. "But he died when I was quite a little thing, and no one believes that I remember him. I heard mamma say to a caller, not a fortnight after his funeral, 'Oh, no, Cynthia is too young. She has quite forgotten him.' And I bit my lips, to keep from crying out, 'Papa, papa, have I?' But it's no use. Well, then, mamma had to go out as a governess. She couldn't help it, poor thing. But she didn't much care for parting with me. I was a trouble, I dare say. So I was sent to school at 4 years old. First one school, and then another, and in the holidays mamma went to stay at grand houses, and I was generally left with the schoolmistresses. Once I went to the Towers, and mamma lectured me continually, and yet I was very naughty, I believe. And so I never went again, and I was very glad of it, for it was a horrid place." "That it was," said Molly, who remembered her own day of tribulation there. "And once I went to London to stay with my uncle Kirkpatrick. He is a lawyer and getting on now, but then he was poor enough, and had 6 or 7 children. It was winter time, and we were all shut up in a small house on Doughty Street, but after all it wasn't so bad." "But then you lived with your mother when she began school at Ashcombe. Mr. Preston told me that, when I stayed that day at the Manor House." "What did he tell you?" asked Cynthia, almost fiercely. "Nothing but that. Oh, yes, he praised your beauty, and wanted me to tell you what he had said." "I should have hated you if you had," said Cynthia. "Of course I never thought of doing such a thing," replied Molly. "I didn't like him, and Lady Harriet spoke of him the next day as if he wasn't a person to be liked." Cynthia was quite silent. At length she said, "I wish I was good." "So do I," said Molly simply. She was thinking again of Mrs. Hamley. "Only the actions of the just smell sweet and blossom in the dust." And goodness just then seemed to her to be the only enduring thing in the world. "Nonsense, Molly, you are good. At least, if you're not good, what am I? There's a rule of 3 sum for you to do. But it's no use talking. I am not good, and I never shall be now. Perhaps I might be a heroine still, but I shall never be a good woman, I know." "Do you think it easier to be a heroine?" "Yes, as far as one knows of heroines from history. I'm capable of a great jerk, an effort, and then a relaxation. But steady, everyday goodness is beyond me. I must be a moral kangaroo." Molly could not follow Cynthia's ideas. She could not distract herself from the thoughts of the sorrowing group at the Hall. "How I should like to see them all, and yet one can do nothing at such a time. Papa says the funeral is to be on Tuesday, and that, after that, Roger Hamley is to go back to Cambridge. It will seem as if nothing had happened. I wonder how the Squire and Mr. Osborne Hamley will get on together." "He's the eldest son, is he not? Why shouldn't he and his father get on well together?" "Oh, I don't know. That is to say, I do know, but I think I ought not to tell." "Don't be so pedantically truthful, Molly. Besides, your manner shows when you speak truth and when you speak falsehood, without troubling yourself to use words. I knew exactly what your 'I don't know' meant. I never consider myself bound to be truthful, so I beg we may be on equal terms." Cynthia might well say she did not consider herself bound to be truthful. She literally said what came uppermost, without caring very much whether it was accurate or not. But there was no ill nature, and, in a general way, no attempt at procuring an advantage for herself in all her deviations; and there was often such a latent sense of fun in them that Molly could not help being amused with them in fact, though she condemned them in theory. Cynthia's playfulness of manner glossed such failings over with a kind of charm, and yet, at times, she was so soft and sympathetic that Molly could not resist her, even when she affirmed the most startling things. The little account she made of her own beauty pleased Mr. Gibson extremely, and her pretty deference to him won his heart. She was restless, too, till she had attacked Molly's dress, after she had remodeled her mother's. "Now for you, sweet one," she said, as she began upon one of Molly's gowns. "I've been working as a connoisseur until now. Now I begin as amateur." She brought down her pretty artificial flowers, plucked out of her best bonnet to put into Molly's, saying they would suit her complexion, and that a knot of ribbons would do very well enough for her. All the time she worked, she sang. She had a sweet voice in singing, as well as in speaking, and used to run up and down her gay French chansons without any difficulty, so flexible in the art was she. Yet she did not seem to care for music. She rarely touched the piano, on which Molly practised with daily conscientiousness. Cynthia was always willing to answer questions about her previous life, though, after the first, she rarely alluded to it of herself. But she was a most sympathetic listener to all Molly's innocent confidences of joys and sorrows, sympathizing even to the extent of wondering how she could endure Mr. Gibson's second marriage, and why she did not take some active steps of rebellion. In spite of all this agreeable and pungent variety of companionship at home, Molly yearned after the Hamleys. If there had been a woman in that family, she probably would have received many little notes, and heard of numerous details which now were lost to her, or summed up in the condensed accounts of her father's visits at the Hall, which, since his dear patient was dead, were only occasional. "Yes, the Squire is a good deal changed, but he's better than he was. There's an unspoken estrangement between him and Osborne. One can see it in the silence and constraint of their manners, but outwardly they are friendly. Civil, at any rate. The Squire will always respect Osborne as his heir, and the future representative of the family. Osborne doesn't look well. He says he wants change. I think he's weary of the domestic tête-à-tête, or domestic dissension. But he feels his mother's death acutely. It's a wonder that he and his father are not drawn together by their common loss. Roger's away at Cambridge, too, examination for the mathematical tripos. Altogether the aspect of both people and place is changed, but it is natural." Such is perhaps the summing up of the news of the Hamleys, as contained in many bulletins. They always ended in some kind message to Molly. Mrs. Gibson generally said, as a comment upon her husband's account of Osborne's melancholy, "My dear, why don't you ask him to dinner here? A quiet little dinner, you know. Cook is quite up to it, and we would all of us wear blacks and lilacs. He couldn't consider that as gaiety." Mr. Gibson took no more notice of these suggestions than by shaking his head. He had grown accustomed to his wife by this time, and regarded silence on his part as a great preservative against long, inconsequential arguments. But every time that Mrs. Gibson was struck by Cynthia's beauty, she thought it more and more advisable that Mr. Osborne Hamley should be cheered up by a quiet little dinner party. As yet no one but the ladies of Hollingford and Mr. Ashton the Victor, that hopeless and impracticable old bachelor, had seen Cynthia. And what was the good of having a lovely daughter if there were none but old women to admire her? Cynthia herself appeared extremely indifferent upon the subject, and took very little notice of her mother's constant talk about the gaieties that were possible and the gaieties that were impossible in Hollingford. She exerted herself just as much to charm the two Miss Brownings as she would have done to delight Osborne Hamley or any other young heir. That is to say, she used no exertion, but simply followed her own nature, which was to attract every one of those she was thrown amongst. The exertion seemed rather to be to refrain from doing so, and to protest, as she so often did, by slight words and expressive looks against her mother's words and humours, alike against her folly and her caresses. Molly was almost sorry for Mrs. Gibson, who seemed so unable to gain influence over her child. One day Cynthia read Molly's thought. "I am not good, and I told you so. Somehow I cannot forgive her for her neglect of me as a child, when I would have clung to her. Besides, I hardly ever heard from her when I was at school, and I know she put a stop to my coming over to her wedding. I saw the letter she wrote to Madame Lefevre. A child should be brought up with its parents if it is to think them infallible when it grows up." "But though it may know that there must be faults," replied Molly, "it ought to cover them over, and try to forget their existence." "It ought. But don't you see I have grown up outside the pale of duty and oughts? Love me as I am, sweet one, for I shall never be better." End of Chapter 19. Cynthia's Arrival. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, October 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 43. Cynthia's Confession. "You said I might come," said Molly, "and that you would tell me all." "You know all, I think," said Cynthia heavily. "Perhaps you don't know what excuses I have, but at any rate you know what a scrape I'm in." "I've been thinking a great deal," said Molly timidly and doubtfully, "and I can't help fancying if you told Papa—" Before she could go on, Cynthia had stood up. "No," said she, "that I won't, unless I'm to leave here at once, and you know I have not another place to go to. Without warning, I mean. I dare say my uncle would take me in. He's a relation, and would be bound to stand by me in whatever disgrace I might be. Or perhaps I might get a governess situation. A pretty governess I should be." "Pray, please, Cynthia, don't go off into such wild talking. I don't believe you've done so very wrong. You say you have not, and I believe you. That horrid man has managed to get you involved in some way. But I'm sure Papa could set it to rights if you would only make a friend of him, and tell him all." "No, Molly," said Cynthia, "I can't, and there's an end of it. You may, if you like, only let me leave the house first. Give me that much time." "You know I would never tell anything you wished me not to tell, Cynthia," said Molly, deeply hurt. "Would you not, darling?" said Cynthia, taking her hand. "Will you promise me that? Quite a sacred promise, for it would be such a comfort to me to tell you all, now you know so much." "Yes, I promise not to tell. You should not have doubted me," said Molly, still a little sorrowfully. "Very well. I trust to you. I know I may. But do think of telling Papa, and getting him to help you," persevered Molly. "Never," said Cynthia resolutely, but more quietly than before. "Do you think I forget what he said at the time of that wretched Mr. Coxe? How severe he was, and how long I was in disgrace, if indeed I'm out of it now. I'm one of those people, as mamma says sometimes. I cannot live with persons who don't think well of me. It may be a weakness, or a sin. I'm sure I don't know, and I don't care, but I really cannot be happy in the same house with anyone who knows my faults and thinks that they are greater than my merits. Now, you know your father would do that. I have often told you that he, and you too, Molly, had a higher standard than I had ever known. Oh, I could not bear it. If he were to know, he would be so angry with me. He would never get over it, and I have so liked him. I do so like him." "Well, never mind, dear. He shall not know," said Molly, for Cynthia was again becoming hysterical. "At least we'll say no more about it now." "And you'll never say any more? Never? Promise me," said Cynthia, taking her hand eagerly. "Never, till you give me leave. Now do let me see if I cannot help you. Lie down on the bed, and I will sit by you, and let us talk it over." But Cynthia sat down again in the chair by the dressing-table. "When did it all begin?" said Molly, after a long pause of silence. "Long ago. 4 or 5 years. I was such a child to be left all to myself. It was the holidays, and mamma was away visiting, and the Donaldsons asked me to go with them to the Worcester festival. You can't fancy how pleasant it all sounded, especially to me. I'd been shut up in that great dreary house at Ashcombe, where mamma had her school. It belonged to Lord Cumnor, and Mr. Preston, as his agent, had to see it all painted and papered. But besides that, he was very intimate with us. I believe mamma thought— No, I'm not sure about that, and I have enough blame to lay at her door to prevent my telling you anything that may be only fancy." Then she paused, and sat still for a minute or two, recalling the past. Molly was struck by the aged and careworn expression which had taken temporarily hold of the brilliant and beautiful face. She could see from that how much Cynthia must have suffered from this hidden trouble of hers. "Well, at any rate, we were intimate with him, and he came a great deal about the house, and knew as much as anyone of mamma's affairs, and all the ins and outs of her life. I'm telling you that in order that you may understand how natural it was for me to answer his questions when he came one day and found me, not crying, for you know I'm not much given to that, in spite of to-day's exposure of myself, but fretting and fuming because, though mamma had written word I might go with the Donaldsons, she had never said how I was to get any money for the journey, much less for anything of dress, and I'd outgrown all my last year's frocks, and as for gloves and boots, in short, I really had hardly any clothes decent enough for church." "Why did you not write to her and tell her all this?" said Molly, half afraid of appearing to cast blame by her very natural question. "I wish I had her letter to show you. You must have seen some of mamma's letters, though. Don't you know how she always seems to leave out just the important point of every fact? In this case she descanted largely on the enjoyment she was having, and the kindness she was receiving, and her wish that I could have been with her, and her gladness that I too was going to have some pleasure, but the only thing that would have been of real use to me she left out, and that was where she was going to next. She mentioned that she was leaving the house she was stopping at the day after she wrote, and that she should be at home by a certain date, but I got the letter on a Saturday, and the festival began on the next Tuesday." "Poor Cynthia," said Molly. "Still, if you had written, your letter might have been forwarded. I don't mean to be hard, only I do so dislike the thought of you ever having made a friend of that man." "Oh," said Cynthia, sighing, "how easy it is to judge rightly after one sees what evil comes from judging wrongly. I was only a young girl, hardly more than a child, and he was a friend to us then, excepting mamma, the only friend I knew. The Donaldsons were only kind and good-natured acquaintances." "I am sorry," said Molly humbly. "I have been so happy with papa, I hardly can understand how different it must have been with you." "Different? I should think so. The worry about money made me sick of my life. We might not say we were poor, it would have injured the school, but I would have stinted and starved if mamma and I had got on as happily together as we might have done, as you and Mr. Gibson do. It was not the poverty, it was that she never seemed to care to have me with her. As soon as the holidays came round she was off to some great house or another, and I daresay I was at a very awkward age to have me lounging about in her drawing-room when callers came. Girls at that age I was then are so terribly keen at scenting out motives and putting in their awkward questions as to the little twistings and twirlings and vanishings of conversation. They've no distinct notion of what are the truths and falsehoods of polite life. At any rate, I was very much in mamma's way, and I felt it. Mr. Preston seemed to feel it too, for me, and I was very grateful to him for kind words and sympathetic looks, crumbs of kindness which would have dropped under your table unnoticed. So this day, when he came to see how the workmen were getting on, he found me in the deserted schoolroom, looking at my faded summer bonnet and some old ribbons I had been sponging out, and the half-worn-out gloves, a sort of rag fair spread out on the deal table. I was in a regular passion with only looking at that shabbiness. He said he was so glad to hear I was going to this festival with the Donaldsons. Old Betty, our servant, had told him the news, I believe. But I was so perplexed about money, and my vanity was so put out about my shabby dress, that I was in a pet, and said I should not go. He sat down on the table, and little by little he made me tell him all my troubles. I do sometimes think he was very nice in those days. Somehow I never felt as if it was wrong or foolish or anything to accept his offer of money at the time. He had 20 pounds in his pocket, he said, and really did not know what to do with it, should not want it for months. I could repay it, or rather mamma could, when it suited her. She must have known I should want money, and most likely thought I should apply to him. 20 pounds would not be too much, I must take it all, and so on. I knew, at least I thought I knew, that I should never spend 20 pounds, but I thought I could give him back what I did not want, and so, well, that was the beginning. It does not sound so very wrong, does it, Molly?" "No," said Molly hesitatingly. She did not wish to make herself into a hard judge, and yet she did so dislike Mr. Preston. Cynthia went on. Well, what with boots and gloves and a bonnet and a mantle, and a white muslin gown which was made for me before I left on the Tuesday, and a silk gown that followed to the Donaldsons, and my journeys, and all, there was very little left of the £20, especially when I found I must get a ball dress in Worcester, for we were all to go to the ball. Mrs. Donaldson gave me my ticket, but she rather looked grave at my idea of going to the ball in my white muslin, which I had already worn 2 evenings at their house. Oh dear, how pleasant it must be to be rich! You know," continued Cynthia, smiling a very little, "I can't help being aware that I am pretty, and that people admire me very much. I found it out first at the Donaldsons. I began to think I did look pretty in my fine new clothes, and I saw that other people thought so too. I was certainly the belle of the house, and it was very pleasant to feel my power. The last day or two of that gay week Mr. Preston joined our party. The last time he had seen me was when I was dressed in shabby clothes, too small for me, half crying in my solitude, neglected and penniless. At the Donaldsons I was a little queen, and, as I said, fine feathers make fine birds. All the people were making much of me. And at that ball, which was the first night he came, I had more partners than I knew what to do with. I suppose he really did fall in love with me then. I don't think he had done so before. And then I began to feel how awkward it was to be in his debt. I could not give myself airs to him as I did to others. Oh, it was so awkward and uncomfortable. But I liked him, and felt him as a friend all the time. The last day I was walking in the garden along with the others, and I thought I would tell him how much I had enjoyed myself, and how happy I had been, all thanks to his £20. I was beginning to feel like Cinderella when the clock was striking 12, and to tell him it should be repaid to him as soon as possible, though I turned sick at the thought of telling mamma, and knew enough of our affairs to understand how very difficult it would be to muster up the money. The end of our talk came very soon, for almost to my terror he began to talk violent love to me, and to beg me to promise to marry him. I was so frightened that I ran away to the others. But that night I got a letter from him, apologizing for startling me, renewing his offer, his entreaties for a promise of marriage, to be fulfilled at any date I would please to name. In fact, a most urgent love letter, and in it a reference to my unlucky debt, which was to be a debt no longer, only in advance of the money to be hereafter mine, if only, you can fancy it all, Molly, better than I can remember it, to tell it to you." "And what did you say?" asked Molly, breathless. "I did not answer it at all, until another letter came, entreating for a reply. By that time mamma had come home, and the old daily pressure and plaint of poverty had come on. Mary Donaldson wrote to me often, singing the praises of Mr. Preston as enthusiastically as if she had been bribed to do it. I had seen him a very popular man in their set, and I liked him well enough, and felt grateful to him. So I wrote, and gave him my promise to marry him when I was 20, but it was to be a secret till then. And I tried to forget I had ever borrowed money of him, but somehow, as soon as I felt pledged to him, I began to hate him. I could not endure his eagerness of greeting if ever he found me alone, and mamma began to suspect, I think. I cannot tell you all the ins and outs. In fact, I did not understand them at the time, and I don't remember clearly how it all happened now. But I know that Lady Cuxhaven sent mamma some money to be applied to my education, as she called it, and mamma seemed very much put out and in very low spirits, and she and I did not get on at all together. So of course I never ventured to name the hateful £20 to her, but went on trying to think that if I was to marry Mr. Preston, it need never be paid. Very mean and wicked, I dare say, but oh, Molly, I've been punished for it, for how I abhor that man." "But why? When did you begin to dislike him? You seem to have taken it very passively all this time." "I don't know. It was growing upon me before I went to that school at Boulogne. He made me feel as if I was in his power, and by too often reminding of my engagement to him, he made me critical of his words and ways. There was an insolence in his manner to mamma, too. You're thinking I'm not too respectful a daughter, and perhaps not, but I could not bear his covert sneers at her faults, and I hated his way of showing what he called his love for me. Then, after I had been a semester at Madame Lefebvre's, a new English girl came, a cousin of his, who knew but little of me. Now, Molly, you must forget as soon as I have told you what I'm going to say. And she used to talk much and perpetually about her cousin Robert. He was the great man of the family, evidently, and how he was so handsome, and every lady of the land in love with him, a lady of title into the bargain. Lady Harriet, I dare say, said Molly indignantly. I don't know, said Cynthia wearily. I didn't care at the time, and I don't care now. For she went on to say there was a very pretty widow, too, who made desperate love to him. He had often laughed with them at all her little advances, which she thought he did not see through. And this was the man I had promised to marry, and gone into debt to, and written love letters to. So now you understand it all, Molly. No, I don't yet. What did you do on hearing how he had spoken about your mother? Well, there was but one thing to do. I wrote, and told him I hated him, and would never, never marry him, and would pay him back his money and the interest of it as soon as ever I could. Well? And Madame Lefebvre brought me back my letter, unopened, I will say, and told me that she did not allow letters to gentlemen to be sent by the pupils of her establishment, unless she had previously seen their contents. I told her he was a family friend, the agent who managed mamma's affairs. I really could not stick at the truth, but she would not let it go, and I had to see her burn it, and to give her my promise I would not write again before she would consent not to tell mamma. So I had to calm down and wait till I came home. But you did not see him then, at least, not for some time. No, but I could write, and I began to try and save up my money to pay him. What did he say to your letter? Oh, at first he pretended not to believe I could be in earnest. He thought it was only pique, or a temporary offence to be apologized for and covered over with passionate protestations. And afterwards? He condescended to threats, and what is worse, then I turned coward. I could not bear to have it all known and talked about, and my silly letters shown. Oh, such letters! I cannot bear to think of them, beginning, "My dearest Robert," to that man. But, oh, Cynthia, how could you go and engage yourself to Roger? Asked Molly. Why not? Said Cynthia, sharply turning round upon her. I was free. I am free. And it seemed a way of assuring myself that I was quite free. And I did like Roger. It was such a comfort to be brought into contact with people who could be relied upon, and I was not a stock or a stone that I could fail to be touched with his tender, unselfish love, so different to Mr. Preston's. I know you don't think me good enough for him, and of course if all this comes out he won't think me good enough either, falling into a plaintive tone very touching to hear. And sometimes I think I will give him up, and go off to some fresh life amongst strangers. And once or twice I have thought I would marry Mr. Preston out of pure revenge, and have him forever in my power. Only I think I should have the worst of it, for he is cruel in his very soul, tigerish with his beautiful striped skin and relentless heart. I have so begged and begged him to let me go without exposure. Never mind the exposure, said Molly. It will recoil far more on him than harm you. Cynthia went a little paler. But I said things in those letters about mamma. I was quick-eyed enough to all her faults, and hardly understood the force of her temptations. And he says he will show those letters to your father unless I consent to acknowledge our engagement. He shall not, said Molly, rising up in her indignation. and standing before Cynthia almost as resolutely fierce as if she were in the very presence of Mr. Preston himself. "I am not afraid of him. He dare not insult me, or if he does, I do not care. I will ask him for those letters, and see if he will dare to refuse me." "You don't know him," said Cynthia, shaking her head. "He has made many an appointment with me, just as if he would take back the money, which has been sealed up ready for him this 4 months, or as if he would give me back my letters. Poor, poor Roger! How little he thinks of all this! When I want to write words of love to him, I pull myself up, for I have written words as affectionate to that other man. And if Mr. Preston ever guessed that Roger and I were engaged, he would manage to be revenged on both him and me by giving us as much pain as he could with those unlucky letters, written when I was not 16, Molly, only 7 of them. They are like a mine under my feet, which may blow up any day, and down will come father and mother and all." She ended bitterly enough, though her words were so light. "How can I get them?" said Molly, thinking. "For get them I will. With papa to back me, he dare not refuse." "Ah, but that's just the thing. He knows I'm afraid of your father's hearing it all, more than of anyone else." "And yet he thinks he loves you?" "It is his way of loving. He says often enough he does not care what he does, so that he gets me to be his wife, and that after that he is sure he can make me love him." Cynthia began to cry, out of weariness of body and despair of mind. Molly's arms were round her in a minute, and she pressed the beautiful head to her bosom, and laid her own cheek upon it, and hushed her up with lulling words, just as if Cynthia were a little child. "Oh, it is such a comfort to have told you all," murmured she; and Molly made reply, "I'm sure we have right on our side, and that makes me certain he must and shall give up the letters." "And take the money?" added Cynthia, lifting her head and looking eagerly into Molly's face. "He must take the money. Oh, Molly, you can never manage it all without its coming out to your father, and I would far rather go out to Russia as a governess. I almost think I would rather No, not that," said she, shuddering away from what she was going to say. "But he must not know. Please, Molly, he must not know. I could not bear it. I don't know what I might not do. You'll promise me never to tell him or mamma?" "I never will. You do not think I would for anything short of saving—" She was going to have said, "saving you and Roger from pain." But Cynthia broke in. "For nothing. No reason whatever must make you tell your father. If you fail, you fail, and I will love you forever for trying. But I shall be no worse than before. Better, indeed, for I shall have the comfort of your sympathy. But promise me not to tell Mr. Gibson." "I have promised once," said Molly, "but I promise again. So now do go to bed, and try and rest. You're looking as white as a sheet. You'll be ill if you don't get some rest, and it's past 2:00, and you're shivering with cold." So they wished each other good night. But when Molly got into her room, all her spirit left her, and she threw herself down on her bed, dressed as she was, for she had no heart left for anything. If Roger ever heard of it all by any chance, she felt how it would disturb his love for Cynthia. And yet was it right to conceal it from him? She must try and persuade Cynthia to tell it all straight out to him as soon as she returned to England. A full confession on her part would wonderfully lessen any pain he might have on first hearing of it. She lost herself in thoughts of Roger, how he would feel, what he would say, how that meeting would come to pass, where he was at that very time, and so on, till she suddenly plucked herself up and recollected what she herself had offered and promised to do. Now that the first fervour was over, she saw the difficulties clearly, and the foremost of all was how she was to manage to have a tête-à-tête with Mr. Preston. How had Cynthia managed? And the letters that had passed between them, too. Unwillingly, Molly was compelled to perceive that there must have been a great deal of underhand work going on beneath Cynthia's apparent openness of behaviour, and still more unwillingly she began to be afraid that she herself would be led into the practice. But she would try and walk in a straight path, and if she did wander out of it, it should only be to save pain to those whom she loved. End of chapter 43.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 50. Cynthia at Bay. Mrs. Gibson was slow in recovering her strength after the influenza, and before she was well enough to accept Lady Harriet's invitation to the Towers, Cynthia came home from London. If Molly had thought her manner of departure was scarcely as affectionate and considerate as it might have been, if such a thought had crossed Molly's fancy for an instant, she was repentant for it as soon as ever Cynthia returned, and the girls met face to face with all the old familiar affection, going upstairs to the drawing room with their arms round each other's waists, and sitting there together hand in hand. Cynthia's whole manner was more quiet than it had been, when the weight of her unpleasant secret rested on her mind, and made her alternately despondent or flighty. "After all," said Cynthia, "there's a look of home about these rooms which is very pleasant. But I wish I could see you looking stronger, mamma. That's the only unpleasant thing. Molly, why didn't you send for me?" "I wanted to," began Molly. "But I wouldn't let her," said Mrs. Gibson. "You are much better in London than here, for you could have done me no good, and your letters were very agreeable to read, and now Helen is better, and I'm nearly well, and you've come home just at the right time, for everybody is full of the charity ball." "But we are not going this year, mamma," said Cynthia decidedly. "It is on the 25th, isn't it? And I'm sure you'll never be well enough to take us." "You really seem determined to make me out worse than I am, child," said Mrs. Gibson, rather querulously, she being one of those who, when their malady is only trifling, exaggerate it, but when it really is of some consequence, are unwilling to sacrifice any pleasure by acknowledging it. It was well for her in this instance that her husband had wisdom and authority enough to forbid her going to this ball, on which she had set her heart. But the consequence of his prohibition was an increase of domestic plaintiveness and low spirits, which seemed to tell on Cynthia, the bright gay Cynthia herself, and it was often hard work for Molly to keep up the spirits of the two other people as well as her own. Ill health might account for Mrs. Gibson's despondency, but why was Cynthia so silent, not to say so sighing? Molly was puzzled to account for it, and all the more perplexed because from time to time Cynthia kept calling her for praise for some unknown and mysterious virtue that she had practised, and Molly was young enough to believe that, after any exercise of virtue, the spirits rose, cheered up by an approving conscience. Such was not the case with Cynthia, however. She sometimes said such things as these when she had been particularly inert and desponding. "Ah, Molly, you must let my goodness lie fallow for a while. It has borne such a wonderful crop this year. I have been so pretty behaved, if you knew all." Or, "Really, Molly, my virtue must come down from the clouds. It was strained to the utmost in London, and I find it is like a kite. After soaring aloft for some time, it suddenly comes down and gets tangled in all sorts of briars and brambles, which things are an allegory, unless you can bring yourself to believe in my extraordinary goodness, while I was away, giving me a sort of right to fall foul of all mamma's briars and brambles now." But Molly had had some experience of Cynthia's whims of perpetually hinting at a mystery which she did not mean to reveal, in the Mr. Preston days, and, although she was occasionally piqued into curiosity, Cynthia's allusions at something more in the background fell in general on rather deaf ears. One day the mystery burst its shell, and came out in the shape of an offer made to Cynthia by Mr. Henderson, and refused. Under all the circumstances, Molly could not appreciate the heroic goodness so often alluded to. The revelation of the secret at last took place in this way. Mrs. Gibson breakfasted in bed. She had done so ever since she had had the influenza, and consequently her own private letters always went up on the breakfast tray. One morning she came into the drawing room earlier than usual, with an open letter in her hand. I've had a letter from Aunt Kirkpatrick, Cynthia. She sends me my dividends, your uncle is so busy. But what does she mean by this, Cynthia?" holding out the letter to her with a certain paragraph indicated by her finger. Cynthia put her netting on one side and looked at the writing. Suddenly her face turned scarlet and then became of a deadly white. She looked at Molly as if to gain courage from the strong, serene countenance. "It means, mamma, I may as well tell you at once. Mr. Henderson offered to me while I was in London, and I refused him." "Refused him, and you never told me, but let me hear it by chance. Really, Cynthia, I think you're very unkind. And pray what made you refuse Mr. Henderson? Such a fine young man, and such a gentleman. Your uncle told me he had a very good private fortune besides." "Mamma, do you forget that I have promised to marry Roger Hamley?" said Cynthia quietly. "No, of course I don't. How can I, with Molly always dinning the word engagement into my ears? But really, when one considers all the uncertainties, and after all, it was not a distinct promise, he seemed almost as if he might have looked forward to something of this sort." "Of what sort, mamma?" said Cynthia sharply. "Why, of a more eligible offer. He must have known you might change your mind, and meet with some one you liked better. So little as you had seen of the world." Cynthia made an impatient movement, as if to stop her mother. "I never said I liked him better. How can you talk so, mamma? I'm going to marry Roger, and there is an end of it. I will not be spoken to about it again." She got up and left the room. "Going to marry Roger? That's all very fine, but who is to guarantee his coming back alive? And if he does, what have they to marry upon, I should like to know? I don't wish her to have accepted Mr. Henderson, though I am sure she liked him, and true love ought to have its course, and not be thwarted. But she need not have quite finally refused him until we had seen how matters turn out. Such an invalid as I am, too! It has given me quite a palpitation at the heart. I do call it quite unfeeling of Cynthia." "Certainly," began Molly. But then she remembered that her stepmother was far from strong, and unable to bear a protest in favour of the right course without irritation. So she changed her speech into a suggestion of remedies for palpitation, and curbed her impatience to speak out her indignation at the contemplated falsehood to Roger. But when they were alone, and Cynthia began upon the subject, Molly was less merciful. Cynthia said, "Well, Molly, and now you know all. I've been longing to tell you, and yet somehow I could not." "I suppose it was a repetition of Mr. Coxe," said Molly gravely. "You were agreeable, and he took it for something more." "I don't know," sighed Cynthia. I don't know if I was agreeable or not. He was very kind, very pleasant, but I did not expect it all to end as it did. However, it is no use thinking of it." "No," said Molly simply, for to her mind the pleasantest and kindest person in the world put in comparison with Roger was as nothing. He stood by himself. Cynthia's next words, and they did not come very soon, were on quite a different subject, and spoken in rather a pettish tone. Nor did she allude again in jesting sadness to her late efforts at virtue. In a little while Mrs. Gibson was able to accept the often repeated invitation from the Towers to go and stay there for a day or two. Lady Harriet told her that it would be a kindness to Lady Cumnor to come and bear her company in the life of seclusion the latter was still compelled to lead, and Mrs. Gibson was flattered and gratified with dim unconscious sense of being really wanted, not merely deluding herself into a pleasing fiction. Lady Cumnor was in that state of convalescence common to many invalids. The spring of life had begun again to flow, and with the flow returned the old desires and projects and plans, which had all but become mere matters of indifference during the worst parts of her illness. But as yet her bodily strength was not sufficient to be an agent to her energetic mind, and the difficulty of driving the ill-matched pair of body and will, one weak and languid, the other strong and stern, made her ladyship often very irritable. Mrs. Gibson herself was not quite strong enough for a souffre-douleur, and the visit to the Towers was not, on the whole, quite so happy a one as she had anticipated. Lady Cuxhaven and Lady Harriet, each aware of their mother's state of health and temper, but only alluding to it as slightly as was absolutely necessary in their conversations with each other, took care not to leave Clare too long with Lady Cumnor. But several times when one or the other went to relieve guard, they found Clare in tears, and Lady Cumnor holding forth on some point on which she had been meditating during the silent hours of her illness, and on which she seemed to consider herself born to set the world rights. Mrs. Gibson was always apt to consider these remarks as addressed with a personal direction at some error of her own, and defended the fault in question with a sense of propriety in it, whatever it might happen to be. The second and the last day of her stay at the Towers, Lady Harriet came in, and found her mother haranguing in an excited tone of voice, and Clare looking submissive and miserable and oppressed. "What's the matter, dear mamma? Are you not tiring yourself with talking?" "No, not at all. I was only speaking of the folly of people dressing above their station. I began by telling Clare of the fashions of my grandmother's days, when every class had a sort of costume of its own, and servants did not ape tradespeople, nor tradespeople professional men, and so on. And what must the foolish woman do but begin to justify her own dress, as if I had been accusing her, or even thinking about her at all. Such nonsense! Really, Clare, your husband has spoilt you sadly, if you can't listen to any one without thinking they are alluding to you. People may flatter themselves just as much by thinking that their faults are always present to other people's minds, as if they believed that the world is always contemplating their individual charms and virtues." "I was told, Lady Cumnor, that this silk was reduced in price. I bought it at Waterloo House after the season was over," said Mrs. Gibson, touching the very handsome gown she wore in deprecation of Lady Cumnor's angry voice, and blundering on to the very source of irritation. "Again, Clare, how often must I tell you I had no thought of you or your gowns, or whether they cost much or little? Your husband has to pay for them, and it is his concern if you spend more on your dress than you ought to do." "It was only 5 guineas for the whole dress," pleaded Mrs. Gibson. "And very pretty it is," said Lady Harriet, stooping to examine it, and so hoping to soothe the poor aggrieved woman. But Lady Cumnor went on. "No, you ought to have known me better by this time. When I think a thing, I say it out. I don't beat about the bush. I use straightforward language. I will tell you where I think you have been at fault, Clare, if you'd like to know. Like it or not, the plain speaking was coming now. You have spoilt that girl of yours till she does not know her own mind. She has behaved abominably to Mr. Preston, and it is all in consequence of the faults in her education. You have much to answer for." "Mamma, mamma," said Lady Harriet, "Mr. Preston did not wish it spoken about." And at the same moment Mrs. Gibson exclaimed, "Cynthia! Mr. Preston!" in such a tone of surprise, that if Lady Cumnor had been in the habit of observing the relations made by other people's tones and voices, she would have found out that Mrs. Gibson was ignorant of the affair to which she was alluding. "As for Mr. Preston's wishes, I do not suppose I am bound to regard them, when I feel it is my duty to reprove error," said Lady Cumnor loftily to Lady Harriet. "And Clare, do you mean to say that you are not aware that your daughter has been engaged to Mr. Preston for some time, years I believe, and has at last chosen to break it off, and has used the Gibson girl, I forget her name, as a cat's paw, and made both her and herself the town's talk, the butt for all the gossip of Hollingford? I remember when I was young there was a girl called Jilting Jessie. You'll have to watch over your young lady, or she will get some such name. I speak to you like a friend, Clare, when I tell you it's my opinion that girl of yours will get herself into some more mischief yet before she's safely married. Not that I care one straw for Mr. Preston's feelings. I don't even know if he's got feelings or not. But I know what is becoming in young women, and jilting is not. And now you may both go away and send Bradley to me, for I am tired, and I want to have a little sleep." "Indeed, Lady Cumnor, will you believe me? I do not think Cynthia was ever engaged to Mr. Preston. There was an old flirtation. I was afraid—" "Ring the bell for Bradley," said Lady Cumnor, wearily. Her eyes closed. Lady Harriet had too much experience of her mother's moods not to lead Mrs. Gibson away almost by main force, she protesting all the while that she did not think there was any truth in the statement, though it was dear Lady Cumnor that said it. Once in her own room, Lady Harriet said, "Now, Clare, I'll tell you all about it, and I think you'll have to believe it, for it was Mr. Preston himself who told me. I heard of a great commotion in Hollingford about Mr. Preston, and I met him riding out and asked him what it was all about. He did not want to speak about it, evidently. No man does, I suppose, when he's been jilted, and he made both papa and me promise not to tell. But papa did, and that's what mamma has for a foundation, you see, a really good one." "But Cynthia's engaged to another man. She really is. And another, a very good match indeed, has just been offering to her in London. Mr. Preston is always at the root of mischief." Nay, I do think in this case it must be that pretty Miss Cynthia of yours who has drawn on one man to be engaged to her, not to say two, and another to make her an offer. I can't endure Mr. Preston, but I think it's rather hard to accuse him of having called up the rivals who are, I suppose, the occasion of his being jilted. I don't know. I always feel as if he owed me a grudge, and men have so many ways of being spiteful. You must acknowledge that if he had not met, you should not have dear Lady Cumnor so angry at me. She only wanted to warn you about Cynthia. Mamma has always been very particular about her own daughters. She has been very severe on the least approach to flirting, and Mary will be like her. But Cynthia will flirt, I can't help it. She is not noisy or giggly. She is always a lady, that everyone must own. But she has a way of attracting men. She must have inherited that from me, I think. And here she smiled faintly, and would not have rejected a confirmatory compliment, but none came. However, I will speak to her. I will get to the bottom of the whole affair. Pray tell Lady Cumnor that it has so fluttered me the way she spoke about my dress and all, and it only cost 5 guineas after all, reduced from 8. Well, never mind now. You are looking very much flushed, quite feverish. I left you too long in mamma's hot room. But do you know she is so much pleased to have you here? And so Lady Cumnor really was, in spite of the continual lectures which she gave Clare, and which poor Mrs. Gibson turned under as helplessly as the typical worm. Still, it was something to have a countess to scold her, and that pleasure would endure when the worry was past. And then Lady Harriet petted her more than usual to make up for what she had to go through in the convalescence room. And Lady Cuxhaven talked sense to her, with dashes of science and deep thought intermixed, which was very flattering, although generally unintelligible. And Lord Cumnor, good-natured and good-tempered, kind and liberal, was full of gratitude for her kindness in coming to see Lady Cumnor, and his gratitude took the tangible shape of a haunch of venison, to say nothing of lesser game. When she looked back upon her visit as she drove home in the solitary grandeur of the Towers carriage, there had been but one great enduring rub, Lady Cumnor's crossness, and she chose to consider Cynthia as the cause of that, instead of seeing the truth, which had been so often set before her by the members of that ladyship's family, that it took its origin in her state of health. Mrs. Gibson did not exactly mean to visit this one discomfort upon Cynthia, nor did she quite mean to upbraid her daughter for conduct as yet unexplained, and which might have some justification. But, finding her quietly sitting in the drawing-room, she sate down despondingly in her own easy-chair, and in reply to Cynthia's quick pleasant greeting of "Well, mamma, how are you? We did not expect you so early. Let me take off your bonnet and shawl," she replied dolefully, "It has not been such a happy visit that I should wish to prolong it." Her eyes were fixed on the carpet, and her face was as irresponsive to the welcome offered as she could make it. "What has been the matter?" asked Cynthia, in all good faith. "You, Cynthia, you. I little thought when you were born how I should have to bear to hear you spoken about." Cynthia threw back her head, and angry light came into her eyes. "What business have they with me? How came they to talk about me in any way?" "Everybody is talking about you. It is no wonder they are. Lord Cumnor is sure to hear about everything always. You should take more care about what you do, Cynthia, if you don't like being talked about." "It rather depends upon what people say," said Cynthia, affecting a lightness which she did not feel, for she had a prevision of what was coming. "Well, I don't like it at any rate. It is not pleasant to me to hear first of my daughter's misdoings from Lady Cumnor, and then to be lectured about her, and her flirting, and her jilting, as if I had had anything to do with it. I can assure you it has quite spoilt my visit. No, don't touch my shawl. When I go to my room I can take it myself." Cynthia was brought to bay and sate down, remaining with her mother, who kept sighing ostentatiously from time to time. "Would you mind telling me what they said? If there are accusations abroad against me, it is well I should know what they are. Here's Molly," as the girl entered the room, fresh from a morning's walk. "Molly, mamma has come back from the Towers, and my lord and my lady have been doing me the honour to talk over my crimes and misdemeanours, and I am asking mamma what they have said. I don't set up for more virtue than other people, but I can't make out what an earl and a countess have to do with poor little me." "It was not for your sake," said Mrs. Gibson. "It was for mine. They felt for me. It is not pleasant to have one's child's name in everybody's mouth." As I said before, that depends upon how it is in everybody's mouth. If I were going to marry Lord Hollingford, I make no doubt every one would be talking about me, and neither you nor I should mind it in the least. But this is no marriage with Lord Hollingford, so it is nonsense to talk as if it was. They say you've gone and engaged yourself to Mr. Preston, and now refuse to marry him, and they call that jilting." "Do you wish me to marry him, mamma?" asked Cynthia, her face in flame, her eyes cast down. Molly stood by very hot, not fully understanding it, and only kept where she was by the hope of coming in as sweetener or peacemaker, or helper of some kind. "No," said Mrs. Gibson, evidently discomfited by the question. "Of course I don't. You have gone and entangled yourself with Roger Hamley, a very worthy young man, but nobody knows where he is, and if he's dead or alive, and he has not a penny if he is alive." "I beg your pardon. I know that he has some fortune from his mother. It may not be much, but he is not penniless, and he is sure to earn fame and great reputation, and with it money will come. You've entangled yourself with him. You've done something of the kind with Mr. Preston, and got yourself into such an imbroglio." Mrs. Gibson could not have said mess for the world, although the word was present to her mind. That when a really eligible person comes forward, handsome, agreeable, and quite the gentleman, and a good private fortune into the bargain, you have to refuse him. You'll end as an old maid, Cynthia, and it will break my heart. "I daresay I shall," said Cynthia quietly. "I sometimes think I am the kind of person of which old maids are made." She spoke seriously and a little sadly. Mrs. Gibson began again. "I don't want to know your secrets as long as they are secrets, but when all the town is talking about you, I think I ought to be told." "But, mamma, I did not know I was such a subject of conversation, and even now I can't make out how this has come about." "No more can I. I only know they say you've been engaged to Mr. Preston, and ought to marry him, and that I can't help it if you did not choose, any more than I could have helped your refusing Mr. Henderson, and yet I am constantly blamed for your misconduct. I think it's very hard." Mrs. Gibson began to cry. Just then her husband came in. "You here, my dear? Welcome back," said he, coming up to her courteously and kissing her cheek. "Why, what's the matter? Tears?" And he heartily wished himself away again. "Yes," said she, raising herself up, and clutching after sympathy of any kind at any price. "I'm come home again, and I'm telling Cynthia how Lady Cumnor has been cross to me, and all through her. Did you know she had gone and engaged herself to Mr. Preston, and then broken it off? Everybody is talking about it, and they know it up at the Towers." For one moment his eyes met Molly's, and he comprehended it all. He made his lips up into a whistle, but no sound came. Cynthia had quite lost her defiant manner since her mother had spoken to Mr. Gibson. Molly sate down beside her. "Cynthia," said he very seriously. "Yes," she answered softly. "Is this true? I have heard something of it before, not much, but there is scandal enough about to make it desirable that you should have some protector, a friend who knows the whole truth." No answer. At last she said, "Molly knows it all." Mrs. Gibson, too, had been awed into silence by her husband's grave manner, and she did not like to give vent to the jealous thought in her mind that Molly had known the secret of which she was ignorant. Mr. Gibson replied to Cynthia with some sternness. "Yes, I know that Molly knows it all, and that she has had to bear slander and ill words for your sake, Cynthia, but she refused to tell me more." "She told you that much, did she?" said Cynthia, aggrieved. "I could not help it," said Molly. "She did not name your name," said Mr. Gibson. "At the time I believe she thought she had concealed it, but there was no mistaking who it was." "Why did she speak about it at all?" said Cynthia, with some bitterness. Her tone, her question, stirred up Mr. Gibson's passion. "It was necessary for her to justify herself to me. I heard my daughter's reputation attacked for the private meetings she had given to Mr. Preston. I came to her for an explanation. There is no need to be ungenerous, Cynthia, because you have been a flirt and a jilt even to the degree of dragging Molly's name down into the same mire." Cynthia lifted her bowed down head and looked at him. "You say that of me, Mr. Gibson, not knowing what the circumstances are. You say that." He had spoken too strongly. He knew it. But he could not bring himself to own it just at that moment. The thought of his sweet, innocent Molly, who had borne so much patiently, prevented any retraction of his words at the time. "Yes," he said, "I do say it. You cannot tell what evil constructions are put upon actions ever so slightly beyond the bounds of maidenly propriety. I do say that Molly has had a great deal to bear, in consequence of this clandestine engagement of yours, Cynthia. There may be extenuating circumstances, I acknowledge, but you will need to remember them all to excuse your conduct to Roger Hamley when he comes home. I asked you to tell me the full truth, in order that, until he comes, and has a legal right to protect you, I may do so." No answer. "It certainly requires explanation," continued he. "Here you are, engaged to 2 men at once to all appearances." Still no answer. "To be sure, the gossips of the town have not yet picked out the fact of Roger Hamley's being your accepted lover; but scandal has been resting on Molly, and ought to have rested on you, Cynthia, for a concealed engagement to Mr. Preston, necessitating meetings in all sorts of places unknown to your friends." "Papa," said Molly, "if you knew all, you would not speak so to Cynthia. I wish she would tell you herself all that she has told me." "I am ready to hear whatever she has to say," said he. But Cynthia said, "No, you have prejudged me. You have spoken to me as you had no right to speak. I refuse to give you my confidence, or accept your help. People are very cruel to me." Her voice trembled for a moment. "I did not think you would have been, but I can bear it." Then, in spite of Molly, who would have detained her by force, she tore herself away and hastily left the room. "Oh, papa!" said Molly, crying and clinging to him, "do let me tell you all." And then she suddenly recollected the awkwardness of telling some of the details of the story before Mrs. Gibson, and stopped short. "I think, Mr. Gibson, you have been very, very unkind to my poor fatherless child," said Mrs. Gibson, emerging from behind her pocket handkerchief. "I only wish her poor father had been alive, and all this would never have happened." "Very probably. Still, I cannot see of what either she or you have to complain. Inasmuch as we could, I and mine have sheltered her. I have loved her. I do love her almost as if she were my own child, as well as Molly. I do not pretend to do." "That's it, Mr. Gibson. You do not treat her like your own child." But in the midst of this wrangle, Molly stole out and went in search of Cynthia. She thought she bore an olive branch of healing in the sound of her father's just spoken words, "I do love her almost as if she were my own child." But Cynthia was locked into her room, and refused to open the door. "Open to me, please," pleaded Molly. "I have something to say to you. I want to see you. Do open." "No," said Cynthia, "not now. I am busy. Leave me alone. I don't want to hear what you have got to say. I do not want to see you. By and by we shall meet, and then—" Molly stood quite quietly, wondering what new words of more persuasion she could use. In a minute or two Cynthia called out, "Are you there still, Molly?" And when Molly answered yes, and hoped for a relenting, the same hard metallic voice, telling of resolution and repression, spoke out, "Go away. I cannot bear the feeling of your being there, waiting and listening. Go downstairs out of the house, anywhere away. It is the most you can do for me now." End of chapter 50. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Concluding remarks by Frederick Greenwood, the editor of the Cornhill Magazine. Here the story is broken off, and it can never be finished. What promised to be the crowning work of a life is a memorial of death. A few days longer, and it would have been a triumphal column, crowned with a capital of festal leaves and flowers. Now it is another sort of column, one of those sad white pillars which stand broken in the churchyard. But if the work is not quite complete, little remains to be added to it, and that little has been distinctly reflected into our minds. We know that Roger Hamley will marry Molly, and that is what we are most concerned about. Indeed, there was little else to tell. Had the writer lived, she would have sent her hero back to Africa forthwith, and those scientific parts of Africa are a long way from Hamley, and there is not much to choose between a long distance and a long time. How many hours are there in 24 when you are all alone in a desert place, 1,000 miles from the happiness which might be yours to take, if you were there to take it? How many, when from the sources of the Topinambo your heart flies back 10 times a day, like a carrier pigeon, to the one only source of future good for you, and 10 times a day returns with its message undelivered, many more than are counted on the calendar. So Roger found. The days were weeks that separated him from the time when Molly gave him a certain little flower, and months from the time which divorced him from Cynthia, whom he had begun to doubt before he knew for certain that she was never much worth hoping for. And if such were his days, what was the slow procession of actual weeks and months in those remote and solitary places? They were like years of a stay-at-home life, with liberty and leisure to see that nobody was courting Molly meanwhile. The effect of this was, that long before the term of his engagement was ended, all that Cynthia had been to him was departed from Roger's mind, and all that Molly was and might be to him filled it full. He returned, but when he saw Molly again he remembered that to her the time of his absence might not have seemed so long, and was oppressed with the old dread that she would think him fickle. Therefore this young gentleman, so self-reliant and so lucid in scientific matters, found it difficult after all to tell Molly how much he hoped she loved him, and might have blundered if he had not thought of beginning by showing her the flower that was plucked from the nosegay. How charmingly that scene would have been drawn, had Mrs. Gaskell lived to depict it, we can only imagine. That it would have been charming, especially in what Molly did and looked and said, we know. Roger and Molly are married, and if one of them is happier than the other, it is Molly. Her husband has no need to draw upon the little fortune which is to go to poor Osborne's boy, for he becomes professor at some grey scientific institution, and wins his way in the world handsomely. The squire is almost as happy in this marriage as his son. If anyone suffers for it, it is Mr. Gibson, but he takes a partner, so as to get a chance of running up to London to stay with Molly for a few days now and then, and to get a little rest from Mrs. Gibson. Of what was to happen to Cynthia after her marriage, the author was not heard to say much, and indeed it does not seem that anything needs to be added. One little anecdote, however, was told of her by Mrs. Gaskell, which is very characteristic. One day, when Cynthia and her husband were on a visit to Hollingford, Mr. Henderson learned for the first time, through an innocent casual remark of Mr. Gibson's, that the famous traveller Roger Hamley was known to the family. Cynthia had never happened to mention it. How well that little incident, too, would have been described! But it is useless to speculate upon what would have been done by the delicate strong hand which can create no more Molly Gibsons, no more Roger Hamleys. We have repeated in this brief note all that is known of her designs for the story, which would have been completed in another chapter. There is not so much to regret, then, so far as this novel is concerned. Indeed, the regrets of those who knew her are less for the loss of the novelist than of the woman, one of the kindest and wisest of her time. But yet, for her own sake, as a novelist alone, her untimely death is a matter for deep regret. It is clear, in this novel of wives and daughters, in the exquisite little story that preceded it, Cousin Phillis, and in Sylvia's Lovers, that Mrs. Gaskell had within these 5 years started upon a new career, with all the freshness of youth, and with a mind which seemed to have put off its clay and to have been born again. But that put off its clay must be taken in a very narrow sense. All minds are tinctured more or less with the muddy vesture in which they are contained, but few minds ever showed less of base earth than Mrs. Gaskell's. It was so at all times, but lately even the original slight tincture seemed to disappear. While you read any one of the last 3 books we have named, you feel yourself caught out of an abominable wicked world, crawling with selfishness and reeking with base passions, into one where there is much weakness, many mistakes, sufferings long and bitter, but where it is possible for people to live calm and wholesome lives. And, what is more, you feel that this is at least as real a world as the other. The kindly spirit which thinks no ill looks out of her pages irradiate, and while we read them we breathe the purer intelligence which prefers to deal with emotions and passions which have a living root in the minds within the pale of salvation, and not with those which rot without it. This spirit is more especially declared in Cousin Phyllis and Wives and Daughters, their author's latest works. They seem to show that for her the end of life was not descent amongst the clods of the valley, but ascent into the purer air of the heaven-aspiring hills. We are saying nothing now of the merely intellectual qualities displayed in these later works. 20 years to come, that may be thought the more important question of the two. In the presence of her grave we cannot think so, but it is true all the same that as mere works of art and observation, these later novels of Mrs. Gaskell's are among the finest of our time. There is a scene in Cousin Phyllis where Holman, making hay with his men, ends the day with a psalm, which is not excelled as a picture in all modern fiction, and the same may be said of that chapter of this last story in which Roger smokes a pipe with the squire after the quarrel with Osborne. There is little in either of these scenes, or in a score of others which succeed each other like gems in a cabinet, which the ordinary novel-maker could seize. There is no material for him in 6 farming men singing hymns in a field, or a discontented old gentleman smoking tobacco with his son. Still less could he avail himself of the miseries of a little girl sent to be happy in a fine house full of fine people. But it is just in such things as these that true genius appears brightest and most unapproachable. It is the same with the personages in Mrs. Gaskell's works. Cynthia is one of the most difficult characters which have ever been attempted in our time. Perfect art always obscures the difficulties it overcomes, and it is not till we try to follow the processes by which such a character as the Tito of Romola is created, for instance, that we begin to understand what a marvellous piece of work it is. To be sure, Cynthia was not so difficult, nor is it nearly so great a creation as that splendid achievement of art and thought, of the rarest art, of the profoundest thought. But she also belongs to the kind of characters which are conceived only in minds large, clear, harmonious, and just, and which can be portrayed fully and without flaw only by hands obedient to the finest motions of the mind. Viewed in this light, Cynthia is a more important piece of work even than Molly, delicately as she is drawn, and true and harmonious as that picture is also. And what we have said of Cynthia may be said with equal truth of Osborne Hamley. The true delineation of a character like that is as fine a test of art as the painting of a foot or a hand, which also seems so easy, and in which perfection is most rare. In this case the work is perfect. Mrs. Gaskell had drawn a dozen characters more striking than Osborne since she wrote Mary Barton, but not one which shows more exquisite finish. Another thing we may be permitted to notice, because it has a great and general significance. It may be true that this is not exactly the place for criticism, but since we are writing of Osborne Hamley, we cannot resist pointing out a peculiar instance of the subtler conceptions which underlie all really considerable works. Here are Osborne and Roger, 2 men who, in every particular that can be seized for description, are totally different creatures. Body and mind they are quite unlike. They have different tastes, they take different ways. They are men of 2 sorts which, in the society sense, never know each other, and yet Never did brotherly blood run more manifest than in the veins of those two. To make that manifest without allowing the effort to peep out for a single moment would be a triumph of art, but it is a touch beyond the reach of art to make their likeness in unlikeness so natural a thing that we no more wonder about it than we wonder at seeing the fruit and the bloom on the same bramble. We have always seen them there together in blackberry season, and do not wonder about it nor think about it at all. Inferior writers, even some writers who are highly accounted, would have revelled in the contrast, persuaded that they were doing a fine anatomical dramatic thing by bringing it out at every opportunity. To the author of Wives and Daughters, this sort of anatomy was mere dislocation. She began by having the people of her story born in the usual way, and not built up like the Frankenstein monster, and thus, when Squire Hamley took a wife, it was then provided that his two boys should be as naturally one and diverse as the fruit and the bloom on the bramble. It goes without speaking. These differences are precisely what might have been expected from the union of Squire Hamley with the town-bred, refined, delicate-minded woman whom he married, and the affection of the young men, their kindness, to use the word in its old and new meanings at once, is nothing but a reproduction of those impalpable threads of love which bound the equally diverse father and mother in bonds faster than the ties of blood. But we will not permit ourselves to write any more in this vein. It is unnecessary to demonstrate to those who know what is and what is not true literature, that Mrs. Gaskell was gifted with some of the choicest faculties bestowed upon mankind. That these grew into greater strength and ripened into greater beauty in the decline of her days, and that she has gifted us with some of the truest, purest works of fiction in the language. And she was herself what her works show her to have been, a wise, good woman. End of the concluding remarks, and the end of Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. This section was read by Kara Schallenberg on October 13th, 2006, in Oceanside, California.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 36, Domestic Diplomacy. The evening of the day on which Mr. Gibson had been to see the squire, the three women were alone in the drawing-room, for Mr. Gibson had had a long round and was not as yet come in. They had had to wait dinner for him, and for some time after his return there was nothing done or said but what related to the necessary business of eating. Mr. Gibson was, perhaps, as well satisfied with his day's work as any of the four, for this visit to the squire had been weighing on his mind ever since he had heard of the state of things between Roger and Cynthia. He did not like the having to go and tell of a love affair so soon after he had declared his belief that no such thing existed. It was a confession of fallibility which is distasteful to most men. If the squire had not been of so unsuspicious and simple a nature, he might have drawn his own conclusions from the apparent concealment of facts, and felt doubtful of Mr. Gibson's perfect honesty in the business. But being what he was, there was no danger of such unjust misapprehension. Still, Mr. Gibson knew the hot, hasty temper he had to deal with, and had expected more violence of language than he really encountered. And the last arrangement by which Cynthia, her mother, and Molly, who, as Mr. Gibson thought to himself and smiled at the thought, was sure to be a peacemaker and a sweetener of intercourse, were to go to the hall and make acquaintance with the squire, appeared like a great success to Mr. Gibson, for achieving which he took not a little credit to himself. Altogether he was more cheerful and bland than he had been for many days, and when he came into the drawing-room for a few minutes after dinner, before going out again to see his town patients, he whistled a little under his breath, as he stood with his back to the fire, looking at Cynthia and thinking that he had not done her justice when describing her to the squire. Now this soft, almost tuneless whistling was to Mr. Gibson what purring is to a cat. He could no more have done it with an anxious case on his mind, or when he was annoyed by human folly, or when he was hungry, than he could have flown through the air. Molly knew all this by instinct, and was happy without being aware of it, as soon as she heard the low whistle, which was no music after all. But Mrs. Gibson did not like this trick of her husband's. It was not refined, she thought, not even artistic. If she could have called it by this fine word, it would have compensated her for the want of refinement. Tonight it was particularly irritating to her nerves, but since her conversation with Mr. Gibson about Cynthia's engagement, she had not felt herself in a sufficiently good position to complain. Mr. Gibson began, "Well, Cynthia, I have seen the Squire to-day, and made a clean breast of it." Cynthia looked up quickly, questioning with her eyes. Molly stopped her netting to listen. No one spoke. "You're all to go there on Thursday to lunch. He asked you all, and I promised for you." Still no reply. Natural, perhaps, but very flat. "You'll be glad of that, Cynthia, shan't you?" asked Mr. Gibson. "It may be a little formidable, but I hope it will be the beginning of a good understanding between you."
"Thank you," said she, with an effort. But won't it make it public? I do so wish not to have it known or talked about, not till he comes back, or close upon the marriage."
"I don't see how it should make it public," said Mr. Gibson. "My wife goes to lunch with my friend, and takes her daughters with her. There's nothing in that, is there?"
"I am not sure that I shall go," put in Mrs. Gibson. She did not know why she said it, for she fully intended to go all the time, but having said it, she was bound to stick to it for a little while, and with such a husband as hers, the hard necessity was sure to fall upon her of having to find a reason for her saying. There it came, quick and sharp.
"Why not?" said he, turning round upon her.
"Oh, because I think he ought to have called on Cynthia first. I've that sort of sensitiveness I can't bear to think of her being slighted because she is poor."
"Nonsense!" said Mr. Gibson. "I do assure you no slight whatever was intended. He does not wish to speak about the engagement to anyone, not even to Osborne. That's your wish too, is it not, Cynthia? Nor does he intend to mention it to any of you when you get there. But, naturally enough, he wants to make acquaintance with his future daughter-in-law. If he deviated so much from his usual course as to come calling here—"
"I'm sure I don't want him to come calling here," said Mrs. Gibson, interrupting. "He was not so very agreeable the only time he did come. But I am that sort of a character that I cannot put up with any neglect of persons I love, just because they are not smiled upon by fortune." She sighed a little ostentatiously as she ended her sentence.
"Well, then, you won't go?"
said Mr. Gibson, provoked, but not wishing to have a long discussion, especially as he felt his temper going. "Do you wish it, Cynthia?" said Mrs. Gibson, anxious for an excuse to yield. But her daughter was quite aware of this motive for the question, and replied quietly, "Not particularly, mamma. I am quite willing to refuse the invitation."
"It is already accepted," said Mr. Gibson, almost ready to vow that he would never again meddle in any affair in which women were concerned, which would effectually shut him out from all love affairs for the future. He had been touched by the Squire's relenting, pleased with what he had thought would give others pleasure, and this was the end of it. "Oh, do go, Cynthia," said Molly, pleading with her eyes as well as her words. "Do. I'm sure you will like the Squire, and it is such a pretty place, and he'll be so much disappointed." "I should not like to give up my dignity," said Cynthia, demurely. "And you heard what mamma said." It was very malicious of her. She fully intended to go, and was equally sure that her mother was already planning her dress for the occasion in her own mind. Mr. Gibson, however, who, surgeon though he was, had never learnt to anatomize a woman's heart, took it all literally, and was excessively angry both with Cynthia and her mother, so angry that he did not dare to trust himself to speak. He went quickly to the door, intending to leave the room, but his wife's voice arrested him. She said, "My dear, do you wish me to go? If you do, I will put my own feelings on one side." "Of course I do," he said, short and stern, and left the room. "Then I'll go," said she, in the voice of a victim. Those words were meant for him, but he hardly heard them. "And we'll have a fly from the George, and get a livery coat for Thomas, which I've long been wanting, only dear Mr. Gibson did not like it, but on an occasion like this I'm sure he won't mind, and Thomas shall go on the box, and—" "But, mamma, I've my feelings too," said Cynthia. "Nonsense, child, when all is so nicely arranged too." So they went on the day appointed. Mr. Gibson was aware of the change of plans, and that they were going after all, but he was so much annoyed by the manner in which his wife had received an invitation which had appeared to him so much kinder than he had expected from his previous knowledge of the Squire, and his wishes on the subject of his sons' marriages, that Mrs. Gibson heard neither interest nor curiosity expressed by her husband as to the visit itself, or the reception they met with. Cynthia's indifference as to whether the invitation was accepted or not had displeased Mr. Gibson. He was not up to her ways with her mother, and did not understand how much of this said indifference had been assumed in order to countervent Mrs. Gibson's affectation and false sentiment. But for all his annoyance on the subject, he was, in fact, very curious to know how the visit had gone off, and took the first opportunity of being alone with Molly to question her about the lunch of the day before at Hamley Hall. "And so you went to Hamley yesterday, after all?" "Yes, I thought you would have come. The Squire seemed quite to expect you." "I thought of going there at first, but I changed my mind, like other people. I don't see why women are supposed to have a monopoly of changeableness. Well, how did it go off? Pleasantly, I suppose, for both your mother and Cynthia were in high spirits last night." "Yes, the dear old Squire was in his best dress, and on his best behaviour, and was so prettily attentive to Cynthia, and she looked so lovely, walking about with him, and listening to all his talk about the garden and the farm. Mamma was tired, and stopped indoors, so they got on very well, and saw a great deal of each other." "And my little girl trotted behind?" "Oh yes, I was almost at home, and besides, of course—" Molly went very red, and left the sentence unfinished. "Do you think she's worthy of him?" asked her father, just as if she had completed her speech. "Of Roger, papa? Oh, who is? But she is very sweet, and very, very charming." "Very charming, if you will, but somehow I don't quite understand her. Why does she want all this secrecy? Why was she not more eager to go and pay her duty to Roger's father? She took it as coolly as if I'd asked her to go to church." "I don't think she did take it coolly. I believe I don't quite understand her either, but I love her dearly all the same." I like to understand people thoroughly, but I know it's not necessary to women. Do you really think she's worthy of him?"
"Oh, papa!" said Molly, and then she stopped. She wanted to speak in favour of Cynthia, but somehow she could form no reply that pleased her to this repeated inquiry. He did not seem much to care if he got an answer or not, for he went on with his own thoughts, and the result was that he asked Molly if Cynthia had heard from Roger. "Yes, on Wednesday morning."
"Did she show it to you?" "But of course not. Besides, I read the Squire's letter, which told all about him."
Now Cynthia, rather to Molly's surprise, had told her that she might read the letter if she liked, and Molly had shrunk from availing herself of the permission for Roger's sake. She thought that he would probably have poured out his heart to the one sole person, and that it was not fair to listen, as it were, to his confidences.
"Was Osborne at home?" asked Mr. Gibson. "The Squire said he did not think he would have come back, but the young fellow is so uncertain."
"No, he was still from home." Then Molly blushed all over crimson, for it suddenly struck her that Osborne was probably with his wife, that mysterious wife of whose existence she was cognizant, but of whom she knew so little, and of whom her father knew nothing. Mr. Gibson noticed the blush with anxiety. What did it mean? It was troublesome enough to find that one of the Squire's precious sons had fallen in love within the prohibited ranks.
and what would not have to be said and done if anything fresh were to come out between Osborne and Molly. He spoke out at once to relieve himself of this new apprehension. "Molly, I was taken by surprise by this affair between Cynthia and Roger Hamley. If there's anything more on the tapis, let me know at once, honestly and openly. I know it's an awkward question for you to reply to, but I would not ask it unless I had good reasons." He took her hand as he spoke. She looked up at him with clear, truthful eyes, which filled with tears as she spoke. She did not know why the tears came. Perhaps it was because she was not so strong as formerly. "If you mean that you're afraid that Osborne thinks of me as Roger thinks of Cynthia, papa, you are quite mistaken. Osborne and I are friends, and nothing more, and never can be anything more. That's all I can tell you." "It's quite enough, little one. It's a great relief. I don't want to have my Molly carried off by any young man just yet. I should miss her sadly." He could not help saying this in the fullness of his heart just then, but he was surprised at the effect these few tender words produced. Molly threw her arms round his neck, and began to sob bitterly, her head lying on his shoulder. "There, there," said he, patting her on the back and leading her to the sofa. "That will do. I get quite enough of tears in the day, shed for real causes, not to want them at home, where I hope they are shed for no cause at all. There's nothing really the matter, is there, my dear?" he continued, holding her a little way from him that he might look in her face. She smiled at him through her tears, and he did not see the look of sadness which returned to her face after he had left her. "Nothing, dear, dear papa, nothing now. It's such a comfort to have you all to myself. It makes me happy." Mr. Gibson knew all implied in these words, and felt that there was no effectual help for the state of things which had arisen from his own act. It was better for them both that they should not speak out more fully. So he kissed her, and said, "That's right, dear. I can leave you in comfort now, and indeed I've stayed too long already gossiping. Go out and have a walk. Take Cynthia with you if you like. I must be off. Good-bye, little one." His commonplace words acted like an astringent on Molly's relaxed feelings. He intended that they should do so. It was the truest kindness to her. But he walked away from her with a sharp pang at his heart, which he stunned into numbness as soon as he could by throwing himself violently into the affairs and cares of others. End of chapter 36.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 8. Drifting into Danger. On Thursday, the quiet country household was stirred through all its fibres with the thought of Roger's coming home. Mrs. Hamley had not seemed quite so well, or quite in such good spirits for 2 or 3 days before, and the Squire himself had appeared to be put out without any visible cause. They had not chosen to tell Molly that Osborne's name had only appeared very low down in the mathematical tripos. So all that their visitor knew was that something was out of tune, and she hoped that Roger's coming home would set it to rights, for it was beyond the power of her small cares and wiles. On Thursday the housemaid apologized to her for some slight negligence in her bedroom, by saying she had been busy scouring Mr. Roger's rooms. Not but what they were as clean as could be beforehand, but mistress would always have the young gentlemen's rooms cleaned afresh before they came home. If it had been Mr. Osborne, the whole house would have had to be done, but to be sure he was the eldest son, so it was but likely. Molly was amused at this testimony to the rights of heirship, but somehow she herself had fallen into the family manner of thinking that nothing was too great or too good for the eldest son. In his father's eyes Osborne was the representative of the ancient house of Hamley, the future owner of the land which had been theirs for 1,000 years. His mother clung to him because they two were cast in the same mould, both physically and mentally, because he bore her maiden name. She had indoctrinated Molly with her faith, and, in spite of her amusement at the housemaid's speech, the girl visitor would have been as anxious as anyone to show her feudal loyalty to the heir, if indeed it had been he that was coming. After luncheon Mrs. Hamley went to rest, in preparation for Roger's return, and Molly also retired to her own room, feeling that it would be better for her to remain there until dinner time, and so to leave the father and mother to receive their boy in privacy. She took a book of manuscript poems with her. They were all of Osborne Hamley's composition, and his mother had read some of them aloud to her young visitor more than once. Molly had asked permission to copy one or two of those which were her greatest favourites, and this quiet summer afternoon she took this copying for her employment, sitting at the pleasant open window, and losing herself in dreamy outlooks into the gardens and woods, quivering in the noontide heat. The house was so still, in its silence it might have been the moated grange. The booming buzz of the blue flies, in the great staircase window, seemed the loudest noise indoors, and there was scarcely a sound out of doors but the humming of bees, in the flower beds below the window. Distant voices from the far-away fields in which they were making hay, the scent of which came in sudden wafts distinct from that of the nearer roses and honeysuckles, these merry piping voices just made Molly feel the depth of the present silence. She had left off copying, her hand weary with the unusual exertion of so much writing, and she was lazily trying to learn one or two of the poems off by heart. I asked of the wind, but answer made it none, save its accustomed sad and solitary moan, she kept saying to herself, losing her sense of whatever meaning the words had ever had, in the repetition which had become mechanical. Suddenly there was the snap of a shutting gate, wheels crunching on the dry gravel, horses' feet on the drive, a loud cheerful voice in the house, coming up through the open windows, the hall, the passages, the staircase, with unwonted fullness and roundness of tone. The entrance hall downstairs was paved with diamonds of black and white marble. The low wide staircase that went in short flights around the hall, till you could look down upon the marble floor from the top story of the house, was uncarpeted, uncovered. The squire was too proud of his beautifully jointed oaken flooring to cover this staircase up unnecessarily, not to say a word of the usual state of want of ready money to expend upon the decorations of his house. So through the undraperied hollow square of the hall and staircase every sound ascended clear and distinct, and Molly heard the squire's glad "Hollo! Here he is!" and madam's softer, more plaintive voice, and then the loud, full, strange tone which she knew must be Roger's. Then there was an opening and shutting of doors, and only a distant buzz of talking. Molly began again. I asked of the wind, but answer made it none. And this time she had nearly finished learning the poem, when she heard Mrs. Hamley come hastily into her sitting-room that adjoined Molly's bedroom, and burst out into an irrepressible half-hysterical fit of sobbing. Molly was too young to have any complication of motives which should prevent her going at once to try and give what comfort she could. In an instant she was kneeling at Mrs. Hamley's feet, holding the poor lady's hands, kissing them, murmuring soft words, which, all unmeaning as they were of aught but sympathy with the untold grief, did Mrs. Hamley good. She checked herself, smiling sadly at Molly through the midst of her thick-coming sobs. "It's only Osborne," said she at last. Roger has been telling us about him." "What about him?" asked Molly eagerly. "I knew on Monday. We had a letter. He said he had not done so well as we had hoped, as he had hoped himself, the poor fellow. He said he had just passed, was only low down among the junior Uptimes, and not where he had expected, and had led us to expect, but the Squire has never been at college, and does not understand college terms, and he has been asking Roger all about it, and Roger has been telling him, and it has made him so angry. But the Squire hates college slang, he has never been there, you know, and he thought poor Osborne was taking it too lightly, and he has been asking Roger about it, and Roger—" There was a fresh fit of the sobbing crying. Molly burst out, "I don't think Mr. Roger should have told. He had no need to begin so soon about his brother's failure. Why, he hasn't been in the house an hour." "Hush, hush, love," said Mrs. Hamley. "Roger is so good. You don't understand. The Squire would begin and ask questions before Roger had tasted food. As soon as ever we got into the dining-room. And all he said, to me at any rate, was that Osborne was nervous, and that if he could only have gone in for the Chancellor's medals, he would have carried all before him. But Roger said that after failing like this, he is not very likely to get a fellowship, which the Squire had placed his hopes on. Osborne himself seemed so sure of it, that the Squire can't understand it, and is seriously angry, and growing more so the more he talks about it. He has kept it in 2 or 3 days, and that never suits him. He is always better when he is angry about a thing at once, and does not let it smoulder in his mind. Poor, poor Osborne! I did wish he had been coming straight home instead of going to these friends of his. I thought I could have comforted him, but now I'm glad, for it will be better to let his father's anger cool first." So, talking out what was in her heart, Mrs. Hamley became more composed, and at length she dismissed Molly to dress for dinner with a kiss, saying, "You're a real blessing to mothers, child. You give one such pleasant sympathy, both in one's gladness and in one's sorrow, in one's pride, for I was so proud last week and so confident, and in one's disappointment. And now your being a fourth at dinner will keep us off that sore subject. There are times when a stranger in the household is a wonderful help." Molly thought over all that she had heard as she was dressing and putting on the terrible over-smart plaid gown in honour of the new arrival. Her unconscious fealty to Osborne was not in the least shaken by his having come to grief at Cambridge, only she was indignant, with or without reason, against Roger, who seemed to have brought the reality of bad news as an offering of first fruits on his return home. She went down into the drawing-room with anything but a welcome to him in her heart. He was standing by his mother. The Squire had not yet made his appearance. Molly thought that the two were hand in hand when she first opened the door, but she could not be quite sure. Mrs. Hamley came a little forwards to meet her, and introduced her in so fondly intimate a way to her son, that Molly, innocent and simple, knowing nothing but Hollingford manners, which were anything but formal, half put out her hand to shake hands with one of whom she had heard so much, the son of such kind friends. She could only hope he had not seen the movement, for he made no attempt to respond to it, only bowed. He was a tall, powerfully made young man, giving the impression of strength more than elegance. His face was rather square, ruddy-coloured, as his father had said, hair and eyes brown, the latter rather deep-set beneath his thick eyebrows, and he had a trick of wrinkling up his eyelids when he wanted particularly to observe anything, which made his eyes look even smaller still at such times. He had a large mouth, with excessively mobile lips, and another trick of his was that when he was amused at anything, he resisted the impulse to laugh by a droll manner of twitching and puckering up his mouth, till, at length, the sense of humour had its way, and his features relaxed, and he broke into a broad sunny smile. His beautiful teeth, his only beautiful feature, breaking out with a white gleam upon the red-brown countenance. These two tricks of his, of crumpling up the eyelids, so as to concentrate the power of sight, which made him look stern and thoughtful, and the odd twitching of the lips, which was preliminary to a smile, which made him look intensely merry, gave the varying expressions of his face a greater range from grave to gay, from lively to severe, than is common to most men. To Molly, who was not finely discriminative in her glances at the stranger this first night, he simply appeared heavy-looking, clumsy, and a person she was sure she should never get on with. He certainly did not seem to care much what impression he made upon his mother's visitor. He was at that age when young men admire a formed beauty more than a face with any amount of future capability of loveliness, and when they are morbidly conscious of the difficulty of finding subjects of conversation in talking to girls in a state of feminine hobbledehoyhood. Besides, his thoughts were full of other subjects, which he did not intend to allow to ooze out in words, yet he wanted to prevent any of that heavy silence which he feared might be impending, with an angry and displeased father, and a timorous and distressed mother. He only looked upon Molly as a badly dressed and rather awkward girl, with black hair and an intelligent face, who might help him in the task he had set himself of keeping up a bright general conversation during the rest of the evening, might help him if she would, but she would not. She thought him unfeeling in his talkativeness. His constant flow of words upon indifferent subjects was a wonder and a repulsion to her. How could he go on so cheerfully while his mother sat there, scarcely eating anything, and doing her best, with ill success, to swallow down the tears that would keep rising to her eyes, when his father's heavy brow was deeply clouded, and he evidently cared nothing, at first at least, for all the chatter his son poured forth? Had Mr. Roger Hamley no sympathy in him? She would show that she had, at any rate, so she quite declined the part, which he had hoped she would have taken, of respondent and possible questioner, and his work became more and more like that of a man walking in a quagmire. Once the squire roused himself to speak with the butler. He felt the need of outward stimulus, of a better vintage than usual. "Bring up a bottle of the Burgundy with the yellow seal." He spoke low. He had no spirit to speak in his usual voice. The butler answered in the same tone. Molly, sitting near them, and silent herself, heard what they said. "If you please, sir, there are not above 6 bottles of that seal left, and it is Mr. Osborne's favourite wine." The squire turned round with a growl in his voice. "Bring up a bottle of the Burgundy with the yellow seal, as I said." The butler went away wondering. Mr. Osborne's likes and dislikes had been the law of the house in general until now. If he had liked any particular food or drink, any seat or place, any special degree of warmth or coolness, his wishes were to be attended to, for he was the heir, and he was delicate, and he was the clever one of the family. All the out-of-doors men would have said the same. Mr. Osborne wished a tree cut down or kept standing, or had such and such a fancy about the game, or had desired something unusual about the horses, and they had all to attend to it as if it were law. But to-day the Burgundy with the yellow seal was to be brought, and it was brought. Molly testified with quiet vehemence of action. She never took wine, so she need not have been afraid of the man's pouring it into her glass, but as an open mark of fealty to the absent Osborne, however little it might be understood, she placed the palm of her small brown hand over the top of the glass, and held it there, till the wine had gone round, and Roger and his father were in full enjoyment of the same. After dinner, too, the gentlemen lingered long over their dessert, and Molly heard them laughing, and then she saw them loitering about in the twilight out of doors. Roger, hatless, his hands in his pockets, lounging by his father's side, who was now able to talk in his usual loud and cheerful way, forgetting Osborne. Voe victis. And so, in mute opposition on Molly's side, in polite indifference, scarcely verging on kindliness in his, Roger and she steered clear of each other. He had many occupations in which he needed no companionship, even if she had been qualified to give it. The worst was that she found he was in the habit of occupying the library, her favourite retreat, in the mornings before Mrs. Hamley came down. She opened the half-closed door a day or two after his return home, and found him busy among books and papers, with which the large leather-covered table was strewn, and she softly withdrew before he could turn his head and see her, so as to distinguish her from one of the housemaids. He rode out every day, sometimes with his father about the outlying fields, sometimes far away for a good gallop. Molly would have enjoyed accompanying him on these occasions, for she was very fond of riding, and there had been some talk of sending for her habit and grey pony when first she came to Hamley, only the squire, after some consideration, had said he so rarely did more than go slowly from one field to another, where his labourers were at work, that he feared she would find such slow work, 10 minutes riding through the heavy land, 20 minutes sitting still on horseback, listening to the directions he should have to give to his men, rather dull. Now, when if she had had her pony here, she might have ridden out with Roger, without giving him any trouble, she would have taken care of that. Nobody seemed to think of renewing the proposal. Altogether, it was pleasanter before he came home. Her father came over pretty frequently. Sometimes there were long unaccountable absences, it was true, when his daughter began to fidget after him and to wonder what had become of him. But when he made his appearance he had always good reasons to give, and the right she felt that she had to his familiar household tenderness, the power she possessed of fully understanding the exact value of both his words and his silence, made these glimpses of intercourse with him inexpressibly charming. Latterly her burden had always been, "When may I come home, papa?" It was not that she was unhappy or uncomfortable. She was passionately fond of Mrs. Hamley, she was a favourite of the squire's, and could not as yet fully understand why some people were so much afraid of him. And as for Roger, if he did not add to her pleasure, he scarcely took away from it. But she wanted to be at home once more. The reason why she could not tell, but this she knew full well. Mr. Gibson reasoned with her till she was weary of being completely convinced that it was right and necessary for her to stay where she was. And then, with an effort, she stopped the cry upon her tongue, for she saw that its repetition harassed her father. During this absence of hers, Mr. Gibson was drifting into matrimony. He was partly aware of whither he was going, and partly it was like the soft floating movement of a dream. He was more passive than active in the affair, though, if his reason had not fully approved of the step he was tending to, if he had not believed that a second marriage was the very best way of cutting the Gordian knot of domestic difficulties, he could have made an effort without any great trouble to himself, and extricated himself without pain from the mesh of circumstances. It happened in this manner. Lady Cumnor, having married her 2 eldest daughters, found her labours as a chaperone to Lady Harriet, the youngest, considerably lightened by co-operation, and at length she had leisure to be an invalid. She was, however, too energetic to allow herself this indulgence constantly, only she permitted herself to break down occasionally after a long course of dinners, late hours, and London atmosphere; and then, leaving Lady Harriet with either Lady Cuxhaven or Lady Agnes Manners, she betook herself to the comparative quiet of the Towers, where she found occupation in doing her benevolence, which was sadly neglected in the hurly-burly of London. This particular summer she had broken down earlier than usual, and longed for the repose of the country. She believed that her state of health, too, was more serious than previously, but she did not say a word of this to her husband or daughters, reserving her confidence for Mr. Gibson's ears. She did not wish to take Lady Harriet away from the gaieties of town, which she was thoroughly enjoying, by any complaint of hers, which might, after all, be ill-founded; and yet she did not quite like being without a companion in the 3 weeks or a month that might intervene before her family would join her at the Towers, especially as the annual festivity to the school visitors was impending, and both the school and the visit of the ladies connected with it had rather lost the zest of novelty. "Thursday the 19th, Harriet," said Lady Cumnor meditatively. "What do you say to coming down to the Towers on the 18th, and helping me over that long day? You could stay in the country till Monday, and have a few days' rest and good air. You would return a great deal fresher to the remainder of your gaieties. Your father would bring you down, I know. Indeed, he is coming naturally." "Oh, mamma," said Lady Harriet, the youngest daughter of the house, the prettiest, the most indulged, "I cannot go. There is the water party up to Maidenhead on the 20th. I should be so sorry to miss it, and Mrs. Duncan's ball, and Griesy's concert. Please don't want me. Besides, I should do no good. I can't make provincial small talk. I'm not up in the local politics of Hollingford. I should be making mischief, I know I should." "Very well, my dear," said Lady Cumnor, sighing. "I had forgotten the Maidenhead water party, or I would not have asked you." "What a pity it isn't the Eton holidays, so that you could have had Hollingford's boys to help you to do the honours, mamma. They are such affable little prigs. It was the greatest fun to watch them last year at Sir Edward's, doing the honours of their grandfather's house, to much such a collection of humble admirers as you get together at the Towers. I shall never forget seeing Edgar gravely squiring about an old lady in a portentous black bonnet, and giving her information in the correctest grammar possible." "Well, I like those lads," said Lady Cuxhaven. "They are on the way to become true gentlemen. But, mamma, why shouldn't you have Clare to stay with you? You like her, and she is just the person to save you the troubles of hospitality to the Hollingford people, and we should all be so much more comfortable if we knew you had her with you." "Yes, Clare would do very well," said Lady Cumnor. "But is not it her school time or something? We must not interfere with her school, so as to injure her, for I am afraid she is not doing too well as it is, and she has been so very unlucky ever since she left us. First her husband died, and then she lost Lady Davy's situation, and then Mrs. Maud's, and now Mr. Preston told your father it was all she could do to pay her way in Ashcombe, though Lord Cumnor lets her have the house rent-free." "I can't think how it is," said Lady Harriet. "She's not very wise, certainly, but she is so useful and agreeable, and has such pleasant manners. I should have thought any one who wasn't particular about education would have been charmed to keep her as a governess." "What do you mean by not being particular about education? Most people who keep governesses for their children are supposed to be particular," said Lady Cuxhaven. "Well, they think themselves so, I've no doubt. But I call you particular, Mary, and I don't think mamma was. But she thought herself so, I am sure." "I can't think what you mean, Harriet," said Lady Cumnor, a good deal annoyed at this speech of her clever, heedless youngest daughter. "Oh dear, mamma, you did everything you could think of for us, but you see you'd ever so many other engrossing interests, and Mary hardly ever allows her love for her husband to interfere with her all-absorbing care for the children. You gave us the best of masters in every department, and Clare to dragonize and keep us up to our preparation for these masters, as well as ever she could. But then you know, or rather you didn't know, some of the masters admired our very pretty governess, and there was a kind of respectable veiled flirtation going on, which never came to anything, to be sure. And then you were often so overwhelmed with your business as a great lady, fashionable and benevolent, and all that sort of thing, that you used to call Clare away from us at the most critical times of our lessons, to write your notes or add up your accounts, and the consequence is, that I'm about the most ill-informed girl in London. Only Mary was so capitally trained by good awkward Miss Benson, that she is always full to overflowing with accurate knowledge, and her glory is reflected upon me." "Do you think what Harriet says is true, Mary?" asked Lady Cumnor, rather anxiously. "I was so little with Clare in the schoolroom. I used to read French with her. She had a beautiful accent, I remember. Both Agnes and Harriet were very fond of her. I used to be jealous for Miss Benson's sake, and perhaps—" Lady Cuxhaven paused a minute. "That made me fancy that she had a way of flattering and indulging them. Not quite conscientious, I used to think. But girls are severe judges, and certainly she has had an anxious enough life since. I am always so glad that we can have her, and give her a little pleasure. The only thing that makes me uneasy now is the way in which she seems to send her daughter away from her so much. We never can persuade her to bring Cynthia with her when she comes to see us." "Now that I call ill-natured," said Lady Harriet. "Here is a poor dear woman trying to earn her livelihood, first as a governess, and what could she do with her daughter then but send her to school? And after that, when Clare is asked to go visiting, and is too modest to bring her girl with her, besides all the expense of the journey and the rigging out, Mary finds fault with her for her modesty and economy." "Well, after all, we are not discussing Clare and her affairs, but trying to plan for mamma's comfort. I don't see that she can do better than ask Mrs. Kirkpatrick to come to the Towers, as soon as her holidays begin, I mean." "Here is her last letter," said Lady Cumnor, who had been searching for it in her escritoire, while her daughters were talking. Holding her glasses before her eyes, she began to read. "My wonted misfortunes appear to have followed me to Ashcombe. That's not it. Mr. Preston is most kind in sending me fruit and flowers from the Manor House, according to dear Lord Cumnor's kind injunctions. Oh, here it is. The vacation begins on the 11th, according to the usual custom of schools in Ashcombe, and I must then try and obtain some change of air and scene, in order to fit myself for the resumption of my duties on the 10th of August. You see, girls, she would be at liberty, if she has not made any other arrangement for spending her holidays. To-day is the 15th. "I'll write to her at once, mamma," Lady Harriet said. "Clare and I are always great friends. I was her confidant in her loves with poor Mr. Kirkpatrick, and we've kept up our intimacy ever since. I know of 3 offers she had besides. I sincerely hope Miss Bowes is not telling her love affairs to Grace or Lily. Why, Harriet, you could not have been older than Grace when Clare was married," said Lady Cuxhaven in maternal alarm. "No, but I was well versed in the tender passion, thanks to novels. Now I dare say you don't admit novels into your schoolroom, Mary, so your daughters wouldn't be able to administer discreet sympathy to their governess in case she was the heroine of a love affair." "My dear Harriet, don't let me hear you talking of love in that way. It is not pretty. Love is a serious thing." "My dear mamma, your exhortations are just 18 years too late. I've talked all the freshness off love, and that's the reason I'm tired of the subject." This last speech referred to a recent refusal of Lady Harriet's, which had displeased Lady Cumnor and rather annoyed my lord, as they, the parents, could see no objection to the gentleman in question. Lady Cuxhaven did not want to have the subject brought up, so she hastened to say, "Do ask the poor little daughter to come with her mother to the Towers. Why, she must be 17 or more. She would really be a companion to you, mamma, if her mother was unable to come," said Lady Cuxhaven. "I was not 10 when Clare married, and I'm nearly 9 and 20, added Lady Harriet. "Don't speak of it, Harriet. At any rate, you are but 8 and 20 now, and you look a great deal younger. There is no need to be always bringing up your age on every possible occasion." There was need of it now, though. I wanted to make out how old Cynthia Kirkpatrick was. I think she can't be far from 18. "She is at school at Boulogne, I know, and so I don't think she can be as old as that. Clare says something about her in this letter. Under these circumstances, the ill success of her school, I cannot think myself justified in allowing myself the pleasure of having darling Cynthia at home for the holidays, especially as the period when the vacation in French schools commences differs from that common in England, and it might occasion some confusion in my arrangements, if darling Cynthia were to come to Ashcombe, and occupy my time and thoughts so immediately before the commencement of my scholastic duties as the 8th of August, on which day her vacation begins, which is but 2 days before my holidays end. So, you see, Clare would be quite at liberty to come to me, and I dare say it would be a very nice change for her. And Hollingford is busy seeing after his new laboratory at the Towers, and is constantly backwards and forwards. And Agnes wants to go there for change of air as soon as she is strong enough after her confinement. And even my own dear insatiable me will have had enough of gaiety in 2 or 3 weeks, if this hot weather lasts. I think I may be able to come down for a few days, too, if you will let me, mamma, and I'll bring Grace, who is looking rather pale and weedy, growing too fast, I am afraid, so I hope you won't be dull. My dear, said Lady Cumnor, drawing herself up, I should be ashamed of feeling dull with my resources, my duties to others and to myself. So the plan in its present shape was told to Lord Cumnor, who highly approved of it, as he always did of every little project of his wife's. Lady Cumnor's character was perhaps a little too ponderous for him in reality, but he was always full of admiration for all her words and deeds, and used to boast of her wisdom, her benevolence, her power and dignity, in her absence, as if by this means he could buttress up his own more feeble nature. Very good indeed. Clare to join you at the Towers. Capital! I could not have planned it better myself. I shall go down with you on Wednesday in time for the jollification on Thursday. I always enjoy that day. They are such nice friendly people, those good Hollingford ladies. Then I'll have a day with Sheepshanks, and perhaps I may ride over to Ashcombe and see Preston. Brown Jess can do it in a day, 18 miles to be sure. But there's back again to the Towers. How much is twice 18? 30? 36, said Lady Cumnor sharply. So it is. You're always right, my dear. Preston's a clever, sharp fellow. I don't like him, said my lady. He takes looking after, but he's a sharp fellow. He's such a good-looking man, too. I wonder you don't like him. I never think whether a land agent is handsome or not. They don't belong to the class of people whose appearance I notice. To be sure not, but he is a handsome fellow, and what should make you like him is the interest he takes in Clare and her prospects. He is constantly suggesting something that can be done to her house, and I know he sends her fruit and flowers and game just as regularly as we should ourselves if we lived at Ashcombe. How old is he? Said Lady Cumnor, with a faint suspicion of motives in her mind. About 27, I think. Ah, I see what is in your ladyship's head. No, he's too young for that. You must look out for some middle-aged man, if you want to get poor Clare married. Preston won't do. I'm not a matchmaker, as you might know. I never did it for my own daughters. I'm not likely to do it for Clare, said she, leaning back languidly. Well, you might do a worse thing. I'm beginning to think she'll never get on as a schoolmistress, though why she should not, I'm sure I don't know, for she's an uncommonly pretty woman for her age, and her having lived in our family, and your having had her so often with you, ought to go a good way. I say, my lady, what do you think of Gibson? He would be just the right age. Widower, lives near the Towers. I told you just now I was no matchmaker, my lord. I suppose we had better go by the old road. The people at those inns know us. And so they passed on to speaking about other things than Mrs. Kirkpatrick and her prospects, scholastic or matrimonial. End of chapter 8. Read by Kara Schallenberg on May 12th, 2007, in Oceanside, California.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 27. Father and Sons. Things were not going on any better at Hamley Hall. Nothing had occurred to change the state of dissatisfied feeling into which the squire and his eldest son had respectively fallen,
and the long continuance merely of dissatisfaction is sure of itself to deepen the feeling. Roger did all in his power to bring the father and son together, but sometimes wondered if it would not have been better to leave them alone, for they were falling into the habit of respectively making him their confidant, and so defining emotions and opinions which would have had less distinctness if they had been unexpressed. There was little enough relief in the daily life at the Hall to help them all to shake off the gloom, and it even told on the health of both the Squire and Osborne. The Squire became thinner, his skin as well as his clothes began to hang loose about him, and the freshness of his colour turned to red streaks, till his cheeks looked like a Radston Pippin's, instead of resembling a Catherine pear on the side that's next to the sun. Roger thought that his father sat indoors and smoked in his study more than was good for him, but it had become difficult to get him far afield. He was too much afraid of coming across some sign of the discontinued drainage works, or being irritated afresh by the sight of his depreciated timber. Osborne was wrapped up in the idea of arranging his poems for the press, and so was working out his wish for independence. What with daily writing to his wife, taking his letters himself to a distant post office and receiving hers there, touching up his sonnets, etc., with fastidious care, and occasionally giving himself the pleasure of a visit to the Gibsons, and enjoying the society of the two pleasant girls there, he found little time for being with his father. Indeed, Osborne was too self-indulgent, or sensitive, as he termed it, to bear well with the Squire's gloomy fits, or too frequent querulousness. The consciousness of his secret, too, made Osborne uncomfortable in his father's presence. It was very well for all parties that Roger was not sensitive, for, if he had been, there were times when it would have been hard to bear little spurts of domestic tyranny, by which his father strove to assert his power over both his sons. One of these occurred very soon after the night at the Hollingford charity ball. Roger had induced his father to come out with him, and the Squire had, on his son's suggestion, taken with him his long unused spud. The two had wandered far afield. Perhaps the elder man had found the unwonted length of exercise too much for him, for, as he approached the house, on his return, he became what nurses call in children fractious, and ready to turn on his companion for every remark he made. Roger understood the case by instinct, as it were, and bore it all with his usual sweetness of temper. They entered the house by the front door. It lay straight on their line of march. On the old cracked yellow marble slab there lay a card with Lord Hollingford's name on it, which Robinson, evidently on the watch for their return, hastened out of his pantry to deliver it to Roger. "His lordship was very sorry not to see you, Mr. Roger, and his lordship left a note for you. Mr. Osborne took it, I think, when he passed through. I asked his lordship if he would like to see Mr. Osborne, who was indoors as I thought, but his lordship said he was pressed for time, and told me to make his excuses." "Didn't he ask for me?" growled the Squire. "No, sir, I can't say as his lordship did. He would never have thought of Mr. Osborne, sir, if I hadn't named him. It was Mr. Roger he seemed so keen after." "Very odd," said the Squire. Roger said nothing, although he naturally felt some curiosity. He went into the drawing-room, not quite aware that his father was following him. Osborne sat at a table near the fire, pen in hand, looking over one of his poems, and dotting the i's, crossing the t's, and now and then pausing over the alteration of a word. "Oh, Roger!" he said, as his brother came in. "Here has been Lord Hollingford wanting to see you." "I know," replied Roger. "And he's left a note for you. Robinson tried to persuade him it was for my father, so he's added a Junior, Roger Hamley Esquire, Junior, in pencil." The Squire was in the room by this time, and what he had overheard rubbed him up still more the wrong way. Roger took his unopened note and read it. "What does it say?" asked the Squire. Roger handed him the note. It contained an invitation to dinner, to meet M. Geoffroy St. H., whose views on certain subjects Roger had been advocating in the article Lord Hollingford had spoken about to Molly, when he danced with her at the Hollingford ball. M. Geoffroy St. H. was in England now, and was expected to pay a visit at the Towers in the course of the following week. He had expressed a wish to meet the author of the paper which had already attracted the attention of the French comparative anatomicists, and Lord Hollingford added a few words as to his own desire to make the acquaintance of a neighbour whose tastes were so similar to his own, and then followed a civil message from Lord and Lady Cumnor. Lord Hollingford's hand was cramped and rather illegible. The squire could not read it all at once, and was enough put out to decline any assistance in deciphering it. At last he made it out. "So, my Lord Lieutenant has taken some notice of the Hamleys at last. The election is coming on, is it? But I can tell him we're not to be got so easily. I suppose his trap is set for you, Osborne. What's this you've been writing that the French monsieur is so taken with?" "It is not me, sir," said Osborne. "Both note and call are for Roger." "I don't understand it," said the squire. "These Whig fellows have never done their duty by me. Not that I want it of them. The Duke of Debenham used to pay the Hamleys a respect due to 'em, the oldest landowners in the county. But since he died, and this shabby Whig lord has succeeded him, I've never dined at the Lord Lieutenant's once. No, not once." "But I think, sir, I've heard you say Lord Cumnor used to invite you, only you did not choose to go," said Roger. "Yes. What do you mean by that? Do you suppose I was going to desert the principles of my family, and curry favour of the Whigs? No! Leave that to them. They can ask the heir of the Hamleys fast enough when a county election is coming on." "I tell you, sir," said Osborne, in the irritable tone he sometimes used when his father was particularly unreasonable, "it is not me Lord Hollingford is invited, it is Roger. Roger is making himself known for what he is, a first-rate fellow," continued Osborne, a sting of self-reproach mingling with his generous pride in his brother, "and he is getting himself a name. He's been writing about these new French theories and discoveries, and this foreign savant very naturally wants to make his acquaintance, and so Lord Hollingford asks him to dine. It is as clear as can be." Lowering his tone and addressing himself to Roger, "It has nothing to do with politics, if my father would but see it." Of course the squire heard this little aside with the unlucky uncertainty of hearing which is a characteristic of the beginning of deafness, and its effect on him was perceptible in the increased acrimony of his next speech. "You young men think you know everything. I tell you it's a palpable Whig trick. And what business has Roger, if it is Roger the man wants, to go currying favour with the French? In my day we were content to hate 'em and to lick 'em. But it's just like your conceit, Osborne, setting yourself up to say it's your younger brother they're asking, and not you. I tell you it's you. They think the eldest son was sure to be called after his father, Roger Hamley, Junior. It's as plain as a pikestaff. They know they can't catch me with chaff, but they've got up this French dodge. What business had you to go writing about the French, Roger? I should have thought you were too sensible to take any notice of their fancies and theories. But if it is you they've asked, I'll not have you going and meeting these foreigners at a Whig house. They ought to have asked Osborne. He's a representative of the Hamleys, if I'm not, and they can't get me, let them try ever so. Besides, Osborne has got a bit of the monsieur about him, which he caught with being so fond of going off to the continent, instead of coming back to his good old English home." He went on, repeating much of what he had said before, till he left the room. Osborne had kept on replying to his unreasonable grumblings, which had only added to his anger, and as soon as the squire had fairly gone, Osborne turned to Roger and said, "Of course you'll go, Roger. 10 to 1 he'll be in another mind to-morrow." "No," said Roger, bluntly enough, for he was extremely disappointed. "I won't run the chance of vexing him. I shall refuse." "Don't be such a fool!" exclaimed Osborne. "Really, my father is too unreasonable. You heard how he kept contradicting himself, And such a man as you to be kept under like a child by! Don't let us talk any more about it, Osborne, said Roger, writing away fast. When the note was written and sent off, he came and put his hand caressingly on Osborne's shoulder, as he sat pretending to read, but in reality vexed with both his father and his brother, though on very different grounds. "How go the poems, old fellow? I hope they're nearly ready to bring out." "No, they're not, and if it were not for the money, I shouldn't care if they were never published. What's the use of fame, if one mayn't reap the fruits of it? Come now, we'll have no more of that. Let's talk about the money. I shall be going up for my fellowship examination next week, and then we'll have a purse in common, for they'll never think of not giving me a fellowship, now I'm senior wrangler. I'm short enough myself at present, and I don't like to bother my father, but when I'm fellow, you shall take me down to Winchester, and introduce me to the little wife." "It will be a month next Monday since I left her," said Osborne, laying down his papers and gazing into the fire, as if by doing so he could call up her image. "In her letter this morning she bids me give you such a pretty message. It won't bear translating into English. You must read it for yourself," continued he, pointing out a line or two in a letter he drew out of his pocket. Roger suspected that one or two of the words were wrongly spelt, but their purport was so gentle and loving, and had such a touch of simple, respectful gratitude in them, that he could not help but being drawn afresh to the little unseen sister-in-law, whose acquaintance Osborne had made, by helping her to look for some missing article of the children's, whom she was taking for their daily walk in Hyde Park. For Mrs. Osborne Hamley had been nothing more than a French bonne, very pretty, very graceful, and very much tyrannized over by the rough little boys and girls she had in charge. She was a little orphan girl, who had charmed the heads of a travelling English family, as she had brought Madame some articles of lingerie at an hotel, and she had been hastily engaged by them as bonne to their children, partly as a pet and plaything herself, partly because it would be so good for the children to learn French from a native of Alscar. By and by her mistress ceased to take any particular notice of Amy in the bustle of London and London gaiety. But though feeling more and more forlorn in a strange land every day, the French girl strove hard to do her duty. One touch of kindness, however, was enough to set the fountain gushing, and she and Osborne naturally fell into an ideal state of love, to be rudely disturbed by the indignation of the mother, when accident discovered to her the attachment existing between her children's bonne and a young man of an entirely different class. Amy answered truly to all her mistress's questions, but no worldly wisdom, nor any lesson to be learnt from another's experience, could in the least disturb her entire faith in her lover. Perhaps Mrs. Townsend did no more than her duty in immediately sending Amy back to Metz, where she had first met with her, and where such relations as remained to the girl might be supposed to be residing. But, altogether, she knew so little of the kind of people or life to which she was consigning her deposed protégée, that Osborne, after listening with impatient indignation to the lecture which Mrs. Townsend gave him when he insisted on seeing her in order to learn what had become of his love, that the young man set off straight for Metz in hot haste, and did not let the grass grow under his feet until he had made Amy his wife. All this had occurred the previous autumn, and Roger did not know of the step his brother had taken until it was irreversible. Then came the mother's death, which, besides the simplicity of its own overwhelming sorrow, brought with it the loss of the kind, tender mediatrix, who could always soften and turn his father's heart. It is doubtful, however, if even she could have succeeded in this, for the squire looked high and over high for the wife of his heir. He detested all foreigners, and moreover held all Roman Catholics in dread and abomination, something akin to our ancestors' hatred of witchcraft. All these prejudices were strengthened by his grief. Argument would always have glanced harmlessly away off his shield of utter unreason, but a loving impulse, in a happy moment, might have softened his heart to what he most detested in the former days. But the happy moments came not now, and the loving impulses were trodden down by the bitterness of his frequent remorse, not less than by his growing irritability. So Amy lived solitary in the little cottage near Winchester, in which Osborne had installed her when she first came to England as his wife, and in the dainty furnishings of which he had run himself so deeply into debt. For Osborne consulted his own fastidious taste in his purchases, rather than her simple childlike wishes and wants, and looked upon the little Frenchwoman rather as the future mistress of Hamley Hall than as the wife of a man who was wholly dependent on others at present. He had chosen a southern county as being far removed from those midland shires where the name of Hamley was well and widely known, for he did not wish his wife to assume, if only for a time, a name which was not justly and legally her own. In all these arrangements he had willingly striven to do his full duty by her, and she repaid him with passionate devotion and admiring reverence. If his vanity had met with a check, or his worthy desires for college honours had been disappointed, he knew where to go for a comforter, one who poured out praise till her words were choked in her throat by the rapidity of her thoughts, and who poured out the small vials of her indignation on every one who did not acknowledge and bow down to her husband's merits. If she ever wished to go to the chateau that was his home, and to be introduced to his family, Amy never hinted a word of it to him. Only she did yearn, and she did plead, for a little more of her husband's company, and the good reasons which had convinced her of the necessity of his being so much away when he was present to urge them, failed in their efficiency when she tried to reproduce them to herself in his absence. The afternoon of the day on which Lord Hollingford had called, Roger was going upstairs, 3 steps at a time, when, at a turn on the landing, he encountered his father. It was the first time he had seen him since their conversation about the Towers' invitation to dinner. The squire stopped his son by standing right in the middle of the passage. "Thou'rt going to meet the monsieur, my lad?" said he, half as affirmation, half as question. "No, sir. I sent off James almost immediately, with a note declining it. I don't care about it. That's to say, not to signify." "Why did you take me up so sharp, Roger?" said his father pettishly. "You all take me up so hastily nowadays. I think it's hard when a man mustn't be allowed a bit of crossness when he's tired and heavy at heart, that I do." "But, father, I should never like to go to a house where they had slighted you." "Nay, nay, lad," said the squire, brightening up a little. "I think I slighted them. They asked me to dinner after my lord was made lieutenant, time after time, but I never would go near 'em. I call that my slighting them." And no more was said at the time. But the next day the squire again stopped Roger. "I've been making Jem try on his livery coat, that he hasn't worn this 3 or 4 years. He's got too stout for it now." "Well, he needn't wear it, need he? And Morgan's lad would be glad enough of it. He's sadly in want of clothes." "Ay, ay, but who's to go with you when you call at the Towers? It's but polite to call after Lord What's his name has taken the trouble to come here, and I shouldn't like you to go without a groom." "My dear father, I shouldn't know what to do with a man riding at my back. I can find my way to the stable yard for myself, or there'll be some man about to take my horse. Don't trouble yourself about that." "Well, you're not Osborne, to be sure. Perhaps it won't strike him as strange for you. But you must look up and hold your own, and remember you're one of the Hamleys, who've been on the same land for hundreds of years, while they're but trumpy Whig folk, who only came into the country in Queen Anne's time." End of chapter 27.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko, Wisconsin, 2007. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 7. Foreshadows of Love's Perils. If Squire Hamley had been unable to tell Molly who had ever been thought of as her father's second wife, Fate was all this time preparing an answer of a pretty positive kind to her wondering curiosity. But Fate is a cunning hussy, and builds up her plans as imperceptibly as a bird builds her nest, and with much the same kind of unconsidered trifles. The first trifle of an event was the disturbance which Jenny, Mr. Gibson's cook, chose to make at Bethia's being dismissed. Bethia was a distant relation and protégée of Jenny's, and she chose to say it was Mr. Coxe, the tempter, who ought to have been sent packing, not Bethia, the tempted, the victim. In this view there was quite enough plausibility to make Mr. Gibson feel that he had been rather unjust. He had, however, taken care to provide Bethia with another situation, to the full as good as that which she held in his family. Jenny, nevertheless, chose to give warning, and though Mr. Gibson knew full well from former experience that her warnings were words, not deeds, he hated the discomfort, the uncertainty, the entire disagreeableness of meeting a woman at any time in his house who wore a grievance and an injury upon her face as legibly as Jenny took care to do. Down into the middle of this small domestic trouble came another, and one of greater consequence. Miss Eyre had gone with her old mother and her orphan nephews and nieces to the seaside during Molly's absence, which was only intended at first to last for a fortnight. After about 10 days of this time had elapsed, Mr. Gibson received a beautifully written, beautifully worded, admirably folded, and most neatly sealed letter from Miss Eyre. Her eldest nephew had fallen ill of scarlet fever, and there was every probability that the youngest children would be attacked by the same complaint. It was distressing enough for poor Miss Eyre, this additional expense, this anxiety, the long detention from home which the illness involved. But she said not a word of any inconvenience to herself. She only apologized with humble sincerity for her inability to return at the appointed time to her charge in Mr. Gibson's family, meekly adding, that perhaps it was as well, for Molly had never had the scarlet fever, and even if Miss Eyre had been able to leave the orphan children to return to her employments, it might not have been safe or a prudent step. "To be sure not," said Mr. Gibson, tearing the letter in two, and throwing it into the hearth, where he soon saw it burnt to ashes. "I wish I had a 5-pound house, and not a woman within 10 miles of me. I might have some peace then." Apparently he forgot Mr. Coxe's powers of making mischief, but indeed he might have traced that evil back to unconscious Molly. The martyr cook's entrance to take away the breakfast things, which she announced by a heavy sigh, roused Mr. Gibson from thought to action. "Molly must stay a little longer at Hamley," he resolved. "They've often asked for her, and now they'll have enough of her, I think. But I can't have her back here just yet, and so the best I can do for her is to leave her where she is. Mrs. Hamley seems very fond of her, and the child is looking happy, and stronger in health. I'll ride round by Hamley to-day, at any rate, and see how the land lies." He found Mrs. Hamley lying on a sofa placed under the shadow of the great cedar tree on the lawn. Molly was flitting about her, gardening away under her directions, tying up the long sea-green stalks of bright-budded carnations, snipping off dead roses. "Oh, here's papa!" she cried out joyfully, as he rode up to the white paling which separated the trim lawn and trimmer flower garden from the rough park-like ground in front of the house. "Come in! Come here, through the drawing-room window," said Mrs. Hamley, raising herself on her elbow. "We've got a rose-tree to show you that Molly has budded all by herself. We are both so proud of it." So Mr. Gibson rode round to the stables, left his horse there, and made his way through the house to the open-air summer parlour under the cedar tree, where there were chairs, a table, books, and tangled work. Somehow he rather disliked asking for Molly to prolong her visit, So he determined to swallow his bitter first, and then take the pleasure of the delicious day, the sweet repose, the murmurous scented air. Molly stood by him, her hand on his shoulder. He sat opposite to Mrs. Hamley. "I have come here to-day to ask for a favour," he began. "Granted before you name it. Am I not a bold woman?" He smiled and bowed, but went straight on with his speech. "Miss Eyre, who has been Molly's governess, I suppose I must call her, for many years, writes to-day to say that one of the little nephews she took with her to Newport while Molly was staying here has caught the scarlet fever." "I guess your request. I make it before you do. I beg for dear little Molly to stay on here. Of course Miss Eyre can't come back to you, and of course Molly must stay here." "Thank you. Thank you very much. That was my request." Molly's hand stole down to his and nestled in that firm, compact grip. "Papa, Mrs. Hamley, I know you'll both understand me, but mayn't I go home? I am very, very happy here, but, oh, papa, I think I should like to be at home with you best." An uncomfortable suspicion flashed across his mind. He pulled her round and looked straight and piercingly into her innocent face. Her colour came at his unwonted scrutiny, but her sweet eyes were filled with wonder, rather than with any feeling which he had dreaded to find. For an instant he had doubted whether young red-headed Mr. Coxe's love might not have called out a response in his daughter's breast, but now he was quite clear. "Molly, you're rude to begin with. I don't know how you're to make your peace with Mrs. Hamley, I'm sure. And in the next place, do you think you're wiser than I am, or that I don't want you at home, if all other things were conformable? Stay where you are, and be thankful." Molly knew him well enough to be certain that the prolongation of her visit at Hamley was quite a decided affair in his mind. And then she was smitten with a sense of ingratitude. She left her father, and went to Mrs. Hamley, and bent over and kissed her, but she did not speak. Mrs. Hamley took hold of her hand, and made room on the sofa for her. "I was going to have asked for a longer visit the next time you came, Mr. Gibson. We are such happy friends, are we not, Molly? And now that this good little nephew of Miss Eyre's—" "I wish he was whipped," said Mr. Gibson. "has given us such a capital reason, I shall keep Molly for a real long visitation. You must come over and see us very often. There's a room here for you always, you know, and I don't see why you should not start on your rounds from Hamley every morning, just as well as from Hollingford." "Thank you. If you had not been so kind to my little girl, I might be tempted to say something rude in answer to your last speech." "Pray say it. You won't be easy till you have given it out, I know." "Mrs. Hamley has found out from whom I get my rudeness," said Molly, triumphantly. "It's a hereditary quality." "I was going to say, that proposal of yours that I should sleep at Hamley was just like a woman's idea. All kindness and no common sense. How in the world would my patients find me? 7 miles from my accustomed place. They'd be sure to send for some other doctor, and I should be ruined in a month." "Could they not send on here? A messenger costs very little." "Fancy old Goody Henbury struggling up to my surgery, groaning at every step, and then being told to just step on 7 miles farther. Or take the other end of society. I don't think my Lady Cumnor's smart groom would thank me for having to ride on to Hamley every time his mistress wants me." "Well, well, I submit. I am a woman. Molly, thou art a woman. go and order some strawberries and cream for this father of yours. Such humble offices fall within the province of women. Strawberries and cream are all kindness and no common sense, for they'll give him a horrid fit of indigestion." "Oh, please speak for yourself, Mrs. Hamley," said Molly, merrily. "I ate such a great basketful yesterday, and the squire went himself to the dairy and brought me out a great bowl of cream when he found me at my busy work, and I'm as well as ever I was to-day, and never had a touch of indigestion near me." "She's a good girl," said her father, when she had danced out of his hearing. The words were not quite an inquiry, he was so certain of his answer. There was a mixture of tenderness and trust in his eyes, as he awaited the reply, which came in a moment. "Oh, she's a darling! I cannot tell you how fond the squire and I are of her, both of us. I am so delighted to think she is not to go away for a long time. The first thing I thought of this morning when I wakened up was that she would soon have to return to you, unless I could persuade you into leaving her with me a little longer. And now she must stay, 2 months at least." It was quite true that the squire had become very fond of Molly. The charm of having a young girl dancing and singing inarticulate ditties around the house and the garden was indescribable in its novelty to him. And then Molly was so willing and so wise, ready both to talk and to listen at the right times. Mrs. Hamley was quite right in speaking of her husband's fondness for Molly. But either she herself chose a wrong time for telling him of the prolongation of the girl's visit, or one of the fits of temper to which he was liable, but which he generally strove to check in the presence of his wife, was upon him. At any rate, he received the news in anything but a gracious frame of mind. "Stay longer? Did Gibson ask for it?" "Yes. I don't see what else is to become of her, Miss Eyre away and all. It's a very awkward position for a motherless girl like her to be at the head of a household with 2 young men in it." "That's Gibson's look-out. He should have thought of it before taking pupils or apprentices, or whatever he calls them." "My dear squire! Why, I thought you would be as glad as I was, as I am, to keep Molly. I asked her to stay for an indefinite time, 2 months at least." "And to be in the house with Osborne? Roger, too, will be at home." By the cloud in the squire's eyes, Mrs. Hamley read his mind. "Oh, she's not at all the sort of girl young men of their age would take to. We like her because we see what she really is, but lads of 1 or 2 and 20 want all the accessories of a young woman." "Want what?" growled the squire. "Such things as becoming dress, style of manner. They would not at their age even see that she is pretty. Their ideas of beauty would include colour." "I suppose that's all very clever, but I don't understand it. All I know is that it's a very dangerous thing to shut 2 young men of 1 and 3 and 20 up in a country house like this, with a girl of 17, choose what her gowns may be like, or her hair, or her eyes. And I told you particularly I didn't want Osborne, or either of them indeed, to be falling in love with her. I'm very much annoyed." Mrs. Hamley's face fell. She became a little pale. "Shall we make arrangements for their stopping away while she is here, staying up at Cambridge, or reading with some one, going abroad for a month or 2? "No, you've been reckoning this ever so long on their coming home. I've seen the marks of the weeks on your almanac. I'd sooner speak to Gibson and tell him he must take his daughter away, for it's not convenient to us." "My dear Roger, I beg you will do no such thing. It will be so unkind, and it will give the lie to all I said yesterday. Don't, please do that. For my sake, don't speak to Mr. Gibson."
Well, don't put yourself in a flutter, for he is afraid of her becoming hysterical.
I'll speak to Osborne when he comes home. Tell him how much I should dislike anything of the kind." "And Roger is always far too full of his natural history and comparative anatomy, and messes of that sort, to be thinking of falling in love with Venus herself. He has not the sentiment and imagination of Osborne." "Ah, you don't know. You can never be sure about a young man. But with Roger it wouldn't so much signify. He would know he couldn't marry for years to come." All that afternoon the Squire tried to steer clear of Molly, to whom he felt himself to have been an inhospitable traitor. But she was so perfectly unconscious of his shyness of her, and so merry and sweet in her behaviour as a welcome guest, never distrusting him for a moment, however gruff he might be, that by the next morning she had completely won him round, and they were quite on old terms again. At breakfast this very morning a letter passed from the Squire to his wife, and back again, without a word as to its contents, but "Fortunate!" "Yes, very." Little did Molly apply these expressions to the piece of news Mrs. Hamley told her in the course of the day; namely, that her son Osborne had received an invitation to stay with a friend in the neighbourhood of Cambridge, and perhaps to make a tour on the Continent with him subsequently, and that consequently he would not accompany his brother when Roger came home. Molly was very sympathetic. "Oh, dear, I am so sorry." Mrs. Hamley was thankful her husband was not present, Molly spoke the word so heartily. "You have been thinking so long of his coming home. I am afraid it is a great disappointment." Mrs. Hamley smiled, relieved. "Yes, it is a disappointment, certainly; but we must think of Osborne's pleasure, and with his poetical mind he will write us such delightful travelling letters. Poor fellow! He must be going into the examination to-day. Both his father and I feel sure, though, that he will be a high wrangler. Only I should have liked to have seen him, my own dear boy. But it is best as it is." Molly was a little puzzled by this speech, but soon put it out of her head. It was a disappointment to her, too, that she should not see this beautiful, brilliant young man, his mother's hero. From time to time her maiden fancy had dwelt upon what he would be like; how the lovely boy of the picture in Mrs. Hamley's dressing-room would have changed in the 10 years that had elapsed since his likeness was taken; if he would read poetry out loud; if he would even read his own poetry. However, in the never-ending feminine business of the day, she soon forgot her own disappointment. It only came back to her on the first wakening the next morning, as a vague something that was not quite so pleasant as she had anticipated, and then was banished as a subject of regret. Her days at Hamley were well filled up with the small duties that would have belonged to the daughter of the house had there been one. She made breakfast for the lonely Squire, and would willingly have carried up madam's, but that daily piece of work belonged to the Squire, and was jealously guarded by him. She read the smaller print of the newspapers aloud to him, city articles, money, and corn markets included. She strolled about the gardens with him, gathering fresh flowers, meanwhile, to deck the drawing-room against Mrs. Hamley should come down. She was her companion when she took her drives in the close carriage; they read poetry and mild literature together in Mrs. Hamley's sitting-room upstairs. She was quite clever at cribbage now, and could beat the Squire if she took pains. Besides these things, there were her own independent ways of employing herself. She used to try to practise a daily hour in the old grand piano in the solitary drawing-room, because she had promised Miss Eyre she would do so; and she had found her way into the library, and used to undo the heavy bars of the shutters if the housemaids had forgotten this duty, and mount the ladder, sitting on the steps, for an hour at a time. deep in some book of the old English classics. The summer days were very short to this happy girl of 17. End of chapter 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 41, Gathering Clouds. Mrs. Gibson came back full of rose-colored accounts of London. Lady Cumnor had been gracious and affectionate, so touched by my going up to see her so soon after her return to England. Lady Harriet, charming and devoted to her old governess. Lord Cumnor, just like his dear usual hearty self. And as for the Kirkpatricks, no Lord Chancellor's house was ever grander than theirs, and the silk gown of the Q.C. had floated over housemaids and footmen. Cynthia, too, was so much admired, and as for her dress, Mrs. Kirkpatrick had showered down ball dresses and wreaths and pretty bonnets and mantles, like a fairy godmother. Mr. Gibson's poor present of £10 shrank into very small dimensions compared with all this munificence. "And they're so fond of her, I don't know when we shall have her back," was Mrs. Gibson's winding-up sentence. "And now, Molly, what have you and Papa been doing? Very gay you sounded in your letter. I had not time to read it in London, so I put it in my pocket, and read it in the coach coming home. But, my dear child, you do look so old-fashioned with your gown made all tight, and your hair all tumbling about in curls. Curls are quite gone out. We must do your hair differently," she continued, trying to smooth Molly's black waves into straightness. "I sent Cynthia an African letter," said Molly timidly. "Did you hear anything of what was in it?" "Oh, yes, poor child. It made her very uneasy, I think. She said she did not feel inclined to go to Mr. Rawson's ball, which was on that night, and for which Mrs. Kirkpatrick had given her the ball dress. But there really was nothing for her to fidget herself about. Roger only said he had had another touch of fever, but was better when he wrote. He says every European has to be acclimatized by fever in that part of Abyssinia where he is." "And did she go?" asked Molly. "Well, yes, to be sure. It is not an engagement. And if it were, it is not acknowledged. Fancy her going and saying, 'A young man that I know has been ill for a few days in Africa 2 months ago, therefore I don't want to go to the ball tonight.' It would seem like affectation of sentiment, and if there's one thing I hate, it is that." "She would hardly enjoy herself," said Molly. "Oh, yes, but she did. Her dress was white gauze trimmed with lilacs, and she really did look, a mother may be allowed a little natural partiality, most lovely, and she danced every dance, although she was quite a stranger. I'm sure she enjoyed herself from her manner of talking about it the next morning." "I wonder if the Squire knows." "Knows what? Oh, yes, to be sure. You mean about Roger. I daresay he doesn't, and there's no need to tell him, for I've no doubt it is all right now." And she went out of the room to finish her unpacking. Molly let her work fall and sighed. "It will be a year, the day after to-morrow, since he came here to propose our going to Hurst Wood, and mamma was so vexed at his calling before lunch. I wonder if Cynthia remembers it as well as I do. And now, perhaps... Oh, Roger, Roger, I wish, I pray that you were safe home again. How could we all bear it if..." She covered her face with her hands and tried to stop thinking. Suddenly she got up as if stung by a venomous fancy. "I don't believe she loves him as she ought, or she could not have gone and danced. What shall I do if she does not? What shall I do? I can bear anything but that." But she found the long suspense as to his health hard enough to endure. They were not likely to hear from him for a month at least, and before that time had elapsed Cynthia would be at home again. Molly learnt to long for her return before a fortnight of her absence was over. She had had no idea that perpetual tete-a-tetes with Mrs. Gibson could, by any possibility, be so tiresome as she found them. Perhaps Molly's state of delicate health consequent upon her rapid growth during the last few months, made her irritable. But really often she had to get up and leave the room to calm herself down after listening to a long series of words, more frequently plaintive or discontented in tone than cheerful, and which at the end conveyed no distinct impression of either the speaker's thought or feeling. Whenever anything had gone wrong, whenever Mrs. Gibson had coolly persevered in anything to which she had objected, whenever the cook had made a mistake about the dinner, or the housemaid broke in any little frangible article, whenever Molly's hair was not done to her liking, or her dress did not become her, or the smell of dinner pervaded the house, or the wrong callers came, or the right callers did not come, in fact, whenever anything went wrong, poor Mr. Kirkpatrick was regretted and mourned over, nay, almost blamed, as if, had he only given himself the trouble of living, he could have helped it. When I look back to those happy days, it seems to me as if I had never valued them as I ought. To be sure, youth, love, what did we care for poverty? I remember dear Mr. Kirkpatrick walking 5 miles into Stratford to buy me a muffin, because I had such a fancy for one after Cynthia was born. I don't mean to complain of dear papa, but perhaps I ought not to say it to you. If Mr. Kirkpatrick had but taken care of that cough of his, but he was so obstinate, men always are, I think, and it really was selfish of him, only I dare say he did not consider the forlorn state in which I should be left. It came harder upon me than upon most people, because I always was of such an affectionate, sensitive nature. I remember a little poem of Mr. Kirkpatrick's in which he compared my heart to a harp string, vibrating to the slightest breeze. I thought harp strings required a pretty strong finger to make them sound, said Molly. My dear child, you've no more poetry in you than your father. And as for your hair, it's worse than ever. Can't you drench it in water to take those untidy twists and twirls out of it? It only makes it curl more and more when it gets dry, said Molly, sudden tears coming into her eyes as a recollection came before her, like a picture seen long ago and forgotten for years, a young mother washing and dressing her little girl, placing the half-naked darling on her knee, and twining the wet rings of dark hair fondly round her fingers, and then, in an ecstasy of fondness, kissing a little curly head. The receipt of Cynthia's letters made very agreeable events. She did not write often, but her letters were tolerably long when they did come, and very sprightly in tone. There was constant mention made of many new names, which conveyed no idea to Molly, though Mrs. Gibson would try and enlighten her by running commentaries like the following. Mrs. Green, that's Mr. Jones' pretty cousin, who lives in Russell Square with the fat husband. They keep their carriage, but I'm not sure if it is not Mr. Green who is Mrs. Jones' cousin. We can ask Cynthia when she comes home. Mr. Henderson, to be sure, a young man with black whiskers, a pupil of Mr. Kirkpatrick's formerly, or was he a pupil of Mr. Murray's? I know they said he had read law with somebody. Yes, they are the people who called the day after Mr. Rawson's ball, and who admired Cynthia so much, without knowing I was her mother. She was very handsomely dressed indeed, in black satin, and the son had a glass eye, but he was a young man of good property. Coleman, yes, that was the name. No more news of Roger until some time after Cynthia had returned from her London visit. She came back looking fresher and prettier than ever, beautifully dressed, thanks to her own good taste, and her cousin's generosity, full of amusing details of the gay life she had been enjoying, yet not at all out of spirits at having left it behind her. She brought home all sorts of pretty and dainty devices for Molly, a neck ribbon made up in the newest fashion, a pattern for a tippet, a delicate pair of light gloves embroidered as Molly had never seen gloves embroidered before, and many another little sign of remembrance during her absence. Yet somehow or other Molly felt that Cynthia was changed in her relation to her. Molly was aware that she had never had Cynthia's full confidence, for with all her apparent frankness and naivete of manner, Cynthia was extremely reserved and reticent. She knew this much of herself, and had often laughed about it to Molly, and the latter had found out the truth of her friend's assertion for herself. But Molly did not trouble herself much about this. She, too, knew that there were many thoughts and feelings that flitted through her mind that she should never think of telling to anyone, except, perhaps, if they were ever very much thrown together, to her father. She knew that Cynthia withheld from her more than thoughts and feelings, that she withheld facts. But then, as Molly reflected, these facts might involve details of struggle and suffering, might relate to her mother's neglect, and altogether be of so painful a character that it would be well if Cynthia could forget her childhood altogether, instead of fixing it in her mind by the relation of her grievances and troubles. So it was not now by any way of confidence that Molly felt distance, as it were. It was because Cynthia rather avoided than sought her companionship, because her eyes shunned the straight, serious, loving look of Molly's, because there were certain subjects on which she evidently disliked speaking, not particularly interesting things as far as Molly could perceive, but it almost seemed as if they lay on the road to points to be avoided. Molly felt a sort of sighing pleasure in noticing Cynthia's changed manner of talking about Roger. She spoke of him tenderly now, poor Roger, as she called him, and Molly thought that she must be referring to the illness which he had mentioned in his last letter. One morning in the first week after Cynthia's return home, just as she was going out, Mr. Gibson ran up into the drawing-room, hat on, booted and spurred, and hastily laid an open pamphlet down before her, pointing out a particular passage with his finger, but not speaking a word before he rapidly quitted the room. His eyes were sparkling, and had an amused as well as pleased expression. All this Molly noticed, as well as Cynthia's flush of colour as she read what was thus pointed out to her. Then she pushed it a little on one side, not closing the book, however, and went on with her work. "What is it? May I see it?" asked Molly, stretching out her hand for the pamphlet, which lay within her reach, but she did not take it until Cynthia had said, "Well, certainly. I don't suppose there are any great secrets in a scientific journal full of reports of meetings." And she gave the book a little push towards Molly. "Oh, Cynthia!" said Molly, catching her breath as she read. "Are you not proud?" For it was an account of an annual gathering of the Geographical Society, and Lord Hollingford had read a letter he had received from Roger Hamley, dated from Arequipa, a district in Africa hitherto unvisited by any intelligent European traveller, and about which Mr. Hamley sent many curious particulars. The reading of this letter had been received with the greatest interest, and several subsequent speakers had paid the writer very high compliments. But Molly might have known Cynthia better than to expect an answer responsive to the feelings that prompted her question. Let Cynthia be ever so proud, ever so glad, or so grateful, or even indignant, remorseful, grieved, or sorry, the very fact that she was expected by another to entertain any of these emotions would have been enough to prevent her expressing them. "I'm afraid I'm not as much struck by the wonder of the thing as you are, Molly. Besides, it is not news to me, at least not entirely. I heard about the meeting before I left London. It was a good deal talked about in my uncle's set. To be sure, I did not hear all the fine things they say of him there, but then, you know, that's a mere fashion of speaking, which means nothing. Somebody is bound to pay compliments when a lord takes the trouble to read one of his letters aloud." "Nonsense!" said Molly. "You know you don't believe what you were saying, Cynthia." Cynthia gave that pretty little jerk of her shoulders which was her equivalent for a French shrug, but did not lift up her head from her sewing. Molly began to read the report over again. "Why, Cynthia," she said, "you might have been there. Ladies were there. It says many ladies were present. Oh, could you not have managed to go? If your uncle's set cared about these things, would not some of them have taken you?" "Perhaps, if I had asked them. But I think they would have been rather astonished at my sudden turn for science. Well, you might have told your uncle how matters really stood. He would not have talked about it if you had wished him not, I am sure, and he could have helped you. Once for all, Molly," said Cynthia, now laying down her work and speaking with quick authority, do learn to understand that it is, and always has been, my wish not to have the relation which Roger and I bear to each other mentioned or talked about. When the right time comes, I will make it known to my uncle, and to everybody whom it may concern. But I am not going to make mischief and get myself into trouble, even for the sake of hearing compliments paid to him, by letting it out before the time. If I'm pushed to it, I'd sooner break it off altogether at once and have done with it. I can't be worse off than I am now." Her angry tone had changed into a kind of desponding complaint before she ended her sentence. Molly looked at her with dismay. "I can't understand you, Cynthia," she said at length. "No, I dare say you can't," said Cynthia, looking at her with tears in her eyes, and very tenderly, as if in atonement for her late vehemence. "I'm afraid I hope you never will." In a moment Molly's arms were round her. "Oh, Cynthia," she murmured, "have I been plaguing you? Have I vexed you? Don't say you're afraid of my knowing you. Of course you've your faults. Everybody has. But I think I love you the better for them." "I don't know that I'm so very bad," said Cynthia, smiling a little through the tears that Molly's words and caresses had forced to overflow from her eyes. "But I have got into scrapes. I'm in a scrape now. I do sometimes believe I shall always be in scrapes, and if they ever come to light, I shall seem to be worse than I really am. And I know your father will throw me off, and No, I won't be afraid that you will, Molly." "I'm sure I won't. Do you think, how would Roger take it?" asked Molly, very timidly. "I don't know. I hope he will never hear of it. I don't see why he should, for in a little while I shall be quite clear again. It all came about without my ever thinking I was doing wrong. I've a great mind to tell you all about it, Molly." Molly did not like to urge it, though she longed to know, and to see if she could not offer help. But while Cynthia was hesitating, and perhaps, to say the truth, rather regretting that she had even made this slight advance toward bestowing her confidence, Mrs. Gibson came in, full of some manner of altering a gown of hers so as to make it into the fashion of the day, as she had seen it during her visit to London. Cynthia seemed to forget her tears and her troubles, and to throw her whole soul into millinery. Cynthia's correspondence went on pretty briskly with her London cousins, according to the usual rate of correspondence in those days. Indeed, Mrs. Gibson was occasionally inclined to complain of the frequency of Helen Kirkpatrick's letters, for before the penny post came in, the recipient had to pay the postage of letters, and 11 halfpenny 3 times a week came, according to Mrs. Gibson's mode of reckoning, when annoyed, to a sum between 3 and 4 shillings. But these complaints were only for the family. They saw the wrong side of the tapestry. Hollingford in general, the Miss Brownings in particular, heard of dear Helen's enthusiastic friendship for Cynthia, and of the real pleasure it was to receive such constant news, relays of news indeed, from London. It was almost as good as living there. "A great deal better, I should think," said Miss Browning with some severity, for she had got many of her notions of the metropolis from the British essayists, where town is so often represented as the centre of dissipation, corrupting country wives and squires' daughters, and unfitting them for all their duties by the constant whirl of its not always innocent pleasures. London was a sort of moral pitch, which few could touch and not be defiled. Miss Browning had been on the watch for the signs of deterioration in Cynthia's character ever since her return home; but, excepting in a greater number of pretty and becoming articles of dress, there was no great change for the worse to be perceived. Cynthia had been in the world, had beheld the glare and glitter and dazzling display of London, yet had come back to Hollingford as ready as ever to place a chair for Miss Browning, or to gather flowers for a nosegay for Miss Phoebe, or to mend her own clothes. But all this was set down to the merits of Cynthia, not to the credit of London town. "As far as I can judge of London," said Miss Browning, sententiously continuing her tirade against the place, "it's no better than a pickpocket and a robber dressed up in the spoils of honest folk. I should like to know where my Lord Hollingford was bred, and Mr. Roger Hamley. Your good husband lent me that report of the meeting, Mrs. Gibson, where so much was said about them both, and he was as proud of their praises as if he had been akin to them, and Phoebe read it aloud to me, for the print was too small for my eyes. She was a good deal perplexed with all the new names of places, but I said she had better skip them all, for we had never heard of them before, and probably should never hear of them again. But she read out the fine things they said of my lord and Mr. Roger, and I put it to you. Where were they born and bred? Why, within 8 miles of Hollingford. It might have been Molly there, or me. It's all a chance. And then they go and talk about the pleasures of intellectual society in London, and the distinguished people up there, that it is such an advantage to know. And all the time I know it's only shops and the play that's the real attraction. But that's neither here nor there. We all put our best foot foremost, and if we have a reason to give that looks sensible, we speak it out like men, and never say anything about the silliness we are hugging to our hearts. But I ask you again, where does this fine society come from, and these wise men, and these distinguished travellers? Why, out of country parishes like this. London picks 'em all up, and decks herself with them, and then calls out loud to the folks she's robbed, and says, come and see how fine I am. Fine, indeed! I've no patience with London. Cynthia is much better out of it, and I'm not sure, if I were you, Mrs. Gibson, if I would not stop up those London letters. They'll only be unsettling her. But perhaps she may live in London some of these days, Miss Browning, simpered Mrs. Gibson. Time enough, then, to be thinking of London. I wish her an honest country husband with enough to live upon, and a little to lay by, and a good character to boot. Mind that, Molly, said she, firing round upon the startled Molly. I wish Cynthia a husband with a good character. But she's got a mother to look after her. You've none, and when your mother was alive she was a dear friend of mine. So I'm not going to let you throw yourself away upon any one whose life is not clear and above board. You may depend upon it. This last speech fell like a bomb into the quiet little drawing-room. It was delivered with such vehemence. Miss Browning, in her secret heart, meant it as a warning against the intimacy she believed that Molly had formed with Mr. Preston; but as it happened that Molly had never dreamed of any such intimacy, the girl could not imagine why such severity of speech should be addressed to her. Mrs. Gibson, who always took up the points of every word or action where they touched her own self, and called it sensitiveness, broke the silence that followed Miss Browning's speech by saying plaintively, I'm sure, Miss Browning, you are very much mistaken if you think that any mother could take more care of Molly than I do. I can't think there is any need for any one to interfere to protect her, and I have not an idea why you have been talking in this way, just as if we were all wrong and you were all right. It hurts my feelings, indeed it does, for Molly can tell you there is not a thing or a favour that Cynthia has that she has not, and as for not taking care of her, why, if she were to go up to London to-morrow, I should make a point of going with her to see after her. And I never did it for Cynthia when she was at school in France, and her bedroom is furnished just like Cynthia's, and I let her wear my red shawl whenever she likes. She might have it oftener if she would. I can't think what you mean, Miss Browning. I did not mean to offend you, but I meant just to give Molly a hint. She understands what I mean." "I'm sure I do not," said Molly boldly. "I have not a notion what you meant, if you were alluding to anything more than you said straight out. That you do not wish me to marry any one who has not a good character, and that, as you are a friend of mamma's, you would prevent my marrying a man with bad character by every means in your power. I'm not thinking of marrying. I don't want to marry anybody at all. But if I did, and he were not a good man, I should thank you for coming and warning me of it." "I shall not stand on warning you, Molly. I shall forbid the banns in church, if need be," said Miss Browning, half convinced of the clear, transparent truth of what Molly had said, blushing all over, it is true, but with her steady eyes fixed on Miss Browning's face while she spoke. "Do," said Molly. "Well, well, I won't say any more. Perhaps I was mistaken. We won't say any more about it. But remember what I have said, Molly. There's no harm in that, at any rate. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, Mrs. Gibson. As stepmothers go, I think you try and do your duty. Good morning, good-bye to you both, and God bless you." If Miss Browning thought that her final blessing would secure peace in the room she was leaving, she was very much mistaken. Mrs. Gibson burst out with, "Try and do my duty, indeed! I should be much obliged to you, Molly, if you would take care not to behave in such a manner as to bring down upon me such impertinence as I have just been receiving from Miss Browning." "But I don't know what made her talk as she did, mamma," said Molly. "Well, I'm sure I don't know, and I don't care either. But I know that I never was spoken to as if I was trying to do my duty before. Trying, indeed! Everybody always knew that I did it, without talking about it before my face in that rude manner. I've that deep feeling about duty that I think it ought to be only to be talked about in church and in such sacred places as that, not to have a common caller startling one with it, even though she was an early friend of your mother's. And as if I did not look after you quite as much as I look after Cynthia. Why, it was only yesterday I went into Cynthia's room and found her reading a letter that she put away in a hurry as soon as I came in, and I did not even ask her who it was from. And I am sure I should have made you tell me." Very likely. Mrs. Gibson shrank from any conflicts with Cynthia, pretty sure that she would be worsted in the end, while Molly generally submitted sooner than have any struggle for her own will. Just then Cynthia came in. "What's the matter?" she said quickly, seeing that something was wrong. "Why, Molly has been doing something which has set that impertinent Miss Browning off into lecturing me on trying to do my duty. If your poor father had but lived, Cynthia, I should never have been spoken to as I have been. A stepmother trying to do her duty, indeed! That was Miss Browning's expression." Any allusion to her father took from Cynthia all desire of irony. She came forwards, and again asked Molly what was the matter. Molly, herself ruffled, made answer. "Miss Browning seemed to think I was likely to marry someone whose character was objectionable." "You, Molly?" said Cynthia. "Yes. She once before spoke to me. I suspect she has got some notion about Mr. Preston in her head." Cynthia sat down quite suddenly. Molly went on. "And she spoke as if mamma did not look enough after me. I think she was rather provoking." "Not rather, but very, very impertinent," said Mrs. Gibson, a little soothed by Molly's recognition of her grievance. "What could have put it into her head?" said Cynthia, very quietly, taking up her sewing as she spoke. "I don't know," said her mother, replying to the question after her own fashion. "I'm sure I don't always approve of Mr. Preston, but even if it was him she was thinking about, he's far more agreeable than she is, and I had much rather have him coming to call than an old maid like her any day." "I don't know that it was Mr. Preston she was thinking about," said Molly. "It was only a guess. When you were both in London she spoke about him. I thought she had heard something about you and him, Cynthia." Unseen by her mother, Cynthia looked up at Molly, her eyes full of prohibition, her cheeks full of angry colour. Molly stopped short suddenly. After that look she was surprised at the quietness with which Cynthia said almost immediately, "Well, after all, it is only your fancy that she was alluding to Mr. Preston, so perhaps we had better not say any more about him. And as for her advice to mamma to look after you better, Miss Molly, I'll stand bail for your good behaviour, for both mamma and I know you're the last person to do any foolish things in that way. And now don't let us talk any more about it. I was coming to tell you that Hannah Brand's little boy has been badly burnt, and his sister is downstairs asking for old linen." Mrs. Gibson was always kind to poor people, and she immediately got up and went to her stores to search for the article wanted. Cynthia turned quietly round to Molly. "Molly, pray don't ever allude to anything between me and Mr. Preston. Not to mamma, nor to anyone. Never do. I've a reason for it. Don't say anything more about it, ever." Mrs. Gibson came back at this moment, and Molly had to stop short again on the brink of Cynthia's confidence, uncertain indeed this time if she would have been told anything more, and only sure that she had annoyed Cynthia a good deal. But the time was approaching when she would know all. End of chapter 41.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 46. Hollingford Gossips. My dear Molly, why didn't you come and dine with us? I said to sister I would come and scold you well. Oh, Mr. Osborne Hamley, is that you? And a look of mistaken intelligence at the tête-à-tête she disturbed came so perceptibly into Miss Phoebe's face that Molly caught Osborne's sympathetic eye, and both smiled at the notion. I'm sure one must sometimes. I see our dinner would have been. Then she recovered herself into a connected sentence. We only just heard of Mrs. Gibson's having a fly from the George, because sister sent our Nancy to pay for a couple of rabbits Tom Ostler had snared. I hope we shan't be taken for poachers, Mr. Osborne. Snaring doesn't require a license, I believe. And she heard he was gone off with the fly to the Towers with your dear mamma. For Cox, who drives the fly in general, has sprained his ankle. We had just finished dinner, but when Nancy and Tom Ostler would not be back till night, I said, why, there's that poor dear girl left all alone by herself, and her mother, such a friend of ours, when she was alive, I mean. But I'm sure I'm glad I'm mistaken. Osborne said, I came to speak to Mr. Gibson, not knowing he had gone to London, and Miss Gibson kindly gave me some of her lunch. I must go now. Oh, dear, I'm so sorry, fluttered out Miss Phoebe. I disturbed you, but it was with the best intentions. I always was mal à propos from a child. But Osborne was gone before she had finished her apologies. Before he left, his eyes met Molly's with a strange look of yearning farewell that struck her at the time, and that she remembered strongly afterward. Such a nice, suitable thing, and I came in the midst and spoilt it all. I'm sure you're very kind, my dear, considering. Considering what, my dear Miss Phoebe? If you are conjecturing a love affair between Mr. Osborne Hamley and me, you are never more mistaken in your life. I think I told you so once before. Please do believe me. Oh, yes, I remember, and somehow sister got it into her head it was Mr. Preston, I recollect. One thing is just as wrong as the other, said Molly, smiling, and trying to look perfectly indifferent, but going extremely red from the annoyance at the mention of Mr. Preston's name. It was very difficult for her to keep up any conversation, for her heart was full of Osborne, his changed appearance, his melancholy words of foreboding, and his confidences about his wife, French, Catholic, servant. Molly could not help trying to piece these strange facts together by imaginations of her own, and found it very hard work to attend to kind Miss Phoebe's unceasing patter. She came up to the point, however, when the voice ceased, and could recall, in a mechanical manner, the echo of the last words, which, from both Miss Phoebe's look and the dying accent that lingered in Molly's ear, she perceived to be a question. Miss Phoebe was asking her if she would go out with her. She was going to Grinstead's, the bookseller of Hollingford, who, in addition to his regular business, was the agent for the Hollingford Book Society, received their subscriptions, kept their accounts, ordered their books from London, and, on payment of a small salary, allowed the society to keep their volumes on shelves in his shop. It was the centre of news and gossip, the club, as it were, of the little town. Everybody who pretended to gentility in the place belonged to it. It was a test of gentility, indeed, rather than of education or a love of literature. No shopkeeper would have thought of offering himself as a member, however great his general interest and love of reading, while it boasted upon the list of subscribers most of the county families in the neighbourhood, some of whom subscribed to the Hollingford Book Society as a sort of duty belonging to their stations, without often using their privilege of reading the books. While there were residents in the little town, such as Mrs. Goodenough, who privately thought reading a great waste of time that might be much better employed in sewing and knitting and pastry making, but who nevertheless belonged to it as a mark of station, just as these good motherly women would have thought it a terrible come down in the world if they had not had a pretty young servant maid to fetch them home from the tea parties at night. At any rate, Grinstead's was a very convenient place for a lounge. In that view of the book society everyone agreed. Molly went upstairs to get ready to accompany Miss Phoebe, and on opening one of her drawers, she saw Cynthia's envelope containing the notes she owed Mr. Preston, carefully sealed up like a letter. This was what Molly had so unwillingly promised to deliver, the last final stroke to the affair. Molly took it up, hating it, For a time she had forgotten it, and now it was here facing her, and she must try and get rid of it. She put it in her pocket for the chances of the walk and the day, and fortune for once seemed to befriend her; for, on their entering Grinstead's shop, in which 2 or 3 people were now, as always, congregated, making play of examining the books, or business of writing down the titles of new works in the order book, there was Mr. Preston. He bowed as they came in; he could not help that; but at the sight of Molly he looked as ill-tempered and out of humour as a man could do. She was connected in his mind with defeat and mortification, and besides, the sight of her called up what he desired now above all things to forget, namely, the deep conviction received through Molly's simple earnestness of Cynthia's dislike to him. If Miss Phoebe had seen the scowl upon his handsome face, she might have undeceived her sister in her suppositions about him and Molly. But Miss Phoebe, who did not consider it quite maidenly to go and stand close to Mr. Preston, and survey the shelves of books in such close proximity to a gentleman, found herself an errand at the other end of the shop, and occupied herself in buying writing paper. Molly fingered her valuable letter as it lay in her pocket. Did she dare to cross over to Mr. Preston and give it to him, or not? While she was still undecided, shrinking always just at the moment when she thought she had got her courage up for action, Miss Phoebe, having finished her purchase, turned round, and after looking a little pathetically at Mr. Preston's back, said to Molly in a whisper, "I think we'll go to Johnson's now, and come back for the books in a little while." So across the street to Johnson's they went; but no sooner had they entered the draper's shop than Molly's conscience smote her for her cowardice, and loss of a good opportunity. "I'll be back directly," said she, as soon as Miss Phoebe was engaged with her purchases; and Molly ran across to Grinstead's, without looking either to the right or the left. She had been watching the door, and she knew that no Mr. Preston had issued forth. She ran in. He was at the counter now, talking to Grinstead himself. Molly put the letter into his hand, to his surprise, and almost against his will, and turned round to go back to Miss Phoebe. At the door of the shop stood Mrs. Goodenough, arrested in the act of entering, staring with her round eyes, made still rounder and more owl-like by the spectacles, to see Molly Gibson giving Mr. Preston a letter, which he, conscious of being watched, and favouring underhand practices habitually, put quickly into his pocket unopened. Perhaps, if he had had time for reflection, he would not have scrupled to put Molly to open shame by rejecting what she so eagerly forced upon him. There was another long evening to be got through with Mrs. Gibson, but on this occasion there was the pleasant occupation of dinner, which took up at least an hour, for it was one of Mrs. Gibson's fancies, one which Molly chafed against, to have every ceremonial gone through in the same stately manner for 2 as for 20. So, although Molly knew full well, and her stepmother knew full well, and Maria knew full well, that neither Mrs. Gibson nor Molly touched dessert, it was set on the table with as much form as if Cynthia had been at home, who delighted in almonds and raisins, or Mr. Gibson been there, who could never resist dates, although he protested against persons in their station of life having a formal dessert set out before them every day. And Mrs. Gibson herself apologized, as it were, to Molly to-day, in the same words she had often used to Mr. Gibson. "It's no extravagance, for we need not eat it, I never do, but it looks well, and makes Maria understand what is required in the daily life of every family of position." All through the evening Molly's thoughts wandered far and wide, though she managed to keep up a show of attention to what Mrs. Gibson was saying. She was thinking of Osborne, and his abrupt half-finished confidence, his ill looks. She was wondering when Roger would come home, and longing for his return, as much, she said to herself, for Osborne's sake as for her own. Then she checked herself. What had she to do with Roger? Why should she long for his return? It was Cynthia who was doing this, only somehow he was such a true friend to Molly that she could not help thinking of him as a staff and a stay in the troublous times which appeared to lie not far ahead this evening. Then Mr. Preston and her little adventure with him came uppermost. How angry he looked! How could Cynthia have liked him even enough to get into this abominable scrape, which was, however, all over now? And so she ran on in her fancies and imaginations, little dreaming that very night how much talk was going on not half a mile from where she sate sewing, which would prove that the scrape, as she called it in her girlish phraseology, was not all over. Scandal sleeps in the summer, comparatively speaking. Its nature is the reverse of that dormouse. Warm ambient air, loiterings abroad, gardenings, flowers to talk about, and preserves to make, soothed the wicked imp to slumber in the parish of Hollingford in the summer time. But when evenings grew short, and people gathered round the fires and put their feet in a circle, not on the fenders, that was not allowed, then there was time for confidential conversation, or in the pauses allowed for the tea trays to circulate among the card tables, when those who were peaceably inclined tried to stop the warm discussions about the odd trick and the rather wearisome feminine way of shouldering the crutch and showing how the fields were won, small crumbs and scraps of the daily news came up to the surface, such as Martindale has raised the price of his best joints a halfpenny in the pound, or it's a shame of Sir Harry to order in another book on Farriery in the Book Society. Phoebe and I tried to read it, but really there is no general interest in it. Or, I wonder what Mr. Ashton will do now Nancy is going to be married. Why, she has been with him these 17 years. It's a very foolish thing for a woman of her age to be thinking of matrimony, and so I told her when I met her in the market-place this morning. So said Miss Browning on the night in question, her hand of cards lying by her on the green baize-covered table, when she munched the rich pound-cake of a certain Miss Dawes, lately come to inhabit Hollingford. "Matrimony is not so bad as you think for, Miss Browning," said Mrs. Goodenough, standing up for the holy estate into which she had twice entered. "If I had seen Nancy, I should have given her my mind very different. It's a great thing to be able to settle what you'll have for dinner, with never one interfering with you." "If that's all," said Miss Browning, drawing herself up, "I can do that, and perhaps better than a woman who has a husband to please." "No one can say as I didn't please my husbands, both on 'em, though Jeremy was tickler in his taste than poor Harry Beaver. But as I used to say to 'em, leave the victual to me. It's better for you than knowing what's to come beforehand. The stomach likes to be taken by surprise. And neither of 'em ever repented 'em of their confidence. You may take my word for it. Beans and bacon will taste better, and Mr. Ashton's Nancy in her own house, than all the sweetbreads and spring chickens she's been a doing for him this 17 years. But if I chose I could tell you of something as would interest you all a deal more than old Nancy's marriage to a widower with 9 children, only as the young folks themselves is meeting in private, clandestine like, it's perhaps not for me to tell their secrets." "I'm sure I don't want to hear of clandestine meetings between young men and young women," said Miss Browning, throwing up her head. "It's disgrace enough to people themselves, I consider, if they enter on a love affair without the proper sanction of parents. I know public opinion has changed on the subject, but when poor Gracia was married to Mr. Byerley, he wrote to my father without ever having so much as paid her a compliment, or said more than the trivial and commonplace things to her, and my father and mother sent for her into my father's study, and she said she never was so much frightened in her life, and they said it was a very good offer, and Mr. Byerley was a very worthy man, and they hoped that she would behave properly to him when he came to supper that night. And after that he was allowed to come twice a week till they were married. My mother and I sat at our work in the bow window of the rectory drawing-room, and Gracia and Mr. Byerley at the other end, and my mother always called my attention to some flower or plant in the garden when it struck 9, for that was his time for going. Without offence to the present company, I am rather inclined to look upon matrimony as a weakness to which some very worthy people are prone. But if they must be married, let them make the best of it, and go through the affair with dignity and propriety. Or, if there are misdoings and clandestine meetings, and such things at any rate, never let me hear about them. I think it's you to play, Miss Dawes. You'll excuse my frankness on the subject of matrimony. Mrs. Goodenough there can tell you I'm a very outspoken person." "It's not the outspeaking, it's what you say that goes against me, Miss Browning," said Mrs. Goodenough, affronted, yet ready to play her card as soon as needed. And as for Mrs. Dawes, she was too anxious to get into the genteelest of all Hollingford society to object to whatever Miss Browning, who, in right of being a deceased rector's daughter, rather represented the selectest circle of the little town, advocated celibacy, marriage, bigamy, or polygamy. So the remainder of the evening passed over without any farther reference to the secret Mrs. Goodenough was burning to disclose, unless a remark made, apropos de rien, by Miss Browning, during the silence of a deal, could be supposed to have connection with the previous conversation. She said suddenly and abruptly, "I don't know what I have done that any man should make me his slave." If she was referring to any prospect of matrimonial danger she saw opening before her fancy, she might have been comforted. But it was a remark of which no one took any notice, all being far too much engaged in the rubber. Only when Miss Browning took her early leave, for Miss Phoebe had a cold and was an invalid at home, Mrs. Goodenough burst out with, "Well, now I may speak out my mind, and say as how if there was a slave between us two, when Goodenough was alive, it wasn't me, and I don't think as it was pretty in Miss Browning to give herself such airs on her virginity, when there was 4 widows in the room, who'd had 6 honest men among 'em for husbands. No offence, Miss Airy," addressing an unfortunate little spinster, who found herself the sole representative of celibacy, now that Miss Browning was gone. "I could tell her of a girl as she's very fond on, who's on the high road to matrimony, and in as cunning a way as I ever heerd on, going out at dusk to meet her sweetheart, just as if she was my Sally or your Jenny. And her name is Molly, too, which, as I have often thought, shows a low taste in them as first called her so. She might as well be a scullery maid at once. Not that she's picked up anybody common. She's looked about her for a handsome fellow and a smart young man enough." Every one around the table looked curious and intent on the disclosures being made, except the hostess, Mrs. Dawes, who smiled intelligence with her eyes, and knowingly pursed up her mouth until Mrs. Goodenough had finished her tale. And then she said demurely, "I suppose you mean Mr. Preston and Miss Gibson." "Why, who told you?" said Mrs. Goodenough, turning round upon her in surprise. "You can't say as I did. There's many a Molly in Hollingford, besides her, though none, perhaps, in such a genteel station of life. I never named her, I'm sure." "No, but I know. I could tell my tale too," continued Mrs. Dawes. "No, could you really?" said Mrs. Goodenough, very curious and a little jealous. "Yes. My uncle Sheepshanks came upon them in the Park Avenue. He startled him a good deal, he said, and when he taxed Mr. Preston with being with his sweetheart, he didn't deny it. Well, now so much has come out, I'll tell you what I know. Only, ladies, I wouldn't wish to do the girl an unkind turn, so you must keep what I've got to tell you a secret." Of course they promised. That was easy. My Hannah, as married Tom Oakes and lives in Pearson Lane, was a gathering of damsons only about a week ago, and Molly Gibson was a walking fast down the lane, quite in a hurry like to meet some one, and Hannah's little Anna Maria fell down, and Molly, who's a kind-hearted lass enough, picked her up, so if Hannah had had her doubts before, she had none then. "But there was no one with her, was there?" asked one of the ladies anxiously, as Mrs. Goodenough stopped to finish her piece of cake just at this crisis. "No. I said she looked as if she was going to meet some one, and by comes Mr. Preston running out of the woods just beyond Hannah's, and says he, 'A cup of water, please, good woman, for a lady has fainted, or is hysterical, or something.' Now, though he didn't know Hannah, Hannah knew him. More folks know Tom Fool than Tom Fool knows, asking Mr. Preston's pardon, for he's no fool whatever he be. And I could tell you more, and what I seed with my own eyes. I seed her give him a letter in Grinstead's shop only yesterday, and he looked as black as thunder at her, for he seed me if she didn't." "It's a very suitable kind of thing," said Miss Airy. "Why do they make such a mystery of it?" "Some folks like it," said Mrs. Dawes. "It adds zest to it all, to do the courting underhand." "Ay, it's like salt to their victual," put in Miss Goodenough. "But I didn't think Molly Gibson was one of that sort, I didn't." "The Gibsons hold themselves very high?" cried Mrs. Dawes, more as an inquiry than an assertion. "Mrs. Gibson has called upon me." "Ay, you're like to be a patient of the doctor's," put in Mrs. Goodenough. "She seemed to me very affable, though she is so intimate with the Countess and the family at the Towers, and is quite the lady herself. Dines late, I've heard, and everything in style." "Style! Very different style to what Bob Gibson, her husband, was used to when he first came here. Glad of a mutton chop in his surgery, for I doubt if he'd a fire anywhere else. We called him Bob Gibson then, but none of us dare bob him now. I'd as soon think of calling him Sweep." "I think it looks very bad for Miss Gibson," said one lady, rather anxious to bring back the conversation to the more interesting present time. But as soon as Mrs. Goodenough heard this natural comment on the disclosure she had made, she fired round on the speaker. "Not at all bad, and I'll trouble you not to use such a word as that about Molly Gibson, as I've known all her life. It's odd, if you will. I was odd myself as a girl. I could never abide a plate of gathered gooseberries, but I must needs go sulk behind a bush and gather 'em for myself. It's some folks' taste, though it mayn't be Miss Brownie's, who'd have all the courting done under the nose of the family. All as I ever said was that I was surprised at it in Molly Gibson, and that I'd a thought it was liker the pretty minx of Cynthia, as they call her. Indeed, at one time I was ready to swear as it was her Mr. Preston was after. Now, ladies, I'll wish you a very good night. I cannot abide waste, and I'll venture for it Sally's letting the candle in the lantern run all to grease, instead of putting it out as I've told her to do, if ever she's got to wait for me." So, with formal dipping curtsies, the ladies separated, but not without thanking Mrs. Dawes for the pleasant evening they had had, a piece of old-fashioned courtesy always gone through in those days. End of chapter 46. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006.
Chapter 25 of Wives and Daughters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Anderson. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 25. Hollingford in a Bustle. All Hollingford felt as if there was a great deal to be done before Easter this year. There was Easter proper, which always required new clothes of some kind, for fear of certain consequences from little birds who were supposed to resent the impiety of those who do not wear some new article of dress on Easter Day. And most ladies considered it wiser that the little birds should see the new article for themselves, and not have to take it upon trust, as they would have to do if it were merely a pocket handkerchief or a petticoat, or any article of underclothing. So Piety demanded a new bonnet or a new gown, and was barely satisfied with an Easter pair of gloves. Miss Rose was generally very busy just before Easter in Hollingford. Then this year there was the charity ball. Ashcombe, Hollingford, and Coreham were 3 neighbouring towns of about the same number of population, lying at the 3 equidistant corners of a triangle. In imitation of greater cities with their festivals, these 3 towns had agreed to have an annual ball for the benefit of the county hospital, to be held in turn at each place, and Hollingford was to be the place this year. It was a fine time for hospitality, and every house of any pretension was as full as it could hold, and flys were engaged long months before. If Mrs. Gibson could have asked Osborne, or in default Roger Hamley, to go to the ball with them, and to sleep at their house, or indeed she could have picked up any stray scion of a county family to whom such an offer would have been a convenience, she would have restored her own dressing-room to its former use as the spare room, with pleasure. But she did not think it was worth her while to put herself out for any of the humdrum and ill-dressed women who had been her former acquaintance at Ashcombe. For Mr. Preston it might have been worth while to give up her room, considering him in the light of a handsome and prosperous young man, and a good dancer besides. But there were more lights in which he was to be viewed. Mr. Gibson, who really wanted to return the hospitality shown to him by Mr. Preston at the time of his marriage, had yet an instinctive distaste to the man, which no wish of freeing himself from obligation, nor even the more worthy feeling of hospitality, could overcome. Mrs. Gibson had some old grudges of her own against him, but she was not one to retain angry feelings, or be very active in her retaliation. She was afraid of Mr. Preston, and admired him at the same time. It was awkward, too, so she said, to go into a ballroom without any gentleman at all, and Mr. Gibson was so uncertain. On the whole, partly for this last given reason, and partly because conciliation was the best policy, Mrs. Gibson herself was slightly in favour of inviting Mr. Preston to be their guest; but as soon as Cynthia heard the question discussed, or rather, as soon as she heard it discussed in Mr. Gibson's absence, she said that if Mr. Preston came to be their visitor on the occasion, she for one would not go to the ball at all. She did not speak with vehemence or in anger, but with such quiet resolution that Molly looked up in surprise. She saw that Cynthia was keeping her eyes fixed on her work, and that she had no intention of meeting any one's gaze, or giving any further explanation. Mrs. Gibson, too, looked perplexed, and once or twice seemed on the point of asking some question, but she was not angry as Molly had fully expected. She watched Cynthia furtively and in silence for a minute or two, and then said that after all she could not conveniently give up her dressing room, and altogether they had better say no more about it. So no stranger was invited to stay at Mr. Gibson's at the time of the ball. But Mrs. Gibson openly spoke of her regret at the unavoidable inhospitality, and hoped that they might be able to build an addition to their house before the triennial Hollingford ball. Another cause of unusual bustle at Hollingford this Easter was the expected return of the family to the Towers, after their unusually long absence. Mr. Sheepshanks might be seen trotting up and down on his stout old cob, speaking to attentive masons, plasterers, and glaziers about putting everything, on the outside at least, about the cottages belonging to my lord in perfect repair. Lord Cumnor owned the greater part of the town, and those who lived under other landlords or in houses of their own were stirred up by the dread of contrast to do up their dwellings. So the ladders of whitewashers and painters were sadly in the way of the ladies tripping daintily along to make their purchases, and holding their gowns up in a bunch behind, after a fashion quite gone out in these days. The housekeeper and steward from the Towers might also be seen coming in to give orders at the various shops, and stopping here and there at those kept by favourites, to avail themselves of the eagerly tendered refreshments. Lady Harriet came to call on her old governess the day after the arrival of the family at the Towers. Molly and Cynthia were out walking when she came, doing some errands for Mrs. Gibson, who had a secret idea that Lady Harriet would call at the particular time she did, and had a not uncommon wish to talk to her ladyship without the corrective presence of any member of her own family. Mrs. Gibson did not give Molly the message of remembrance that Lady Harriet had left for her, but she imparted various pieces of news relating to the Towers with great animation and interest. The Duchess of Menteith and her daughter, Lady Alice, were coming to the Towers, would be there the day of the ball, would come to the ball, and the Menteith diamonds were famous. That was piece of news the first. The second was that ever so many gentlemen were coming to the Towers, some English, some French. This piece of news would have come first in order of importance had there been much probability of their being dancing men, and as such possible partners at the coming ball. But Lady Harriet had spoken of them as Lord Hollingford's friends, useless scientific men in all probability. Then finally Mrs. Gibson was to go to the Towers next day to lunch. Lady Cumnor had written a little note by Lady Harriet to beg her to come. If Mrs. Gibson could manage to find her way to the Towers, one of the carriages in use should bring her back to her own home in the course of the afternoon. "The dear Countess!" said Mrs. Gibson, with soft affection. It was a soliloquy, uttered after a minute's pause, at the end of all this information. And all the rest of that day her conversation had an aristocratic perfume hanging about it. One of the few books she had brought with her into Mr. Gibson's house was bound in pink, and in it she studied Menteith, Duke of Adolphus George, etc., etc., till she was fully up in all the Duchess's connections and probable interests. Mr. Gibson made his mouth up into a droll whistle when he came home at night and found himself in a Towers atmosphere. Molly saw the shade of annoyance through the drollery. She was beginning to see it oftener than she liked. Not that she reasoned upon it, or that she consciously traced the annoyance to its source, but she could not help feeling uneasy in herself when she knew her father was in the least put out. Of course a fly was ordered for Mrs. Gibson. In the early afternoon she came home. If she had been disappointed in her interview with the Countess, she never told her woe, nor revealed the fact that when she first arrived at the Towers she had to wait for an hour in Lady Cumnor's morning room, uncheered by any companionship save that of her old friend Mrs. Bradley, till suddenly, Lady Harriet coming in, she exclaimed, "Why, Clare, you dear woman, are you here all alone? Does mamma know?" And after a little more affectionate conversation, she rushed to find her ladyship, perfectly aware of the fact, but too deep in giving the Duchess the benefit of her wisdom and experience in trousseau to be at all aware of the length of time Mrs. Gibson had been passing in patient solitude. At lunch Mrs. Gibson was secretly hurt by my lord supposing it to be her dinner, and calling out his urgent hospitality from the very bottom of the table, giving as a reason for it that she must remember it was her dinner. In vain she piped out in her soft high voice, "Oh, my lord, I never eat meat in the middle of the day. I can hardly eat anything at lunch." Her voice was lost, and the Duchess might go away with the idea that the Hollingford doctor's wife dined early, that is to say, if her Grace ever condescended to have any idea of the subject at all, which presupposes that she was cognizant of the facts of there being a doctor at Hollingford, and that he had a wife, and that his wife was the pretty faded, elegant-looking woman sending away her plate of untasted food that she longed to eat, for she was really desperately hungry after her drive and her solitude. And then, after lunch, there did come a tête-à-tête with Lady Cumnor, which was conducted after this wise: "Well, Clare, I am really glad to see you. I once thought I should never get back to the Towers, but here I am. There was such a clever man at Bath, a Dr. Snape. He cured me at last, quite set me up. I really think if ever I am ill again I shall send for him. It is such a thing to find a really clever medical man. Oh, by the way, I always forget you've married Mr. Gibson. Of course he is very clever, and all that. The carriage to the door in 10 minutes, Brown, and desire Bradley to bring my things down. What was I asking you? Oh, how do you get on with the stepdaughter? She seemed to me to be a young lady with a pretty stubborn will of her own. I put a letter for the post down somewhere, and I cannot think where. Do help me look for it, there's a good woman. Just run to my room and see if Brown can find it, for it is of great consequence." Off went Mrs. Gibson rather unwillingly, for there were several things she had wanted to speak about, and she had not heard half of what she had expected to learn of the family gossip. But all chance was gone, for when she came back from her fruitless errand, Lady Cumnor and the Duchess were in full talk, Lady Cumnor with the missing letter in her hand, which she was using something like a baton to enforce her words. "Every iota from Paris, every iota!" Lady Cumnor was too much of a lady not to apologize for useless trouble, but they were nearly the last words she spoke to Mrs. Gibson, for she had to go out and drive with the Duchess, and the brougham to take Clare, as she persisted in calling Mrs. Gibson, back to Hollingford, followed the carriage to the door. Lady Harriet came away from her entourage of young men and young ladies, all prepared for some walking expedition to wish Mrs. Gibson good-bye. "We shall see you at the ball," she said. "You'll be there with your 2 girls, of course, and I must have a little talk with you there. With all these visitors in the house, it has been impossible to see anything of you to-day, you know." Such were the facts, but rose-colour was the medium through which they were seen by Mrs. Gibson's household listeners on her return. There are many visitors staying at the Towers. Oh, yes, a great many. The Duchess and Lady Alice, and Mr. and Mrs. Grey, and Lord Albert Monson and his sister, and my old friend Captain James of the Blues, many more, in fact. But of course I preferred going to Lady Cumnor's own room, where I could see her and Lady Harriet quietly, and where we were not disturbed by the bustle downstairs. Of course we were obliged to go down to lunch, and then I saw my old friends, and renewed pleasant acquaintances. But I really could hardly get any connected conversation with any one. Lord Cumnor seemed so delighted to see me there again, though there were 6 or 7 between us. He was always interrupting with some civil or kind speech especially addressed to me. And after lunch Lady Cumnor asked me all sorts of questions about my new life, with as much interest as if I had been her daughter. To be sure, when the Duchess came in we had to leave off, and talk about the trousseaux she is preparing for Lady Alice. Lady Harriet made such a point of our meeting at the ball. She is a good, affectionate creature, is Lady Harriet. This last was said in a tone of meditative appreciation. The afternoon of the day on which the ball was to take place, a servant rode over from Hamley with 2 lovely nosegays, with the Mr. Hamleys' compliments to Miss Gibson and Miss Kirkpatrick. Cynthia was the first to receive them. She came dancing into the drawing-room, flourishing the flowers about in each hand, and danced up to Molly, who was trying to settle to her reading, by way of passing the time away till the evening came. "Look, Molly, look! Here are bouquets for us. Long life to the givers!" "Who are they from?" asked Molly, taking hold of one, and examining it with tender delight at its beauty. "Who from? Why, the 2 paragons of Hamleys, to be sure. Is it not a pretty attention?" "How kind of them!" said Molly. "I'm sure it is Osborne who thought of it. He has been so much abroad, where it is such a common compliment to send bouquets to young ladies." "I don't see why you should think it is Osborne's thought," said Molly, reddening a little. "Mr. Roger Hamley used to gather nosegays constantly for his mother, and sometimes for me." "Well, never mind whose thought it was, or who gathered them. We've got the flowers, and that's enough. Molly, I'm sure these red flowers will just match your coral necklace and bracelet," said Cynthia, pulling out some camellias, then a rare kind of flower. "Oh, please don't!" exclaimed Molly. "Don't you see how carefully the colours are arranged? They have taken such pains. Please don't!" "Nonsense!" said Cynthia, continuing to pull them out. "See! Here are quite enough. I'll make you a little coronet of them, sewn on black velvet, which will never be seen, just as they do in France." "Oh, I am so sorry! It is quite spoilt," said Molly. "Never mind. I'll take this spoilt bouquet. I can make it up again just as prettily as ever, and you shall have this, which has never been touched." Cynthia went on arranging the crimson buds and flowers to her taste. Molly said nothing, but kept on watching Cynthia's nimble fingers tying up the wreath. "There," said Cynthia at last, "when that is sewn on black velvet, to keep the flowers from dying, you'll see how pretty it will look. And there are enough red flowers in this untouched nosegay to carry out the idea." "Thank you," very slowly. "But shan't you mind having only the wrecks of the other?" "Not I. Red flowers would not go with my pink dress." "But I daresay they arranged each nosegay so carefully." "Perhaps they did, but I never would allow sentiment to interfere with my choice of colours, and pink does tie one down. Now you, in white muslin, just tipped with crimson, like a daisy, may wear anything." Cynthia took the utmost pains in dressing Molly, leaving the clever housemaid to her mother's exclusive service. Mrs. Gibson was more anxious about her attire than was either of the girls. It had given her occasion for deep thought, and not a few sighs. Her deliberation had ended in her wearing her pearl grey satin wedding gown, with a profusion of lace, and white and coloured lilacs. Cynthia was the one who took the affair the most lightly. Molly looked upon the ceremony of dressing for a first ball as rather a serious ceremony, certainly as an anxious proceeding. Cynthia was almost as anxious as herself, only Molly wanted her appearance to be correct and unnoticed, and Cynthia was desirous of setting off Molly's rather peculiar charms, her cream-coloured skin, her profusion of curly black hair, her beautiful long-shaped eyes, with their shy, loving expression. Cynthia took up so much time in dressing Molly to her mind that she herself had to perform her toilette in a hurry. Molly, ready dressed, sat on a low chair in Cynthia's room, watching the pretty creature's rapid movements as she stood in her petticoat before the glass, doing up her hair with quick certainty of effect. At length Molly heaved a long sigh and said, "I should like to be pretty." "Why, Molly!" said Cynthia, turning round with an exclamation on the tip of her tongue. But when she caught the innocent, wistful look on Molly's face, she instinctively checked what she was going to say, and half smiling to her own reflection in the glass, she said, "The French girls would tell you, to believe that you were pretty would make you so." Molly paused before replying. "I suppose they would mean that if you knew you were pretty, you would never think about your looks. You would be so certain of being liked, and that is caring. Listen, that's 8 o'clock striking. Don't trouble yourself with trying to interpret a French girl's meaning, but help me on with my frock, there's a dear one." The two girls were dressed, and were standing over the fire waiting for the carriage in Cynthia's room, when Maria, Betty's successor, came hurrying into the room. Maria had been officiating as maid to Mrs. Gibson, but she had had intervals of leisure in which she had rushed upstairs, and under the pretence of offering her services, she had seen the young ladies' dresses, and the sight of so many fine clothes had sent her into a state of excitement which made her think nothing of rushing upstairs for the 20th time with a nosegay still more beautiful than the 2 previous ones. "Here, Miss Kirkpatrick! No, it's not for you, miss," as Molly, being nearer to the door, offered to take it and pass it to Cynthia. "It's for Miss Kirkpatrick, and there's a note for her besides." Cynthia said nothing, but took the note and the flowers. She held the note so that Molly could read it at the same time she did. "I send you some flowers, and you must allow me to claim the first dance after 9 o'clock, before which time I fear I cannot arrive. R.P." "Who is it?" asked Molly. Cynthia looked extremely irritated, indignant, perplexed. What was it turned her cheek so pale, and made her eyes so full of fire? "It is Mr. Preston," said she, in answer to Molly. "I shall not dance with him, and here go his flowers." Into the very middle of the embers, which she immediately stirred down upon the beautiful shrivelling petals, as if she wished to annihilate them as soon as possible. Her voice had never been raised; it was as sweet as usual; nor, though her movements were prompt enough, were they hasty or violent. "Oh!" said Molly, "those beautiful flowers! We might have put them in water." "No," said Cynthia, "it's best to destroy them. We don't want them, and I can't bear to be reminded of that man." "It was an impertinent familiar note," said Molly. "What right had he to express himself in that way? No beginning, no end, and only initials. Did you know him well when you were at Ashcombe, Cynthia?" "Oh, don't let us think any more about him," replied Cynthia. "It is quite enough to spoil any pleasure at the ball to think that he will be there. But I hope I shall get engaged before he comes, so that I can't dance with him, and don't you either." "There, they are calling for us!" exclaimed Molly, and with a quick step, yet careful of their draperies, they made their way downstairs to the place where Mr. and Mrs. Gibson awaited them. Yes, Mr. Gibson was going, even if he had to leave them afterwards to attend to any professional call; and Molly suddenly began to admire her father as a handsome man, when she saw him now in full evening attire. Mrs. Gibson, too, how pretty she was! In short, it was true that no better looking a party than these four people entered the Hollingford ballroom that evening. Chapter 25.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 11. Making Friendship. Mr. Gibson believed that Cynthia Kirkpatrick was to return to England to be present at her mother's wedding, but Mrs. Kirkpatrick had no such intention. She was not what is commonly called a woman of determination, but somehow what she disliked she avoided, and what she liked she tried to do or to have. So, although in the conversation, which she had already led to, as to the when and the how she was to be married, she had listened quietly to Mr. Gibson's proposal that Molly and Cynthia should be the two bridesmaids, she had felt how disagreeable it would be to her to have her young daughter flashing out her beauty by the side of the faded bride, her mother, and as the further arrangements for the wedding became more definite, she saw further reasons in her own mind for Cynthia's remaining quietly at her school in Bologna. Mrs. Kirkpatrick had gone to bed that first night of her engagement to Mr. Gibson, fully anticipating a speedy marriage. She looked to it as a release from the thraldom of keeping school, keeping an unprofitable school, with barely enough of pupils to pay for house rent and taxes, food, washing, and the requisite masters. She saw no reason for ever going back to Ashcombe, except to wind up her affairs and to pack up her clothes. She hoped that Mr. Gibson's ardour would be such that he would press on the marriage, and urge her never to resume her school drudgery, but to relinquish it now and for ever. She even made up a very pretty, very passionate speech for him in her own mind, quite sufficiently strong to prevail upon her, and to overthrow the scruples which she felt she ought to have, at telling the parents of her pupils that she did not intend to resume school, and that they must find another place of education for their daughters, in the last week but one of the midsummer holidays. It was rather like a douche of cold water on Mrs. Kirkpatrick's plans, when the next morning at breakfast Lady Cumnor began to decide upon the arrangements and duties of the two middle-aged lovers. "Of course you can't give up your school all at once, Clare. The wedding can't be before Christmas, but that will do very well. We shall all be down at the Towers, and it will be a nice amusement for the children to go over to Ashcombe and see you married." "I am afraid, I don't believe Mr. Gibson will like waiting so long. Men are so impatient under these circumstances." "Oh, nonsense! Lord Cumnor has recommended you to his tenants, and I'm sure he wouldn't like them to be put to any inconvenience. Mr. Gibson will see that in a moment. He's a man of sense, or else he wouldn't be our family doctor. Now, what are you going to do about your little girl? Have you fixed yet?" "No. Yesterday there seemed so little time, and when one is agitated it is so difficult to think of everything. Cynthia is nearly 18, old enough to go out as a governess, if he wishes it, but I don't think he will. He is so generous and kind." "Well, I must give you time to settle some of your affairs today. Don't waste it in sentiment, you're too old for that. Come to a clear understanding with each other. It will be for your happiness in the long run." So they did come to a clear understanding about one or two things. To Mrs. Kirkpatrick's dismay, she found that Mr. Gibson had no more idea than Lady Cumnor of her breaking faith with the parents of her pupils. Though he really was at a serious loss as to what was become of Molly until she could be under the protection of his new wife at her own home, and though his domestic worries teased him more and more every day, he was too honourable to think of persuading Mrs. Kirkpatrick to give up school a week sooner than was right for his sake. He did not even perceive how easy the task of persuasion would be. With all her winning wiles, she could scarcely lead him to feel impatience for the wedding to take place at Michaelmas. "I can hardly tell you what a comfort and relief it will be to me, Hyacinth, when you are once my wife, the mistress of my home, poor little Molly's mother and protector, but I wouldn't interfere with your previous engagements for the world. It wouldn't be right." "Thank you, my own love. How good you are! So many men would think only of their own wishes and interests. I'm sure the parents of my dear pupils will admire you, will be quite surprised at your consideration for their interests." "Don't tell them, then. I hate being admired. Why shouldn't you say it is your wish to keep on your school till they've had time to look out for another?" because it isn't," said she, daring all. "I long to be making you happy. I want to make your home a place of rest and comfort to you, and I do so wish to cherish your sweet Molly, as I hope to do when I come to be her mother. I can't take virtue to myself which doesn't belong to me. If I have to speak for myself, I shall say, Good people, find a school for your daughters by Michaelmas, for after that time I must go and make the happiness of others. I can't bear to think of your long rides in November, coming home wet at night with no one to take care of you. Oh, if you leave it to me, I shall advise the parents to take their daughters away from the care of one whose heart will be absent. Though I couldn't consent to any time before Michaelmas. That wouldn't be fair or right, and I'm sure you wouldn't urge me. You are too good." "Well, if you think that they will consider we have acted uprightly by them, let it be Michaelmas with all my heart. What does Lady Cumnor say?" "Oh, I told her I was afraid you wouldn't like waiting, because of your difficulties with your servants, and because of Molly. It would be so desirable to enter on the new relationship with her as soon as possible." "To be sure, so it would. Poor child! I'm afraid the intelligence of my engagement has rather startled her." "Cynthia will feel it deeply too," said Mrs. Kirkpatrick, unwilling to let her daughter be behind Mr. Gibson's insensibility and affection. "We will have her over to the wedding. She and Molly shall be bridesmaids," said Mr. Gibson, in the unguarded warmth of his heart. This plan did not quite suit Mrs. Kirkpatrick, but she thought it best not to oppose it until she had a presentable excuse to give, and perhaps also some reason would naturally arise out of future circumstances, so at this time she only smiled, and softly pressed the hand she held in hers. It is a question whether Mrs. Kirkpatrick or Molly wished the most for the day to be over which they were to spend together at the Towers. Mrs. Kirkpatrick was rather weary of girls as a class. All the trials of her life were connected with girls in some way. She was very young when she first became a governess, and had been worsted in her struggles with her pupils, in the first place she ever went to. Her elegance of appearance and manner, and her accomplishments more than her character and acquirements, had rendered it more easy for her than for most to obtain good situations, and she had been absolutely petted in some, but still she was constantly encountering naughty or stubborn, or over-conscientious, or severe judging, or curious and observant girls. And again, before Cynthia was born, she had longed for a boy, thinking it possible that if some 3 or 4 intervening relations died, he might come to be a baronet, and instead of a son, lo and behold, it was a daughter. Nevertheless, with all her dislike to girls in the abstract as the plagues of her life, and her aversion was not diminished by the fact of her having kept a school for young ladies at Ashcombe, she really meant to be as kind as she could be to her new stepdaughter, whom she remembered principally as a black-haired, sleepy child, in whose eyes she had read admiration of herself. Mrs. Kirkpatrick accepted Mr. Gibson principally because she was tired of the struggle of earning her own livelihood. But she liked him personally, nay, she even loved him in her torpid way, and she intended to be good to his daughter, though she felt as if it would have been easier for her to have been good to his son. Molly was bracing herself up in her way too. "I will be like Harriet. I will think of others. I won't think of myself," she kept repeating all the way to the Towers. But there was no selfishness in wishing that the day was come to an end, and that she did very heartily. Mrs. Hamley sent her thither in the carriage, which was to wait and bring her back at night. Mrs. Hamley wanted Molly to make a favourable impression, and she sent for her to come and show herself before she set out. "Don't put on your silk gown. Your white muslin will look the nicest, my dear." "Not my silk. It is quite new. I had it to come here." "Still, I think your white muslin suits you the best." Anything but that horrid plaid silk, was the thought in Mrs. Hamley's mind, and, thanks to her, Molly set off for the Towers, looking a little quaint, it is true, but thoroughly ladylike, as if she was old-fashioned. Her father was to meet her there, but he had been detained, and she had to face Mrs. Kirkpatrick by herself, the recollection of her last day of misery at the Towers fresh in her mind as if it had been yesterday. Mrs. Kirkpatrick was as caressing as could be. She held Molly's hand in hers, as they sat together in the library, after the first salutations were over. She kept stroking it from time to time, and purring out inarticulate sounds of loving satisfaction, as she gazed in the blushing face. What eyes! So like your dear father's. How we shall love each other, shan't we, darling, for his sake?" "I'll try," said Molly, bravely, and then she could not finish her sentence. "And you've just got the same beautiful black curling hair," said Mrs. Kirkpatrick, softly lifting one of Molly's curls from off her white temple. "Papa's hair is growing gray," said Molly. "Is it? I never see it. I never shall see it. He will always be to me the handsomest of men." Mr. Gibson was really a very handsome man, and Molly was pleased with the compliment, but she could not help saying, "Still he will grow old, and his hair will grow gray. I think he will be just as handsome, but it won't be as a young man." "Ah, that's just it, love. He'll always be handsome. Some people always are. And he is so fond of you, dear." Molly's color flashed into her face. She did not want an assurance of her own father's love from this strange woman. She could not help being angry. All she could do was to keep silent. "You don't know how he speaks of you, his little treasure, as he calls you. I'm almost jealous sometimes." Molly took her hand away, and her heart began to harden. These speeches were so discordant to her. But she set her teeth together, and tried to be good. "We must make him so happy. I'm afraid he has a great deal to annoy him at home, but we will do away with all that now. You must tell me," seeing the cloud in Molly's eyes, "what he likes and dislikes, for of course you will know." Molly's face cleared a little. Of course she did know. She had not watched and loved him so long without believing that she understood him better than anyone else, though how he had come to like Mrs. Kirkpatrick enough to wish to marry her was an unsolved problem that she unconsciously put aside as inexplicable. Mrs. Kirkpatrick went on. "All men have their fancies and antipathies. Even the wisest. I have known some gentlemen annoyed beyond measure by the merest trifles, leaving a door open, or spilling tea in their saucers, or a shawl crookedly put on. Why," continued she, lowering her voice, "I know of a house to which Lord Hollingford will never be asked again because he didn't wipe his shoes on both the mats in the hall. Now you must tell me what your dear father dislikes most in these fanciful ways, and I shall take care to avoid it. You must be my little friend and helper in pleasing him. It will be such a pleasure to me to attend to his slightest fancies. About my dress, too, what colours does he like best? I want to do everything in my power with a view to his approval." Molly was gratified by all this, and began to think that really, after all, perhaps her father had done well for himself, and that if she could help towards his new happiness, she ought to do it. So she tried very conscientiously to think over Mr. Gibson's wishes and ways, to ponder over what annoyed him the most in his household. "I think," said she, "Papa isn't particular about many things. But I think our not having the dinner quite punctual, quite ready for him when he comes in, fidgets him more than anything. You see, he has often had a long ride, and there is another long ride to come, and he has only half an hour, sometimes only a quarter, to eat his dinner in." "Thank you, my own love. Punctuality. Yes, it's a great thing in a household. It's what I've had to enforce with my young ladies at Ashcombe. No wonder poor dear Mr. Gibson has been displeased at his dinner not being ready, and he so hard worked." "Papa doesn't care what he has, if it's only ready. He would take bread and cheese, if cook would only send it in instead of dinner." "Bread and cheese? Does Mr. Gibson eat cheese?" "Yes, he's very fond of it," said Molly, innocently. "I've known him to eat toasted cheese when he has been too tired to fancy anything else." "Oh, but my dear, we must change all that. I shouldn't like to think of your father eating cheese. It's such a strong-smelling, coarse kind of thing. We must get him a cook who can toss him up an omelette, or something elegant. Cheese is only fit for the kitchen." "Papa is very fond of it," persevered Molly. "Oh, but we will cure him of that. I couldn't bear the smell of cheese, and I'm sure he would be sorry to annoy me." Molly was silent. It did not do, she found, to be too minute in telling about her father's likes or dislikes. She had better leave them for Mrs. Kirkpatrick to find out for herself. It was an awkward pause. Each was trying to find something agreeable to say. Molly spoke at length. "Please, I should so like to know something about Cynthia, your daughter." "Yes, call her Cynthia. It's a pretty name, isn't it? Cynthia Kirkpatrick. Not so pretty, though, as my old name, Hyacinth Clare. People used to say it suited me so well. I must show you an acrostic a gentleman, he was a lieutenant in the 53rd, made upon it. Oh, we shall have a great deal to say to each other, I foresee." "But about Cynthia?" "Oh, yes, about dear Cynthia. What do you want to know, my dear?" "Papa said she was to live with us. When will she come?" "Oh, was it not sweet of your kind father? I thought of nothing else but Cynthia's going out as a governess when she had completed her education. She has been brought up for it, and has had great advantages. But good dear Mr. Gibson wouldn't hear of it. He said yesterday that she must come and live with us when she left school." "When will she leave school?" "She went for 2 years. I don't think I must let her leave before next summer. She teaches English as well as learning French. Next summer she shall come home, and then shan't we be a happy little quartet?" "I hope so," said Molly. "But she is to come to the wedding, isn't she?" she went on timidly, not knowing how far Mrs. Kirkpatrick would like the allusion to her marriage. "Your father has begged for her to come, but we must think about it a little more before quite fixing it. The journey is a great expense." "Is she like you? I do so want to see her." "She is very handsome, people say, in the bright-coloured style, perhaps something like what I was, but I like the dark-haired foreign kind of beauty best, just now," touching Molly's hair, and looking at her with an expression of sentimental remembrance. "Does Cynthia—is she very clever and accomplished?" asked Molly, a little afraid lest the answer should remove Miss Kirkpatrick at too great a distance from her. "She ought to be. I've paid ever so much money to have her taught by the best masters. But you will see her before long, and I'm afraid we must go now to Lady Cumnor. It has been charming having you all to myself, but I know Lady Cumnor will be expecting us now, and she was very curious to see you, my future daughter, as she calls you." Mary followed Mrs. Kirkpatrick into the morning-room, where Lady Cumnor was sitting, a little annoyed because, having completed her toilette earlier than usual, Clare had not been aware by instinct of the fact, and so had not brought Molly Gibson for inspection a quarter of an hour before. Every small occurrence is an event in the day of a convalescent invalid, and a little while ago Molly would have met with patronizing appreciation, where now she had to encounter criticism. Of Lady Cumnor's character as an individual she knew nothing. She only knew she was going to see and be seen by a live countess, nay, more, by the Countess of Hollingford. Mrs. Kirkpatrick led her into Lady Cumnor's presence by the hand, and in presenting her said, "My dear little daughter, Lady Cumnor." "Now, Clare, don't let me have nonsense. She is not your daughter yet, and may never be. I believe that 1/3 of the engagements I have heard of have never come to marriages. Miss Gibson, I am very glad to see you, for your father's sake. When I know you better, I hope it will be for your own." Molly very heartily hoped that she might never be known any better by the stern-looking lady who sat so upright in the easy-chair, prepared for lounging, and which therefore gave all the more effect to the stiff attitude. Lady Cumnor luckily took Molly's silence for acquiescent humility, and went on speaking after a further little pause of inspection. "Yes, yes, I like her looks, Clare. You may make something of her. It will be a great advantage to you, my dear, to have a lady who has trained up several young people of quality always about you, just at the time when you are growing up. I'll tell you what, Clare," a sudden thought striking her, "you and she must become better acquainted. You know nothing of each other at present. You are not to be married till Christmas, and what could be better than that she should go back with you to Ashcombe? She would be with you constantly, and have the advantage of the companionship of your young people, which would be a good thing for an only child. It's a capital plan. I'm very glad I thought of it." Now it would be difficult to say which of Lady Cumnor's two hearers was the most dismayed at the idea which had taken possession of her. Mrs. Kirkpatrick had no fancy for being encumbered with a stepdaughter before her time. If Molly came to be an inmate of her house, farewell to many little background economies, and a still more serious farewell to many little indulgences that were innocent enough in themselves, but which Mrs. Kirkpatrick's former life had caused her to look upon as sins to be concealed. The dirty dog's-eared delightful novel from the Ashcombe Circulating Library, the leaves of which she turned over with a pair of scissors, the lounging-chair which she had for use at her own home, straight and upright as she sat now in Lady Cumnor's presence, the dainty morsel, savoury and small, to which she treated herself for her own solitary supper. All these and many other similarly pleasant things would have to be foregone if Molly came to be her pupil, parlour boarder, or visitor, as Lady Cumnor was planning. Two things Clare was instinctively resolved upon: to be married at Michaelmas, and not to have Molly at Ashcombe. But she smiled as sweetly as if the plan proposed was the most charming project in the world, while all the time her poor brains were beating about in every bush for the reasons or excuses of which she should make use at some future time. Molly, however, saved her all this trouble. It was a question which of the three was the most surprised by the words which burst out of her lips. She did not mean to speak, but her heart was very full, and almost before she was aware of her thought she heard herself saying, "I don't think it would be nice at all. I mean, my lady, that I should dislike it very much. It would be taking me away from papa just these very few last months. I will like you," she went on, her eyes full of tears, and, turning to Mrs. Kirkpatrick, she put her hand into her future stepmother's with the prettiest and most trustful action. "I will try hard to love you, and to do all I can to make you happy, but you must not take me away from papa just this very last bit of time that I shall have him." Mrs. Kirkpatrick fondled the hand thus placed in hers, and was grateful to the girl for her outspoken opposition to Lady Cumnor's plan. Clare was, however, exceedingly unwilling to back up Molly by any words of her own until Lady Cumnor had spoken and given the cue. But there was something in Molly's little speech, or in her straightforward manner, that amused instead of irritating Lady Cumnor in her present mood. Perhaps she was tired of the silkiness with which she had been shut up for so many days. She put up her glasses, and looked at them both before speaking. Then she said, "Upon my word, young lady, why, Clare, you've got your work before you. Not but what there's a good deal of truth in what she says. It must be very disagreeable to a girl of her age to have a stepmother coming in between her father and herself, whatever may be the advantages to her in the long run." Molly almost felt as if she could make a friend of the stiff old countess, for her clearness of sight as to the plan proposed being a trial, but she was afraid, in her new-born desire of thinking for others, of Mrs. Kirkpatrick being hurt. She need not have feared as far as outward signs went, for the smile was still on that lady's pretty rosy lips, and the soft fondling of her hand never stopped. Lady Cumnor was more interested in Molly the more she looked at her, and her gaze was pretty steady through her gold-rimmed eyeglasses. She began a sort of catechism, a string of very straightforward questions, such as any lady under the rank of countess might have scrupled to ask, but which were not unkindly meant. "You are 16, are you not?" "No, I'm 17. My birthday was 3 weeks ago." "Very much the same thing, I should think. Have you ever been to school?" "No, never. Miss Eyre has taught me everything I know." "Humph! Miss Eyre was your governess, I suppose. I should not have thought your father could have afforded to keep a governess, but of course he must know his own affairs best." "Certainly, my lady," replied Molly, a little touchy as to any reflections on her father's wisdom. "You say certainly as if it was a matter of course that everyone should know their own affairs best. You are very young, Miss Gibson, very. You'll know better before you come to my age. And I suppose you've been taught music, and the use of the globes, and French, and all the usual accomplishments, since you have had a governess? I never heard of such nonsense," she went on, lashing herself up. "An only daughter! If there had been half a dozen girls, there might have been some sense in it." Molly did not speak, but it was by a strong effort that she kept silence. Mrs. Kirkpatrick fondled her hand more perseveringly than ever, hoping thus to express a sufficient amount of sympathy to prevent her from saying anything injudicious. But the caress had become wearisome to Molly, and only irritated her nerves. She took her hand out of Mrs. Kirkpatrick's, with a slight manifestation of impatience. It was, perhaps, fortunate for the general peace that just at this moment Mr. Gibson was announced. It is odd enough to see how the entrance of a person of the opposite sex into an assemblage of either men or women calms down the little discordances and the disturbance of mood. It was the case now. At Mr. Gibson's entrance my lady took off her glasses and smoothed her brow. Mrs. Kirkpatrick managed to get up a very becoming blush, and as for Molly, her face glowed with delight, and the white teeth and pretty dimple came out like sunlight on a landscape. Of course, after the first greeting, my lady had to have a private interview with her doctor, and Molly and her future stepmother wandered about in the gardens, with their arms round each other's waists, or hand in hand, like the babes in the wood. Mrs. Kirkpatrick active in such endearments, Molly passive, and feeling within herself very shy and strange, for she had that particular kind of shy modesty which makes anyone uncomfortable at receiving caresses from a person towards whom the heart does not go forth with an impulsive welcome. Then came the early dinner, Lady Cumnor having hers in the quiet of her own room, to which she was still a prisoner. Once or twice during the meal the idea crossed Molly's mind that her father disliked his position as a middle-aged lover being made so evident to the men-in-waiting, as it was by Mrs. Kirkpatrick's affectionate speeches and innuendoes. He tried to banish every tint of pink sentimentalism from the conversation, and to confine it to matter of fact, and when Mrs. Kirkpatrick would persevere in dwelling upon such facts as had a bearing upon the future relationship of the parties, he insisted upon viewing them in the most matter-of-fact way, and this continued even after the men had left the room. An old rhyme Molly had heard Betty use would keep running in her head and making her uneasy. Two is company, three is trumpery. But where could she go in that strange house? What ought she to do? She was roused from this fit of wonder and abstraction by her father's saying, "What do you think of this plan of Lady Cumnor's? She says she was advising you to have Molly as a visitor at Ashcombe until we are married." Mrs. Kirkpatrick's countenance fell. If only Molly would be so good as to testify again, as she had done before Lady Cumnor. But if the proposal was made by her father, it would come to his daughter from a different quarter than it had done from a strange lady, be she ever so great. Molly did not say anything. She only looked pale and wistful and anxious. Mrs. Kirkpatrick had to speak for herself. "It would be a charming plan, only—well, we know why we would rather not have it, don't we, love? And we won't tell papa, for fear of making him vain. No, I think I must leave her with you, dear Mr. Gibson, to have you all to herself for these last few weeks. It would be cruel to take her away." "But you know, my dear, I told you of the reason why it does not do to have Molly at home just at present," said Mr. Gibson, eagerly. For the more he knew of his future wife, the more he felt it necessary to remember that, with all her foibles, she would be able to stand between Molly and any such adventures as that which had occurred lately with Mr. Coxe, so that one of the good reasons for the step he had taken was always present to him, while it had slipped off the smooth surface of Mrs. Kirkpatrick's mirror-like mind without leaving any impression. She now recalled it, on seeing Mr. Gibson's anxious face. But what were Molly's feelings at these last words of her father's? She had been sent from home for some reason, kept a secret from her but told to this strange woman. Was there to be perfect confidence between these two, and she to be forever shut out? Was she, and what concerned her, though how she did not know, to be discussed between them for the future, and she to be kept in the dark? A bitter pang of jealousy made her heart sick. She might as well go to Ashcombe, or anywhere else, now. Thinking more of others' happiness than of her own was very fine, but it did not mean giving up her very individuality, quenching all the warm love, the keen desires, that made her herself. Yet in this deadness lay her only comfort, or so it seemed. Wandering in such mazes, she hardly knew how the conversation went on. A third was indeed trumpery, where there was entire confidence between the two who were company, from which the other was shut out. She was positively unhappy, and her father did not appear to see it. He was absorbed with his new plans and his new wife that was to be. But he did notice it, and was keenly sorry for his little girl, only he thought that there was a greater chance for the future harmony of the household if he did not lead Molly to define her present feelings by putting them into words. It was his general plan to repress emotion by not showing the sympathy he felt. Yet, when he had to leave, he took Molly's hand in his, and held it there, in such a different manner to that in which Mrs. Kirkpatrick had done, and his voice softened to his child as he bade her good-bye, and added the words, most unusual to him, "God bless you, child." Molly had held up all the day bravely. She had not shown anger, or repugnance, or annoyance, or regret, but when once more by herself in the Hamley carriage, she burst into a passion of tears, and cried her fill till she reached the village of Hamley. Then she tried in vain to smooth her face into smiles, and do away with the other signs of her grief. She only hoped she could run upstairs to her own room without notice, and bathe her eyes in cold water before she was seen. But at the hall door she was caught by the squire and Roger coming in from an after-dinner stroll in the garden, and hospitably anxious to help her to alight. Roger saw the state of things in an instant, and saying, "My mother has been looking for you to come back for this last hour," he led the way to the drawing-room. But Mrs. Hamley was not there. The squire had stopped to speak to the coachman about one of the horses. They two were alone. Roger said, "I am afraid you have had a very trying day. I have thought of you several times, for I know how awkward these new relations are."
"Thank you," said she, her lips trembling, and on the point of crying again. "I did try to remember what you said, and to think more of others, but it is so difficult sometimes, you know it is, don't you?"
"Yes," said he, gravely. He was gratified by her simple confession of having borne his words of advice in mind, and tried to act up to them. He was but a very young man, and he was honestly flattered. Perhaps this led him on to offer more advice, and this time it was evidently mingled with sympathy. He did not want to draw out her confidence, which he felt might very easily be done with such a simple girl, but he wished to help her by giving her a few of the principles on which he had learnt to rely. "It is difficult," he went on, "but by and by you will be so much happier for it."
"No, I shan't," said Molly, shaking her head. "It will be very dull when I shall have killed myself, as it were, and live only in trying to do and to be as other people like. I don't see any end to it. I might as well never have lived. And as for the happiness you speak of, I shall never be happy again."
There was an unconscious depth in what she said, that Roger did not know how to answer at the moment. It was easier to address himself to the assertion of the girl of 17, that she should never be happy again. "Nonsense! Perhaps in 10 years' time you will be looking back on this trial as a very light one. Who knows?"
"I dare say it seems foolish. Perhaps all our earthly trials will appear foolish to us after a while. Perhaps they seem so now to angels. But we are ourselves, you know, and this is now, not some time to come, a long, long way off, and we are not angels, to be comforted by seeing the ends for which everything is sent." She had never spoken so long a sentence to him before, and when she had said it, though she did not take her eyes away from his, as they stood steadily looking at each other, she blushed a little. She could not have told why. Nor did he tell himself why a sudden pleasure came over him as he gazed at her simple expressive face, and for a moment lost the sense of what she was saying, in the sensation of pity for her sad earnestness. In an instant more he was himself again. Only it is pleasant to the wisest, most reasonable youth of 1 or 22 to find himself looked up to as a mentor by a girl of 17.
"I know. I understand. Yes, it is now we have to deal with. Don't let us go into metaphysics."
Molly opened her eyes wide at this. Had she been talking metaphysics without knowing it?
"One looks forward to a mass of trials, which will only have to be encountered one by one, little by little. Oh, here is my mother. She will tell you better than I can."
And the tete-a-tete was merged in a trio. Mrs. Hamley lay down. She had not been well all day. She had missed Molly, she said, and now she wanted to hear all the adventures that had occurred to the girl at the Towers. Molly sat on a stool close to the head of the sofa, and Roger, though at first he took up a book and tried to read that he might be no restraint, soon found his reading all a pretence. It was so interesting to listen to Molly's little narrative, and besides, if he could give her any help in her time of need, was it not his duty to make himself acquainted with all the circumstances of her case? And so they went on during all the remaining time of Molly's stay at Hamley. Mrs. Hamley sympathized, and liked to hear details. As the French say, her sympathy was given en détail, the squire's en gros. He was very sorry for her evident grief, and almost felt guilty, as if he had had a share in bringing it about, by the mention he had made of the possibility of Mr. Gibson's marrying again, when first Molly had come on her visit to them. He said to his wife more than once, "'Pon my word now, I wish I'd never spoken those unlucky words that first day at dinner.
Do you remember how she took them up? It was like a prophecy of what was to come now, wasn't it? And she looked pale from that day, and I don't think she has ever fairly enjoyed her food since. I must take more care what I say for the future. Not but what Gibson is doing the very best thing, both for himself and her, that he can do. I told him so only yesterday. But I'm very sorry for the little girl, though. I wish I'd never spoken about it, that I do. But it was like a prophecy, wasn't it?" Roger tried hard to find out a reasonable and right method of comfort, for he too, in his way, was sorry for the girl, who bravely struggled to be cheerful, in spite of her own private grief, for her mother's sake. He felt as if high principle and noble precept ought to perform an immediate work. But they do not, for there is always the unknown quantity of individual experience and feeling, which offer a tacit resistance, the amount incalculable by another, to all good counsel and high decree. But the bond between the Mentor and his Telemachus strengthened every day. He endeavored to lead her out of morbid thought into interest in other than personal things, and, naturally enough, his own objects of interest came readiest to hand. She felt that he did her good, she did not know why or how, but after a talk with him she always fancied that she had got the clue to goodness and peace, whatever befell. End of chapter 11.